Well, good morning and welcome to the City Planning Commission remote and in-person public meeting. Ryan Singer, who's our Senior Director of Land Use and Commission Operations, is now going to outline general information about this public hearing and how you can participate.
Verbal testimony may be provided in person, online, or by calling in on your telephone. If you wish to speak in person at 120 Broadway, you may register through the NYC Engage portal or at the front door. Masks are required and seating and room capacity is limited by social distancing guidelines. If you wish to access the hearing online, please register through the upcoming meetings page of the NYC Engage portal. A link to join the hearing is on the landing page after you register. Please do not close the landing page without first clicking on the link. If you are accessing the hearing via phone and wish to speak, you must first register with the dial-in participant hotline at the numbers listed on the screen. If one of the numbers is busy, please try another. The meeting ID is 618-237-7396. Press pound to skip the participation ID. The password is the numeral 1. The phone number is also posted on the upcoming meetings page of the NYC Engage portal. Please note that no matter how you're accessing the hearing or the meeting, you must first register if you wish to speak. Those accessing the meeting online will have the option to turn on their camera while giving testimony. When it is your turn to speak, you will be notified and promoted to a panelist. This will allow you to unmute your microphone and grant you the ability to turn on your camera. Please listen closely for your name to be called. There will be a short period where it will appear that you are no longer in the meeting. Do not be alarmed. You should rejoin the meeting as a panelist. If you're accessing the hearing via phone, your name will be called from the list of registered speakers. Once your name has been called, you will be given the temporary ability to unmute yourself. You do this by pressing *6 to unmute your phone. For those listening to the hearing through the online live stream who have not yet registered to speak but decide they wish to do so during the hearing, you must first register to speak through the upcoming meetings page of the NYC Engage portal. It's not possible to testify through the online live stream without first having registered. For those accessing the hearing via phone who have not yet registered to speak but wish to do so, you must also first register to speak through the dial-in participant hotline that I described a moment ago. It's not possible to testify via telephone without having first registered. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes of testimony. There are a few exceptions to the 3-minute time limit. Elected officials are accorded the courtesy of jumping to the front of the queue and are not limited to 3 minutes. If consecutive translation services are being used, the time will be extended to 5 minutes. And if an applicant team with 3 or more speakers wishes to make a team presentation, the team will generally be allowed a total of 10 minutes. The chair will announce when the time limit is reached. Please be mindful of potential background noise during your testimony. Please make sure that if you're watching the proceedings via live stream, that the live stream is muted when you begin your testimony. Otherwise, you will hear an echo. If you change the mode by which you will be testifying, either by leaving the hearing room and testifying online or via dial-in or coming to the hearing room in person, you need to re-register and indicate the new method by which you will be testifying. If you wish to submit written testimony, it should be submitted to the Department of City Planning. Mailing and addresses can be found on our website, planning.nyc.gov. Lastly, please note that this remote public hearing and all testimony provided is being recorded.
Welcome to everyone, the few folks here in the room and the many folks online. I do want to emphasize that we pride ourselves on both our social distancing and our decorum. And with that, let the meeting begin.
Thank you, Chair Lago. But first, a few words. Good morning and welcome all. We want to remind everyone that courtesy and decorum must be observed at all times at our public hearings. This includes being courteous to those with whom you agree and with those to whom you disagree. Under no circumstances, hate speech and/or racist comments, whether made in person or remotely, will be tolerated at any time during this public hearing. Good morning, Commissioners. Again, good morning all. Thanks for joining us today. This is the City Planning Commission public meeting held in person and remotely through the NYC Engage portal. Today is Wednesday, September 1st, 2021. I will now call the roll. Chair Lago.
Here.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Here.
Commissioner Burney.
Here.
Commissioner Capelli. Commissioner Capelli is absent. Commissioner Cerullo.
Here.
Commissioner Dweck.
Here.
Commissioner Edie.
Here.
Commissioner Knight.
Here.
Commissioner Levin.
Here.
Marin.
Here.
Commissioner Ortiz. Commissioner Rampachan
Here.
is present. The first item is the approval of the minutes of the public meeting of Wednesday, August 18th, 2021.
On the minutes, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Minutes are approved.
The next item is scheduling. Scheduling calendar numbers 1 through 9. We have resolutions for adoption, scheduling Wednesday, September 22nd, 2021, for a remote and in-person public hearing to be held through the NYC Engage portal and in the City Planning Commission hearing room, Lower Concourse, 120 Broadway.
On the resolution, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolutions are adopted.
Next part is the calendar in the report section on page 95. Reports. Citywide, calendar number 10, N 210270ZRY. In the matter of an application for the zoning text amendment concerning Elevate Transit for zoning for accessibility. For a favorable report on calendar number 10, Chair Lago.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Burney.
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo.
No.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Edie.
Yes.
Commissioner Knight.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz. Yes. Commissioner Rampachan.
Yes.
A favorable report has been adopted on calendar number 10. Borough of Brooklyn, calendar numbers 11 and 12. CD1, calendar number 11, C200306ZMK. Calendar number 12, N200307ZRK. In the matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendments concerning 307 Kent Avenue rezoning. For favorable reports on calendar numbers 11 and 12, Chair Lago.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Burney.
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Edie.
Yes.
Commissioner Knight.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz. Commissioner Rampachan.
Yes.
Favorable reports have been adopted on calendars number 11 and 12. Borough of Brooklyn, calendar numbers 13 and 14, CD3 and 210151ZMK, that's calendar number 13, calendar number 14, N210152ZRK. In the matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendments concerning 270 Nostrand Avenue rezoning. For favorable reports on calendars numbers 13 and 14, Chair Lago.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Capelli. Commissioner Burney.
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Edie.
Yes.
Commissioner Knight.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
I think that I support the way in which this has been modified, but I still think there's too much density involved here. I object to the R7X aspect of this modification. I vote no.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Yes.
Commissioner Rampachan.
Yes.
Favorable reports have been adopted on calendars numbers 13 and 14. Borough of Brooklyn, calendar numbers 15 and 16, CD12, C200296CMK, that's calendar number 15, calendar number 16, N200297ZRK. In the matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendments concerning 1776 48th Street rezoning. For favorable reports on calendar numbers 15 and 16, Chair Lago,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Burney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner Edie,
Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Levin,
Yes.
Commissioner Marin,
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz, Commissioner Rampachan.
Yes.
Favorable reports have been adopted on calendars numbers 15 and 16. Borough of Queens, calendar numbers 17 and 18. CD2, calendar number 17, C200070, calendar number 18, N200069, in the matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendments concerning 62-04 Roosevelt Avenue rezoning. For favorable reports on calendars numbers 17 and 18, Chair Lago,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Burney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner Edie,
Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Levin,
Yes.
Commissioner Marin,
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz, Commissioner Rampachan.
Yes.
Favorable reports have been adopted on calendar numbers 17 and 18. Borough of Staten Island, calendar numbers 19, 20, and 21. CD1, calendar number 19, C210289ZMR. Calendar number 20, N210290ZRR. Calendar number 21, N210291ZSR. In the matter of applications for zoning map, zoning text amendments, and special permit concerning the River North Liberty Towers. For favorable reports on calendar numbers 19, 20, and 21. Chair Lago,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Burney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo,
Staten Islanders and this commission have spent decades envisioning what the North Shore of Staten Island, particularly St. George, could and should be. Joining the long-standing workers who come into this area daily, the tens of thousands of commuters who make their way in and out of St. George each day, and the tourists and visitors from other parts of our borough, city, and world who come to eat at one of the many restaurants offering a diverse selection of cultures and tastes, perhaps before or after a show at the historic St. George Theater, there should also be the addition of people who will live, work, and play 24/7 in and around this community. That is a critical component to a thriving, successful, safe new neighborhood. But how we get there, and under what circumstances, and at what expense, are collectively the devil in the details we must focus on while we plan for this future. And that's where I find myself this morning and thought truthfully throughout this process, having to weigh those details against a hopeful vision of growth, but not merely growth for growth's sake. Rational growth, sustainable growth that builds new community while not undermining the past, builds new community that has necessary infrastructure, both technical, physical infrastructure and amenity-based infrastructure to enjoy, and builds a community that doesn't just add more Staten Islanders to the long list of those promised a new future, only to be disappointed. It's hard for me to ignore the fact that there are many community stakeholders, both in the public and nearly every elected official, as well as the community board, opposed to this proposal. Additionally, in support of the community board and his constituency, Borough President Otto has recommended the disapproval of this application as filed. He didn't say don't build anything. He said follow existing zoning. But here we are. I don't know how we ignore the Hamilton Avenue homeowner who rightfully points out that the 26-story height will dwarf the existing 2-story residences, or the fact that Stuyvesant Place, paved to a width of 19 feet and has curbside parking on both sides of the street, even if widened, could ever accommodate the traffic volume that will be generated through an R7 rezoning, wholesale special district changes, and unprecedented special permit requests. Do we just accept as a foregone conclusion that significant traffic impacts will forever plague Victory Boulevard and Bay Street, and also accept that few, if any other intersections will have impacts at all? Are we to assume that every street near a transit hub should be upzoned far beyond the density that was ever envisioned or previously approved after similar land use review, merely because the city's current goals to maximize wherever and whenever possible the creation of new residential units can be cited by even a private developer to just build big? During this process, I've heard comments like the special permit requests are required to counterbalance the restrictive controls of the special district. I have also heard the proposal rationalized through the intent of the St. George Special District as if this site is located within that district, and it is not. Over the course of the last several years, voices once unheard and ignored on a whole host of issues are getting response. And I know we all feel good about that fact, and we have started to hear and listen to those voices that have been less represented in the past. No question that Staten Islanders have for decades been in that category on many issues. Calls for things desired and needed went unanswered, and calls against things opposed ignored. But today, we as a commission have an opportunity to continue the trend of recognizing substantive calls for help and protecting the best interests of those in and around this important Staten Island community, and to create a new roadmap where we can start all over. While I recognize that this is a private application, what that means to me is that while it certainly followed the mandated public outreach and comment process, it did not get vetted or planned through the extensive public outreach workshops the department typically does for a city-driven rezoning. This public process was merely reactive. What this plan proposes is precedent-setting, and while some use the term transformative in a positive light, it's as equally potentially transformative in the negative and requires far more than reaction. It is an attractive, thoughtful design, no question, but it's too big. And we do need residential development, and we need it there, but not as proposed. Therefore, I vote no.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Edie.
Yes.
Commissioner Knight.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
I share many of the thoughts of my colleague, Commissioner Cirillo, but I also believe that this project should advance the City Council for further discussion with the Staten Island community. I therefore abstain.
Commissioner Marin. Commissioner Ortiz.
Yes.
Commissioner Rampashad.
Yes.
Favorable reports have been adopted on calendar numbers 19, 20, and 21. Borough of Staten Island, calendar numbers 22 through 25. CD1, calendar number 22. C210361ZMR, calendar number 23. N210362ZRR. Calendar number 24, N210363ZAR. Calendar number 25, N210364ZAR. In the matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendments concerning 252 Victory Boulevard. For favorable reports on calendar numbers 22 and 23, and for adoption on calendar numbers 24 and 25. Chair Lago.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Burney.
Yes.
Commissioner Cirillo.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Edie.
Yes.
Commissioner Knight.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Yes.
Commissioner Rampashad.
Yes.
Favorable reports have been adopted on calendar numbers 22 and 23, and calendar numbers 24 and 25 have been adopted. Borough of Staten Island, calendar number 26, CD2, N210082ZCR, in the matter of an application for the grant of certification concerning 25 Benedict Road. For adoption on calendar number 26, Chair Lago.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Burney.
Yes.
Commissioner Cirillo.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner Edie,
Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Levin,
Yes.
Commissioner Marin,
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz,
Yes.
Commissioner Rampachan.
Yes.
Favorable report has been adopted on calendar number 26. CD2 and CD3, Borough of Staten Island, calendar numbers 27 through 30. Calendar number 27, N210333 RCR. Calendar number 28, N210360 RCR. Calendar number 29, N210455 RCR. And calendar number 30, N190031 RCR. In a matter of applications for the grant of certification for adoption of calendar numbers 26 through 30. Chair Lago,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Burney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner Edie,
Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Levin,
Yes.
Commissioner Marin,
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz, Commissioner Rampachan.
Yes.
Favorable reports have been adopted on calendar numbers 27 through 30. Borough of the Bronx, calendar number 31, CD7, C210338 PSX. In the matter of an application for the site selection of property concerning the Fordham Building, CTAC. For a favorable report on calendar number 31, Chair Lago,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Burney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner Edie,
Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Levin,
Yes.
Commissioner Manin,
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz, Commissioner Rampachan.
Yes.
Favorable report has been adopted on calendar number 31. Borough of Manhattan, calendar numbers 32, 33, and 34, CD4, calendar number 32, C210324ZMM, calendar number 33, N210325ZRM, calendar number 34, C210326PCM. In the matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendments and a site selection and acquisition of property concerning 495 11th Avenue. For favorable reports on calendar numbers 32, 33, and 34, Chair Lago,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Burney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner Edie,
Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Levin,
Yes.
Commissioner Manin,
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz, Commissioner Rampachan.
Yes.
Favorable reports have been adopted on calendars numbers 32, 33, and 34. Calendar number 35, our last voting item this morning, Commissioners. CD4, N210263PXM. In the matter of a notice of intent to acquire office space concerning NYPD 521 West 57th Street. For a favorable report on calendar number 35, Chair Lago,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Burney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner Edie,
Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Levin,
Yes.
Commissioner Marin,
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz, Commissioner Rampachan.
Yes.
A favorable report has been adopted on calendar number 35. Thank you, Commissioners. The next part of the calendar is the public hearing section on page 117. Borough of Manhattan, calendar numbers 36 through 41. Calendar number 36, C210412ZSM. Calendar number 37, C210413ZSM. Calendar number 38, C210414ZSM. Calendar number 39, C210415ZSM. Calendar number 40, N210416ZRM. Calendar number 41, C210417 PPM. A public hearing in a matter of applications for special permits zoning text amendment, and disposition of city-owned property concerning 175 Park Avenue. An additional note, public hearings being held by the City Planning Commission in conjunction with the above ULURP hearings to receive comments related to a draft environmental impact statement. This hearing is being held pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and the City Environmental Quality Review.
I will note, both for the commissioners and those attending in person and virtually, that we're not a half hour into the hearing and already have 126 speakers registered. Just doing the 3-minute math and not accounting for time between speakers and team presentations, that means over a 6-hour-long hearing. And so what I'm going to do as a procedural matter is, after each speaker testifies, rather than asking whether there are questions, I will quickly scan the commissioners, and please feel free to ask questions. This is not an attempt in any way to stop questioning, but just to speed up the proceedings. So we will begin with a team presentation by a team comprised of Penny King, David Karnofsky, Jeffrey Nelson, Jennifer Rimmer, Amir Stein, Jan McMillan, and Nancy Doon. Oh, I'm sorry, one additional member is, there are a few additional members, Christina Rausch and Rami Abu Khalil, Adam Green, Hester Muis, Christine Rausch, and Max Padden. Quite a team, a 10-minute team presentation.
I want to note for the record that Commissioner Cirillo is recused on this item.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Jeff Nelson with RXR Realty. We can flip to the next slide, please. RXR is partnered with TF Cornerstone, both multi-generational real estate firms in the city, on the development of 175 Park. And just want to note that EDC is available also on behalf of DCAS to answer any questions on the disposition action. Next slide, please. So as I was saying, 175 Park is really ideally situated directly adjacent to Grand Central, and it's really at the center of an unbelievable transit network. You have Metro North, the Lexington Avenue and Flushing lines, the shuttle, and then East Side Access, which will also come in the near future to deliver Long Island Railroad trains. And that transit network, when we look at it, really informed our approach both on the planning side and in terms of structural considerations. In the bottom right corner of this slide, I want to highlight the Lexington Avenue line in green, and then the Metro North Loop track that both bisect our site. Those present some real challenges, but as you'll see in our presentation, also some really tremendous opportunities. Next slide, please. So the current building that exists today is the result of a recladding of the old Commodore Hotel by Donald Trump. As you can see, the facade is dark and imposing, and the building's generally pretty uninviting. It's built to the lot line today, and on 42nd Street actually goes beyond that, highlighted by a cantilever that serves to block additional light and air for pedestrians. Next slide. So, as a result of the building's construction, the sidewalks are narrow and congested, and above grade, the Park Avenue viaduct remains exclusively cars only, and we'll be addressing that in our project. Next slide. That relationship really extends to the interior as well. So the building poses really severe challenges to pedestrian circulation and access into the transit network. The right side of the slide is that really terrible congested entrance from the 42nd Street Passage in Grand Central down into the subway. One of our big improvements will be to fix that entrance and to improve circulation. Next slide. So overall, the proposed project is the demolition of the current hotel and the construction of a new mixed-use tower. The overall program is about 2.2 million square feet, and that's comprised of just under 2 million square feet of office space spread across several tiers, and then a 500-key hotel at the top of the building. There's a small amount of retail at the base, much of which is controlled and will remain controlled by the MTA. Next slide. So really the foundation of the project are extensive public realm and transit improvements. And you can see on the left side the current condition and how intricately linked and connected the ground floor of our site is to Grand Central. What we've proposed are a series of substantial public improvements that we think really deliver on the promise of the East Midtown rezoning. The highlight of that at grade is the construction of a transit hall and improved R238 subway entrance. Below grade will be connecting to East Side access, and then above grade we'll have these 3 fabulous public terraces designed by James Corner Field Operations. So I want to turn it over to Rami Abu Khalil, who will dive into the details. Rami?
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, everyone. Next, please. So I'm going to walk you through the improvements, and then we'll discuss the design of the tower above. The first improvement creates an intermodal connection where there currently is none. Next slide. It carves a direct connection through underused tunnels and back of house spaces from the subway mezzanine that you see here in green directly into the Long Island Railroad and East Side access platforms. So that's going to decongest even the terminal above and provide a direct route for passengers. Next. The current subway mezzanine, which you see here, is congested by deep girders. Those are shown in green. Next, please. Our design removes these girders and thus opens up the mezzanine to dramatically improve the circulation and visual connectivity across the length of the mezzanine. Next, please. Going up to ground floor, along 42nd Street, there will be a new subway entrance directly accessible both from the street and from within the terminal. Next, please. And inside of it, the 42nd Street passage will be expanded with a new naturally lit transit hall that will improve circulation within the terminal, provide views out to the terminal above. Next, please. This is another view of that same transit hall. We're looking back towards 42nd Street, and here you can see how we're going to have visual connections to the street beyond and ample space to relocate turnstiles up to grade, thus freeing up further space on the mezzanine below. Next, please. The Lexington passage will be rebuilt more or less in its current configuration, but with much taller ceilings, as you can see in this section. Next, please. And this will allow a better visual connectivity out to Lexington Avenue. As you can see in this rendering, this will create better wayfinding for users and a more generous experience overall. Next, please. This is the view along Lexington Avenue, and on the right here, you see the Lexington passage as it will now appear from the outside with a double height ceiling. On the left side of the image towards the middle, you see that we have relocated the Lexington Avenue subway entrances, the subway entrance away from the busy corner as it currently is. And we've placed it closer to the middle of the site and expanded a weather protected area that will also feature more visibility. Next, please. In order to decongest one of the busiest sidewalks in the neighborhood, the sidewalks will be widened both along 42nd Street and Lexington Avenue by approximately 4,000 square feet. Next, please. And the tower itself will be surrounded by a necklace of 25,000 square feet of publicly accessible open spaces. These will be designed by James Corner Field Operation, and we are also working with the Public Art Fund and with Lord Cultural Resources in order to define a strategy for both arts integration and programming on these terraces to make sure that they're inviting and active, dynamic year-round. Next, please. In order to make sure that they're as welcoming as possible, we've incorporated grand staircases right on 42nd Street and on Lexington Avenue that you see in this image. We've also incorporated elevators adjacent to them on both sides. Next, please. And these will lead up on the east side to the Chrysler Terrace, which will have great views up and down Lexington Avenue and of course of the Chrysler building. Next, please. On the north will be the Graybar Terrace that will connect the east and west side of the site. Next, please. And finally, on the west side will be the Grand Central Terrace, which for the first time will offer public access to the viaduct level and amazing views of the currently concealed eastern facade of the terminal. Next, please. So in summary, the public improvements are deployed on multiple levels. They take up anywhere between 40 and 60% of the footprint of the site, below, at, and above grade. Next, please. As a consequence, the design of the tower has to negotiate very limited terra firma, since it sits both above these transit improvements and existing subway tracks and the loop track that Jeff pointed at earlier. So there's really only 2 points along 42nd Street where we can land the tower above. Next, please. And this informed the design. So the form of the tower is a classical setback tower, a very New York tower that sets back in successive tiers. It is then draped with expressed structure to give it texture. And at the base, it's bundled in order to hit terra firma on these 2 points we discussed earlier. And at the top, it's tapered and rounded to create a sculptural form. Next, please. This creates a dynamic streetscape that will dramatically improve the current condition on 42nd Street. Here, we're looking west towards the terminal. You can see the grand staircases, the public spaces that surround the tower and define the public experience, and the generally improved pedestrian experience. Next, please. At the top, the crown addresses the city in the round in 360 degrees and creates a coherent urban ensemble along with the other towers in East Midtown. I'm going to hand it over to David Karnofsky now. Thank you.
David Karnofsky from Fried Frank. Given the time constraint, I'm not going to describe each of the proposed actions. Next slide, please. I do want to follow up on the comment made by Ezra Moser at the review session that the project adheres to the general framework established by the Commission in the East Midtown zoning with changes that are designed to address the specifics of the site and the project and to meet the opportunities it creates. And it does that in a number of ways. First, by recognizing that the site is integrated with Grand Central Terminal at ground and below surface levels, and that integration warrants treating the development site and Grand Central together as a single qualifying site. Second, by taking advantage of the site's special location to provide major improvements beyond what's possible under the as of right earned FAR system under the East Midtown regulations, and instead using special permits to produce specially crafted transit and open space improvements. And finally, the recognition that in order to prioritize transit and circulation improvements at ground level, the 10,000 square foot open space should be modified to allow for an elevated space. We'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Yes, Vice Chair Knuckles.
Thank you. Would the appropriate person tell me what is the approximate time of construction and completion for this project as proposed?
The anticipated completion of the project is around 2030, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Levin.
First off, I just really wish that our former colleague Erwin Cantor were here to ask about the engineering. It seems that this is really a major undertaking for many engineers. And I'd love to hear more about that, but that's not our purpose here today. The community board and the borough president had comments about how the open space would operate and its availability to the public for as much time as possible. Would someone like to respond to the recommendations made by the community board and the borough president on that front?
Sure, so I'll speak generally to it. I mean, I think broadly we agree with the recommendations of the community board and the borough president, both of whom, seek to maximize public use of the terraces, and that's a goal that we share, while ensuring that we can properly clean and maintain those terraces as well. So we're very much aligned, and we'll continue to coordinate with the community board moving forward.
Okay, so there will be an ongoing coordination, consultation, working together. This is going to take some time to unfold, right?
Yeah, both with the department and, we've had extensive discussions with the community board, both as part of ULURP and separately, and we'll continue to be in touch with them.
Excellent, thank you.
Oh, okay. I'll note that.
Others? Okay, then I will thank the applicant team, and we will now move on to members of the public, beginning with Rob Burns and then Helene Song.
I want to add that Commissioner Marin is also recused on this item.
Thank you.
Am I, oops.
Yes.
Well, I guess it's been a while. Hold on one sec. Thank you for not making me wait for the full 6 hours. And good morning. My name is Rob Burns, and I'm president of the East Midtown Partnership, which is a business improvement district encompassing an area a few blocks north of the future site of 175 Park. As a proponent of keeping East Midtown Manhattan an international economic center, and as an active participant in the recent rezoning of East Midtown to modernize its commercial building stock, I'm strongly supportive of the proposal before the City Planning Commission. The plans for 175 Park deliver on the promise of East Midtown rezoning by not only bringing a new, attractive, and modern Class A building to the area, but also improving the public realm by adding roughly 25,000 square feet of publicly accessible and ADA, excuse me, an ADA compliant open space to a community sorely lacking in that amenity. This space could accommodate public programming and activities and greatly benefit those who live, work, and commute through East Midtown. Speaking of commuting, related transit improvements to Grand Central Terminal and the subway station beneath it would also be of great benefit to the area, including new subway and terminal entrances, expanded circulation, ADA accessibility, enhanced amenities, and other improvements at one of the busiest stations in one of the busiest mass transit systems in the world. At a time when the MTA is under severe financial strain, these improvements at no cost to the public are especially welcome. Finally, there's the bottom line. The redevelopment of 175 Park will add more than 24,000 well-paying construction jobs with an estimated $1.8 billion in earnings. It's also projected to add approximately $3.8 billion annually to the city's economy. At a time when the city's commercial core has yet to recover from the pandemic, this is especially significant. For these reasons, I join the Landmarks Preservation Commission, Community Board 5, and Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer, among those who are in strong support of the 175 Park redevelopment proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Our next speaker will be Helene Sunk, followed by Madeline McGrory.
Here we go. Good morning. I'm Helene Sinclair of the MTA. Thank you for the opportunity, and I thank you for the opportunity to comment on the 175 Park Avenue development project, which, due to its unique and critical location, offers the opportunity for significant public transit improvements. The project is adjacent to Grand Central Terminal and above the Grand Central 42nd Street station, where the Lexington and number 7 lines connect. It's the second busiest transit hub in New York City. In fact, the terminal and subway station see over 7,500,000 visitors per day. We strongly endorse the package of transit improvements that are being proposed for the 175 Park development. These will enhance the experience for every transit user around Grand Central Terminal and the Grand Central 42nd Street subway station. Specifically, the development's public transit improvements include providing New York City Metro North Long Island Railroad users with direct, efficient intermodal connections to fast track their daily commute, a brand new transit hall, a new dedicated subway entrance, and new fare control areas relocated at street level that will increase capacity and alleviate density. Intuitive wayfinding at the subway mezzanine level with increases in walkable area and the introduction of natural daylight. One of the ways this will be achieved is by the removal of many very deep existing girders. This will provide improved access and clear sight lines to the new North End stair, which will introduce natural light into the station. Also, new and optimized subway and terminal entrances, expanded circulation and ADA accessibility, along with enhanced amenities. And lastly, an improved subway entrance on the Lexington Avenue that aligns with the flow of foot traffic within the subway mezzanine level. This robust set of improvements will increase direct capacity between Grand Central Terminal and the main subway mezzanines by 50%, and will help us provide New Yorkers with a world-class transit system. The MTA recommends that the CPC approves the proposed improvements. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the testimony. Our next speaker will be Madeline McGrory, followed by Jorge Ortiz.
Good morning. My name is Madeline McGrory. I'm representing the supports approval of the zoning text amendment special permit certification.
Ms. McGrory, if you could speak up, we're having difficulty hearing you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Rebney strongly supports the application being heard today. The proposal offers significant benefits for the neighborhood and the city at large, including significant public realm improvements and subway and mass transit improvements to enhance circulation and reduce congestion at Grand Central Terminal, as well as opportunities in the form of construction, retail, and office jobs that will aid in the city's economic recovery. The project would substantially advance the goals of the sub-district to facilitate development of modern office towers at a key location, improve mass transit circulation and public space. A principal goal of the Greater East Midtown rezoning was to increase the amount of new Class A office space in the area. The proposed development will add significant office space to a uniquely transit-rich location adjacent to Grand Central Terminal and signal forward momentum in recovery efforts from the COVID-19 pandemic. The development would include approximately 2 million square feet of new office space, a significant upgrade compared to current office space in the area, which is an average age of 75 years. This office space would address the sub-district's stated goal of preserving the neighborhood as a premier business address and key job center for the city and the region. The development would result in 24,000 construction jobs and thousands of office jobs. The jobs are not just an asset to our economy, they support the city's goal of job growth and close proximity to public transit. The project affords an unprecedented opportunity to make significant transit and public realm improvements at the site. The proposal will facilitate improvements to existing subway entrances, a new transit hall, increased sidewalk capacity, upgraded signage, and new intermodal connections to improve circulation. Further, the approximately 25,000 square feet of high-quality, ADA accessible public spaces in the form of 3 public open spaces located around the perimeter of the development site will provide significant public amenities and improve the working and living environment of the area for residents, workers, and tourists alike, consistent with the goals of the sub-district. The LPC has previously weighed in on the application and found that the proposed development would have a harmonious relationship with Grand Central Terminal. Today, the CPC is considering the project from the perspective of whether it would further the city's planning and land use development goals for the East Midtown sub-district. Our answer is an unqualified yes. The commission should approve this application. Thank you for your consideration on this.
And thank you for testifying. Our next speaker will be Jorge Ortiz, to be followed by Ann Trinkle. We see you, but we don't hear you, Mr. Ortiz.
Connecting to audio. We can troubleshoot, Mr. Ortiz. Maybe we'll...
Great. We will go to Ann Trinkle. If Mr. Ortiz is then ready, we'll go to him. If not, we'll move on to Ryan Pugos.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, please begin.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to come and give testimony. I know there are a lot of people that have a lot of very important things to say. I just want to speak to what this project means to our returning military veterans. I represent New York Helmets to Hard Hats. We're a 501c3 organization that helps transitioning military veterans to start apprenticeship programs in the unionized building construction trade sector here in New York. Since we launched in 2003, we've placed over 2,600 military veterans into union apprenticeship programs. That's a lot of people building a lot of great structures in New York. This project going forward will have a military presence on it. And what it means to our local veterans and National Guardsmen and women and also reservists is it gives them an opportunity to move into the middle class, to get away from the minimum wage jobs, to create a better future for themselves and their families, build a pension, benefits, and basically have a better life. So I just wanted to, like I said, I'm going to keep my comments very short, but I do support this program for our returning military veterans. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for at least me personally introducing me to the good work of your organization. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Ortiz. Ready?
It looks like we have him, yes.
Great. Then it will be Mr. Ortiz, followed by Ryan Pugos.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Chair Lago and members of the commission. My name is Jorge Ortiz. I'm a member of 32BJ for 48 years. As you know, 32BJ is a large property services union representing 85,000 property service working across the city. We represent workers who maintain, clean, and provide security service in buildings like the one being discussed at 175 Park Avenue. 32BJ support responsibility developers who invest in the community with the bill, and I'm happy to report that the developer affiliated with the project, including RXR, have a track record of responsibility in projects. 32BJ has experience working with this developer and know they will be good partners. We estimate that rezoning will allow the construction of over 2 million square feet of commercial office space, will lead to the creation of 66 cleaning jobs. We are having a good conversation with the developer, and we keep the community board updated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. Our next speaker will be Ryan Pukos, followed by Felicia Park Rogers.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Ryan Pukos, and I am a senior project manager with the Grand Central Partnership. The Grand Central Partnership is a business improvement district serving an approximately 70 square block area in Midtown East surrounding Grand Central Terminal. On behalf of our District Management Association and its board of directors, we welcome the opportunity to voice our support for 175 Park Avenue. As one of the world's largest bids serving a district with 73 million square feet of commercial, residential, and retail space, our goal is to keep our Midtown East neighborhood clean, safe, and thriving. We believe that the redevelopment of 175 Park Avenue supports this goal in several important ways. First, 175 Park Avenue will deliver valuable public realm and transit improvements to Midtown East. For example, the project adds critically needed open space in the form of a 25,000 square foot elevated public terrace that provides new vantage points to some of our neighborhood's most iconic landmarks. The project also delivers accessibility and circulation improvements to the MTA's infrastructure, including new and optimized subway and terminal entrances, and a new transit hall with retail and other amenities. Second, 175 Park Avenue addresses a long-term challenge for our district by increasing the neighborhood supply of modern, efficient, and sustainable Class A office space, a key goal of the 2017 Greater East Midtown rezoning. Finally, 175 Park Avenue represents a crucial investment in the economic health of Midtown East and the city at large. In the short term, this investment will support the city's economic recovery by creating more than 24,000 construction jobs and bringing more workers to the district to support our restaurants, retailers, and other businesses. In the long term, it will boost tax revenue and help ensure that Midtown East remains a premier central business district and vibrant destination for New Yorkers and visitors alike. For these reasons, we support the redevelopment of 175 Park Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Felicia Park Rogers, followed by Devon Lomax.
Good morning. My name is Felicia Park Rogers. I'm the Director of Regional Infrastructure Projects for Tri-State Transportation Campaign, a regional advocacy and policy organization working to reduce congestion, pollution, and to improve commutes. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of 175 Park Avenue. I'd like to focus my comments on the transit improvements included in the project scope. As you know, complicated transit connections within the Grand Central complex, along with serious congestion at the 42nd Street subway entrance, have been persistent issues at this important transit hub. Tri-State appreciates the thoughtful approach that RXR and TF Cornerstone have developed in partnership with the MTA to maximize the opportunities that this project provides for addressing structural issues which have previously prevented major upgrades to Grand Central. In the coming years, as ridership returns and eventually exceeds pre-COVID levels, and as East Side Access brings Long Island Railroad service to Grand Central, it will be critical that we ensure our transit infrastructure is prepared to handle higher passenger volumes while also promoting the health, safety, and ease of travel for riders. This project includes a number of investments which will greatly improve riders and pedestrians' experience moving through the area. Improving riders' experience with transit helps reduce car use to the city center, which is vital for combating climate change, and for bringing economic opportunities back to this critical business and tourist district. The plan's public improvements go far beyond cosmetic upgrades and create a sizable upgrade to the city's and region's public transit infrastructure. The transit improvements that this project will deliver will come at no cost to the MTA, as the improvements will be privately funded by the developers. This is important for our city's underfunded transit system, even more so during the COVID-19 budget crisis, which has severely impacted the MTA budget, including its ability to fully fund better ADA accessibility across the system. Improvements we are especially pleased to see include the increased sidewalk widths, relocation of stairs to the mezzanine level of the subway station, the Lexington Passage entrance, which would be redesigned to improve passenger experience, the expansion of passenger circulation areas, a new transit hall, reconfigured subway entrances, and an innovative intermodal connection between the subway and commuter rail lines, which will all reduce congestion and improve the daily commute for hundreds of thousands of passengers. New stairs and the widening of the existing stairs, with the new stairs better aligned with the middle of the train platform, which will reduce the crowding that currently exists there. The use of the currently disused loop track as a new pedestrian passageway, adding the open space, and most importantly, the ADA and accessibility improvements. In closing, I recommend the commission support the proposal for 175 Park Avenue. Thank you for your time and attention.
And thank you for your exquisite timing on that, Ms. Park Rogers. Our next speaker will be David Lomax, to be followed by Greg Pasquarelli.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Good morning. My name is Devon Lomax, and I'm here to testify on behalf of Gary LaBarbera, the president of the Building and Construction Trades Council of Greater New York and vicinity. And I'm here to testify in support of the Grand Hyatt project at 175 Park Avenue. The Building and Construction Trades Council is an organization of local building and construction trade unions that are affiliated with 15 international unions in North America. Our local union affiliates represent approximately 100,000 union construction workers. The building trades mission is to raise the standard of living for all workers, to advocates for safe working conditions, and to collectively advance working conditions for our affiliate members, as well as all workers in New York City. 175 Park will create new public open space in Midtown and improve transportation infrastructure around Grand Central Station. RXR and TF Cornerstone's proposed redevelopment will create thousands of permanent jobs, as well as construction jobs that will provide a steady paycheck and benefits. The construction of this project itself will create opportunities for New Yorkers of all walks of life through our Apprenticeship Readiness Collective. The program within the Apprenticeship Readiness Collective provide entry-level access to work in the construction industry, training and preparation for a career and a future in construction work. For individuals to participate in these programs, there needs to be construction work to perform. The development of the Grand Hyatt project will provide opportunities for New Yorkers throughout our city to begin a career in construction and generate an influx of economic activity to the city at an important time. New Yorkers need jobs to make ends meet. The city needs investment to drive recovery, and there are a few better ways to catalyze both than by building. Construction is a critical source of good paying, stable jobs. The Building and Construction Trades Council of Greater New York supports projects like the Grand Hyatt project that will improve the lives of many New Yorkers, expand capacity and improve transportation infrastructure, and create middle-class jobs for our members in the process. We thank you again for this opportunity to testify in support of this project.
Thank you, Mr. Lomax. Our next speaker is Greg Pasquarelli, to be followed by She Green.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Greg Pasquarelli, and I'm a founding principal of Shop Architects here in New York City. I'd like to add a short comment to the words already spoken today. As we all know, the world is in a global environmental crisis. Densely populated cities are the most environmentally friendly way to inhabit this planet. All the green tech in the world can only make a tiny positive impact on our environment. The best way to save the planet, and something that we have been working on for decades, is to build density next to mass transit and leave nature alone. This project is the epitome of this kind of intelligent planning. It solves and alleviates many of the difficult congestion pinch points that currently exist. It is a bold piece of architecture designed by a great architecture firm. It's a brilliant piece of public space designed by a stellar landscape architecture firm. We should be applauding RXR and TF Cornerstone for their vision and commitment to our city during a difficult time. You commissioners have an opportunity today to push our city towards smarter and more environmentally friendly planning by supporting this incredibly important project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is She Green, to be followed by George Palmieri.
She Green, please unmute your microphone. You should have the ability to do so. We can reach out.
Great. Then we'll move on to George Palmieri.
George is not currently in the room.
Okay. Ryan, that is the list of speakers that I have. If you could check if any others have signed up.
There are no further speakers on this item.
Okay, and are we working with She Green to try to connect?
Let's see where we're at. Did we lose She Green? I don't see her in the room anymore.
Okay, for both She Green and George Palmieri, obviously we always welcome written submissions as well. And no one else has signed up?
No, no further speakers are signed up.
Okay, before closing this hearing, I'm going to note that the record is going to remain open through Monday, September 13th, 2021, to receive written comments on the draft environmental impact statement. And with that, this public hearing is closed.
Borough of Brooklyn, calendar numbers 42, 43, and 44. CD2, calendar number 42, C 210462ZMK, calendar number 43, N 210463ZRK, calendar number 44, N 210463AZRK. A public hearing in the matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendments concerning special Brooklyn Navy Yard district.
We are going to have a 10-minute team presentation by another large team that is comprised of Melanie Myers, David Ehrenberg, Johanna Greenbaum, Adam Lubinsky, Ahir Sabir, and Jacob Dugopolsky.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Great, wonderful, thank you. Good morning, my name is David Ehrenberg. I'm here today as President and CEO of the Brooklyn Navy Yard Development Corporation, a not-for-profit that manages and develops the Brooklyn Navy Yard on behalf of the site's owner, the City of New York. I will be giving testimony alongside our Land Use Counsel, Melanie Myers, and Urban Design Consultant, Adam Lubinsky. I want to start by thanking Chair Lago, Vice Chair Knuckles, and the members of the City Planning Commission for giving us the opportunity to speak today. And thanks also to your incredible team, and in particular the Brooklyn office, for their dedicated and extraordinary work on this application. Next slide, please. For generations, manufacturing jobs have provided economic mobility for millions of Americans. Over the last 4 decades, however, traditional manufacturing has declined in American cities, particularly in expensive real estate markets like New York City. With the recent advances in machinery and technology used by manufacturers, however, there has been a resurgence in urban production. With the right conditions, manufacturing can thrive in cities, attracting companies and creating jobs that bolster both economies and promote economic inclusion. Next slide, please. Guided by our mission, we manage the yard using a successful model for place-based economic development. This model includes academic and community partnerships, workforce development, business support, and an ecosystem of diverse companies. Together, these components create the foundations for a truly equitable central business district, providing critical pathways to the middle class for people of all skills and educational backgrounds. Next slide, please. One more. Okay. Employment in the Navy Yard has doubled over the course of this administration. Today, we are home to over 400 businesses that employ more than 11,000 people. And with recently completed projects, we will reach 20,000 jobs in the near term. In order to continue to meet the strong demand for manufacturing space, we must deliver optimized space in new buildings. BMYDC expects to develop these buildings itself, using a combination of BMYDC equity and debt, as well as city capital and other public funding. Next slide. 5 years ago, after conversations with the city planning, we embarked upon a master planning exercise to establish a bold vision to create a new modern manufacturing building typology, attract the next generation of manufacturing companies, and grow the numbers of jobs at the Yard. Development sites for these new buildings are located at the Yard's perimeter, providing an opportunity to further integrate the Yard with the surrounding community. Next slide. These are renderings of the main development sites. Next slide. And one more, please. This public programming would celebrate both the industrial and maritime history of the Navy Yard and the modern manufacturing and engineering that takes place there now. Before handing this over to Melanie, I wanted to stress that the special district will facilitate good stewardship of the Yard's future. Modern manufacturing does not look at all like manufacturing of yesterday. We are not asking for increased height, density, or FAR, and we are enthusiastically retaining our M zoning. At its core, this special district will update the original 1961 zoning and clear some of the antiquated requirements that would otherwise frustrate the buildings that modern manufacturers need and that currently create barriers for local residents in seeking jobs and skills at the Yard. And with that, I'll hand it over to Melanie.
Thank you, David. And you will need to let me know if you can hear me, because my system seems a little off.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. You may not be able to see me. So thank you, David. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioner. My name is Melanie Myers with Fried Frank. Next slide, please. The actions before you are a zoning map and a zoning text amendment that together will create the special Brooklyn Navy Yard District and will establish rules to facilitate the implementation of the master plan that David just spoke about. Overall, there are 5 main aspects of the special district text, focused in large part on the perimeter subdistricts that you see on the slide on the right. And these are the expected locations of the master plan buildings. Next slide, please. First, the zoning text will allow for additional uses supporting the core manufacturing functions of the Yard, such as academic, daycare, other community facility, and additional retail supporting the Yard's tenants. Second, there will be limited modifications to height and setback and other bulk controls to allow for a tripartite building form that covers the full life cycle of an industrial growth, from early stage prototype design to smaller scale production to large scale manufacturing on extra large floors at the base of the building. Third, the parking and loading measures will be rationalized and improved by limiting curb cuts from the surrounding streets into the Yard. And second, allowing parking controls to be replaced by an innovative transportation management plan to monitor and incentivize alternative forms of transportation. Fourth, the text will allow for a limited amount of placemaking signage at defined locations at the perimeter of the Yard. And finally, the special district will establish a permeable and inviting perimeter groundscape for the Yard. And this will be done through a combination of open space, active use, transparency, and building articulation controls. We're happy to answer questions about any of those, but we're quite excited about and think that one of the most compelling points of the proposal is really the last point about the ground plane. And I will turn it over to Adam Lubinsky of WXY to discuss the vision for the grade. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Again, Adam Lubinsky, WXY Studio. I'm really pleased to be here today. The Navy Yard has established a unique vision for open space. And if you go on to the next slide, please, I will take you through the program. This program allows the public to see and experience an innovative program that allows people to really experience what happens within the Yard in terms of science, technology, manufacturing, and engineering. Previously, there have been few opportunities for the public to have this kind of interface with the Yard, and this vision allows people to come into the Yard and have a new kind of experience at the ground plane. The vision has 5 programmatic elements. The first one creates open gateways visible from the street that evokes the dynamism of manufacturing and engineering occurring within the Yard. The The second element is a wide upper walkway, which is raised to allow building entrances to be above the design flood elevation, but also allows a lot of space for the public to experience public programs along the walkways and along the walkway and to see into ground floors. Third, the lower level esplanade is also wide, so members of the public can experience the waterfront. The fourth element is a stepped area between the walkways, which would provide terrace seating and dispersed planting for shade. Finally, the fifth element is well-identified building entryways with clear pathways leading to them. Next slide. This image here provides a view of the gateway on the west parcel of the Barge Basin subdistrict, with an example of what that gateway would look like, with an interactive sound sculpture and with a sense of how the terrace seating would have planting provided for shading. Next slide, please. This image provides a view of the gateway at Barge Basin on the Kent Avenue side, parcel A, showing an interactive light sculpture that highlights how the public realm will evoke the kind of art and manufacturing innovation occurring within the yard. Next slide, please. The open space vision would also be applied to the other two sub-districts. This diagram presents the open space vision for the Navy Street sub-district. At this location, there's potential for a museum for science and technology, and this would include an interactive plaza that invites in people from the surrounding area, which is the Vinegar Hill neighborhood and Farragut houses. Next slide, please. And this image conveys that public realm with the potential for sound and light sculptures at the entry to the museum. Next slide, please. In addition to the focus on open space in the ground plane, it's been important to consider the signage that will draw people into the yard. The special sign regulations includes 2 signs at the Barge Basin subdistrict, 1 at the Flushing subdistrict, and 1 at the Navy Street subdistrict. Next slide, please. These signs are meant to establish a consistent identity for the yard. They are at 40 feet off the ground, which means they are focused on street level identification of entry points to the yard. All signs would be further than 100 feet from residential areas. Next slide, please. The scale of these signs are 750 square feet and would allow for backlit signs to be permitted. This approach is meant to be consistent with the signage that has been at place at the yard's Building 77 on Flushing Street, which has been in place for 3 years now. Next slide, please. Thank you very much, and we will turn to the chair for questions.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Thank you. A couple of questions. Mr. Ehrenberg, I just wanted to ask, in terms of the mechanism for this development that you envision, do you see this happening with private developers solicited by the Navy Yard, or will the Navy Yard initiate development? How would that work?
Our intention is to self-develop these projects, as we have many projects over the last 10 years. I would note that there are 8 buildings here, and so this will be a multi-phase development for us, but our current intention is to self-develop.
Thank you. Since this is a long-term plan, would the Navy Yard be willing to give the City Planning Commission periodic informational presentations at appropriate points over the years?
Yes, as DCP or the commission asks, we would of course be happy to come back and explain our progress.
Thank you.
Others? Well, thank you to the development team for your presentation. We will now turn to speakers who have registered, starting with Adam Friedman and then moving on to Jan Michael Maluto.
Aaron Friedman is not here.
Okay, then we will move on to Jan Michael Maluto, followed by Regina Meyer.
And Michael is also not available.
Okay, Regina Meyer, followed by Melissa Lent.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the City Planning Commission. I'm thrilled to join this Zoom this morning. On behalf of the Downtown Brooklyn Partnership, I want to express our support for the Brooklyn Navy Yard Development Corporation's application for special district designation. The creation of the special district will promote further development of the Navy Yard, which has demonstrated that it's a vital resource for Brooklyn and New York City, particularly at this moment of recovery. We wholly applaud this action that will facilitate continued job growth in Brooklyn by creating new space for manufacturing and innovation economy tenants and enhancing public access to open space. Specifically, the yard will be able to address antiquated facilities and loading regulations, permit efficient signage systems, and have flexibility in building floor plates. Plans for the basin area demonstrate a really sophisticated mix of uses that would complement the surrounding area with modern uses. At the Toe Pound site, the plans for exhibits, office, and manufacturing echo other highly successful projects at the yard, such as New Lab and Dugal, which have generated new jobs and brought vitality to our region. And I want to emphasize that particularly because I really strongly believe that it's been projects such as those and the development of Building 77 that have brought excitement to Brooklyn as a whole. It's certainly punctuated also by the news that there will be new tenants at Dock 72 as well. All of those projects taken together bring a great deal of vitality that we simply didn't have. Furthermore, the proposed modifications of public space will enhance public access to the East River with a publicly accessible esplanade. This is an incredibly unique opportunity that the community has long been denied as they have seen new development up and down the East River, as we know, from places further north in Williamsburg. So I think this adds a huge change. But still while maintaining a working waterfront, which is so important here in terms of all the work the Navy Yard does for the ferries and dockyards. Taken together, the special district designation is such a win-win for the city and for the neighborhood, and it will certainly greater enhance job growth in downtown Brooklyn as well, and bring additional hiring opportunities and investment to the community. We urge you to support this proposal, and I thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. Thanks again.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Melissa Lent, to be followed by Greg Thompson.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Melissa Lent. I'm a policy researcher and digital media specialist at the Center for an Urban Future, and I will be reading this testimony, which was prepared by Jonathan Bowles, Executive Director of the Center for an Urban Future, which is a think tank focused on creating a more inclusive economy in New York City. So thank you for allowing me to testify today, and I'm testifying in favor of the proposed Brooklyn Navy Yard Special District. Our organization looks closely at the economic trends in New York City, and one of the most concerning trends in recent years has been the extremely slow growth in middle-class jobs, and especially middle-income jobs that are accessible to New Yorkers without a college degree. In the 10 years prior to the pandemic, 3 of the lowest paying industry sectors in the economy, home healthcare, restaurants, and retail, accounted for 305,000 new jobs in New York City, a third of all the private sector jobs created here. Hundreds of thousands of additional low-wage jobs were created in nail salons, the social assistance sector, and in gig economy positions like Uber and Lyft drivers. Where good accessible jobs have been growing in New York, it's largely been the kind of things being created at the Navy Yard, jobs related to modern manufacturing and in innovative companies at the intersection of production, technology, and design. That's why I am so supportive of these proposed zoning changes, which I believe are crucial to enabling the Navy Yard to grow even more good jobs of the future. I can't say enough about the good work the Brooklyn Navy Yard Development Corporation is doing to cultivate and grow these good jobs. And it's also important to note that they have been among the best in the city in taking steps to expand access to good jobs through place-based job training and educational programs. The partnerships they created with their next generation career and technical education high school and CUNY's graduate film program at the Yard are models that should be emulated in other parts of the city. I would like to see more of those kind of partnerships. And that's another reason I support these proposed zoning changes. That's all for today. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for delivering the letter and pass along our thanks to Mr. Bowles.
Thank you so much.
Our next speaker will be Greg Thompson, followed by Randy Pierce.
Greg Thompson is not here.
Okay, then Randy Pierce, followed by James Williams.
Randy Pierce is not here either. Oh, no, he is. My apologies.
I'm here. Hi, everybody.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
All right. Well, good afternoon, members of the City Planning Commission, Madam Chair. My name is Randy Pierce, President and CEO of the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce. The Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce is the voice of Brooklyn's business community, offering promotion, support, and advocacy services to businesses to help grow our local economy and create jobs and opportunities for Brooklynites. During the pandemic, we have significantly expanded our services to focus on small business recovery efforts throughout the borough. The Brooklyn Chamber is in full support of the zoning amendments that will allow for the creation and mapping of the special Brooklyn Navy Yard district. The Yard has been and continues to be a major generator of good jobs in Brooklyn that support our working families with good wages and benefits. In addition, the Brooklyn Navy Yard has been at the forefront of designing and delivering innovative workforce training and job placement services to their tenants that focus on local area employment. The zoning amendment will allow the Yard to remain on a growth track as outlined in their 2018 master plan, which was developed with extensive community input and will help them realize the goal of 30,000 jobs in total. A special district designation is needed to allow the Yard to modernize the campus and allow for the construction of buildings optimized for today's manufacturing needs, and to allow for increased community access and to better connect the community to an even greater range of job opportunities. The potential for other beneficial facilities, such as childcare and educational spaces, will further support the community around the Brooklyn Navy Yard. In sum, the Brooklyn Navy Yard is a responsive and responsible community partner for the creation of jobs, the ability to attract quality employers, and to increase access by the surrounding neighborhoods. This project has the full support of the Brooklyn Chamber, and I just want to compliment the entire leadership team at the Brooklyn Navy Yard for all the work that they've done over these years. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be James Williams, followed by Renzo Ramirez.
Good morning, City Planning Commission. My name is James Williams. I'm the COO for Nanotronics. I'm testifying in support of the Navy Yard Special District application. 5 years ago, Nanotronics moved into the Brooklyn Navy Yard. We were inspired by its rich inventive history, the diversity of its businesses, and the potential to be an epicenter for the next industrial revolution. As our business grew, we knew we needed to expand our manufacturing footprint. In 2018, we entered talks with cities across the United States. We had a goal of creating a model for a distributed manufacturing network around the world. We saw a need for an engine of invention, for next generation foundational technologies brought to our communities sooner. And we saw not work for wage, but humans building and creating, without tedium. We called this the future of access. One of the places we looked was in our own backyard. The Brooklyn Navy Yard's historic Building 20 was the perfect location, but one notion gave us pause. In 1940, 60% of New Yorkers held manufacturing jobs. These totaled more than the next 5 cities combined. New York City today is the world's cultural, media, financial, and creative capital, but is not at the industrial powerhouse it once was. We worried if the talent base would be here, and we needed to grow rapidly. The leadership at the Navy Yard assuaged these fears. They cleared a path for a project that is a shining example of city, state, and private collaboration. From our partnerships introduced by the Navy Yard with the Brooklyn Steam Center, SBS, Tech Talent Pipeline, Brooklyn Workforce Initiative, ESD, Brooklyn Tech, and as a startup New York company affiliated with CUNY Medgar Evers College. Nanotronics has been able to scale to meet the most urgent demands of our time. The employment office at BNY and these partners have helped us reduce our outside recruiting costs to less than 5%, which means more jobs and sooner. The city has done amazing work with the SEAM Center and Apprentice NYC, but it should double down on these programs. Our supply chains are broken. This pandemic has shown a spotlight on our weaknesses. We need more technical programs, vocational schools. We encounter people every day from all backgrounds with a common calling. The proposed special district will provide new educational opportunities for these people, to build a better world for their families and communities, to give people a way to breathe. The nanotech that leads to radical innovation in power and electronics, the technology that not only reduces waste to address climate change, but to harvest the raw materials to be less reliant on complex supply chains, to move our goods and fellow citizens safely, quickly, and ecologically, to rapidly sequence the DNA and RNA needed for vaccines and therapies, to grow food in our backyard, our front yards, at our dinner tables, and to learn, to bring a concerted future of abundance in a place that is accessible. These things just a short while ago seemed like science fiction. This is a reality for the machines and software our team builds in the Navy Yard, and many more neighbors like us. New York possesses the history and gumption to lay the groundwork for a better tomorrow, here, now, and today. As a son of Flatbush, I could not feel more pride and responsibility that the world's future is built right here in the Navy Yard. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying, Mr. Williams. Our next speaker will be Renzo Ramirez, followed by Jesse Solomon.
Renzo is not here.
Okay, then on to Jesse Solomon, followed by Gerarda M. Shields.
Hi, good afternoon. Good morning rather. My name is Jesse Solomon, and I'm the Executive Director of Southwest Brooklyn Industrial Development Corporation. And I'm testifying here today in support of the proposed Brooklyn Navy Yard Special District. For over 40 years, SBIDC has provided services to small industrial and manufacturing businesses and workforce development programming to local residents in Southwest Brooklyn. We understand well the challenges to bridging the jobs offered along the industrial waterfront with the local workforce, and the Navy Yard has been a strong leader in making these connections happen. The COVID pandemic confirmed what industrial advocates have long argued, that industrial and manufacturing jobs, industrial businesses, and industrial land are a vital resource for our city. And as New York begins to recover from the pandemic, industrial jobs can be a key part of making our city more equitable, because these jobs are accessible to folks with barriers to employment, and they offer living wages and a pathway to the middle class. However, these jobs need to be accessible to the general public, and training for these jobs needs to be part of students' education. The Brooklyn Navy Yard's plan to create an equitable central business district is important to accomplishing that goal. Their plan to modernize manufacturing space, bring and grow industrial businesses on their campus, and expand public space that interfaces with the local community will help integrate industrial business opportunities and jobs into the fabric of communities all over Brooklyn. SBIDC strongly supports the Navy Yard's plan to invest in the future of New York City's industrial sector and the residents in the surrounding community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I understand that Adam Friedman has returned to the room, so we will hear, as mentioned before, from Gerarda M. Shields and then Adam Friedman.
Hello and good morning to the members of the City Planning Commission and our engaged community stakeholders. My name is Gerarda Shields. I serve as Dean of the School of Technology and Design at New York City College of Technology, part of the City University of New York, better known to many as City Tech. In that capacity, I can attest to the growth and impact the Brooklyn Navy Yard Development Corporation has made on the surrounding community. As a workforce development and educational partner, City Tech supports the proposal for the Navy Yard Special District designation. City Tech has had a long history of working with the Navy Yard. For example, nearly 200 of our students engage in short-term experiential learning opportunities, internships, or are employed at the Navy Yard annually. In addition, our faculty use the Navy Yard for professional development and place-based learning. As the only College of Technology in the CUNY system, City Tech can attest to the transition towards technology-based industries well-suited for the special district designation. With over 7,000 students in our STEM programs, We want to underscore the need for local entrepreneurs and startups to have access to our pipeline of talent. The Navy Yard has, and we expect it to continue to be, a source of thriving employment and upward economic mobility for our nearly 3,000 yearly graduates and the local community. The Navy Yard's mission echoes our own, which is to provide broad access to high-quality technological and professional opportunities for a diverse urban population. The Navy Yard's master plan and the requested rezoning aligns with our mission and has our support. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying, Dean Shields. And I also want to thank you because the Department of City Planning is proud to have among its ranks graduates of your fine institution and also interns. So thank you for producing such talent.
No, thank you. And thank you for recognizing it and hiring our graduates.
Our next speaker will be Adam Friedman, followed by Jan Michael Maluto.
Was I muted for that?
There you go.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of the proposed rezoning. I'm Adam Friedman, director of the Pratt Center, where our Made in NYC program serves more than 1,500 local manufacturers. I also co-founded and now chair the National Urban Manufacturing Alliance, which includes practitioners in 200 cities. I often use the Navy Yard to illustrate best practice in everything from the curation of tenants to create synergies and build out a strong ecosystem, to their employment center, which has been so successful in recruiting and placing residents from the neighboring NYCHA housing, to their very deliberate and comprehensive redesign of their programs and operations to advance racial and economic justice. I'm also a long-term member of the Navy Yard's board of directors, and so I've seen the evolution of their model for mission-driven development. Two issues I'd like to address: requirements for plantings in the public space and the incorporation of other non-industrial uses into the Navy Yard ecosystem. In general, I oppose non-industrial uses such as hotels in M zones because they ignite commercial gentrification and displacement. This is not a risk here. Maximizing profits on the building is not a risk here because that's not the Yard's mission. Creating industrial jobs, it's its mission. And there are other safeguards, including the Yard's tenanting guidelines and policies and board approval that is required for each lease. Allowing showroom and academic space will add to the resources and vibrancy of the Yard and support that manufacturing ecosystem. Second, imposing a requirement on the open space that some of it be used for planting is a missed opportunity. I have some institutional history with the Planning Commission, and I recall discussions here at the commission where members were sort of bemoaning how industrial buildings all have for rent signs and look abandoned, creating a false narrative about the city's industrial sector. This is a chance for the commission to help put the record straight. The Navy Yard should use the vitality of the city's manufacturers through creativity and use of the Yard's public space with public installations and demonstration of arts, sciences, and technology that are now happening at the Yard. I urge you to approve the zoning amendment without additional requirements for plantings and use limitations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Our next speaker is Jan Michael Maluto, to be followed by Greg Thompson.
All right, hello, commissioners. My name is Jan Michael Maluto, and I am testifying in support of the special district. I represent Fair Designs, Inc. We're fine architectural metal workers and have been Navy Yard tenants for over 20 years. We employ over 40 talented metal workers, machinists, finishers, and designers. Our employees come from all 5 boroughs of the city and have left their mark on projects including Trinity Church, Wall Street, Pier 57, and the Morgan Library. I can tell you with confidence that it would be difficult to support our type of work, all done locally here in New York, without the support of the Navy Yard. We currently use every foot of our 25,000 square foot ground floor space and often mount full-scale mock-ups and pre-installation fit-ups, utilizing 40 feet of vertical space. The XL floor plans in the special district really resonate with us, and far from being schematic, they really do represent how a manufacturer like us uses industrial space. I can also tell you that the Navy Yard's business support and workforce development teams have been vital partners in our work. The Al Wiltshire Employment Center has connected us with installers, fabricators, and even a senior project manager. We've trained our machinists at the STEAM Center sent fabricators and finishers to management training. And through the pandemic, our leaders found support and partnership through the Yard's business support cohort. On a personal note, I can thank the Yard for my own career. As a student in City Tech's manufacturing department, I was part of the first cohort of SBS's Brooklyn Tech Triangle internship program. I interned at FERA in over 8 years, multiple projects and multiple opportunities. I'm now the Director of Project Development. Thanks to the Yard, I'm proud to say that we've hosted and hired many other City Tech interns since. Thank you to Dean Shields and her work sending them over here. As a lifelong New Yorker and an industrial manufacturing tenant, I am proud to work on a campus that constantly affirms its manufacturing-centered mission. The Yard's been great at actively engaging their manufacturing tenants, and specific details of the master plan make this clear, as has the recent arrival of new industrial tenants, such as Nanotronics, National Elevator, and the addition of quality transport and access improvements. I'm a daily ferry commuter, and I've been a ferry commuter since the first day of service to the Yard. Our employees regularly utilize the Dumbo and Atlantic Terminal shuttles, and many others walk from home or bike in. I support the Special District Manufacturing Forward vision. Thank all of you for hearing my testimony today, and look forward to many, many more years here at the Yard.
Thank you, Mr. Maluto, both for sharing your personal story. And I have to say, as with Mr. Williams, it is very helpful to hear from the people who are actually providing the jobs, the employment at the Navy Yard.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Greg Thompson, followed by Renzo Ramirez.
Hello, my name is Greg Thompson. I'm the Executive Director of Cry Precision. We are a vertically integrated design and manufacturing company producing apparel and personal protective equipment for the U.S. military, law enforcement, and our allies across the globe. Thank you for allowing me to testify in support of the Navy Yard Special District application today. And also thank you for those who were able to visit us last week at the factory. I hope you found that informative and enjoyable. We started the company back in 2000 and quickly moved to the Navy Yard in January of 2002, when it became obvious that not only space, but flexibility and security would likely be a big part of our business. At the time, we were about 6 people doing product design work. And we thought that at the time, 3,500 square feet of office and shop space was enormous. But we were young and dumb, and like most companies, you simply don't know exactly where you're going. But thankfully, we're a tiny bit smarter now. Throughout these 20 years, and really through the cooperative flexibility of the Navy Yard, and I say that, I cannot overstate that, is the only way that we've been able to expand our company as we have, from the 5-6 people that I previously mentioned to now the 250, 260 people we now employ, and the 120,000 square feet we currently occupy within the Navy Yard. Again, if you've been to our space, it's a state-of-the-art facility, and we're looking to expand that now into adjacent buildings with a specific focus on upskilling our workforce, as well as a training facility for incoming employees who have literally no skills that they're bringing to the table. So that is part of the challenge, is finding that workforce, and we're thankful that we can do that in New York. We're also very thankful that, again, the flexibility of the Navy Yard has been sort of the cornerstone. We've never viewed them as anything even close to a landlord, but rather a partner in our expansion. Again, that is a critical aspect of why we are here in New York. The Navy Yard has been a safe haven for manufacturing businesses like ours in the city, and it creates a unique ecosystem of other manufacturers like ourselves, big and small. And this couldn't have come kind of more to the forefront than during the pandemic, in which we teamed up with a series of other Navy Yard companies to produce gowns and other items for PPE during the pandemic. So in that particular case, we teamed up and collaborated to produce over 250,000 hospital gowns within days after being asked. So again, that's sort of shined a spotlight on the lack of manufacturing opportunity, space, infrastructure, supply chain that we need to be really aware of. Not going to lie, New York City is a very hard place to run a business, possibly the hardest in the country. Frankly, the Brooklyn Navy Yard and its dedication to business was our main attractor as a company. But New York City is in competition with the rest of the country and the world, and even more so now after the pandemic. Smart
Thank
business.
you, Mr. Thompson. I'm afraid the time is up. I do want to thank you for you and all the manufacturers who were so indispensable in producing the PPE. I heard your comment about being young and dumb, and I think many of us can relate to that, but seeing the success of your business, I'd say you haven't gotten just a little bit smarter, but a whole heck of a lot smarter.
Thank you very much. Sorry for going over.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Renzo Ramirez, to be followed by David Burgess.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chair Lago and members of the commission. My name is Renzo Ramirez and I am a member of 32BJ SEIU. As you know, 32BJ is the largest property service union, representing 85,000 property service workers across the city. We represent workers who maintain, clean, and provide security services in buildings like the one being discussed at the Brooklyn Navy Yard. 32BJ supports responsible developers who invest in the communities where they build. I'm happy to report that the developers affiliated with this project, Building 77 QA LICB Inc. and NYC Small Business Services, have a track record as responsible employers. We estimate that this rezoning, which will allow the construction of over 4 million square feet in support of the creation of manufacturing jobs over the next 10 years. We estimate that the proposed project would increase the commercial office by more than 1 million square feet, which could result in 33 additional cleaning jobs and 15 additional security officers. We are having good conversations with the developers and will keep the community board updated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker will be David Burgess, to be followed by Nikki Russ Fetterman.
Good morning. Good morning, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Darryl Burgess, and I am the president of the Ingersoll Houses Tenant Association. I am here today to speak in support of the Brooklyn Navy Yard's special district application. To start, I want to note that the Navy Yard has engaged Ingersoll Houses and other community partners in early and often as they formulated the master plan that informs the special district. The Navy Yard has been a strong partner, including supporting our community, including our children through family days, back-to-school events, and toy drives. More importantly, the Navy Yard has shown a unique understanding of the needs of neighboring NYCHA residents, many of which had gone unaddressed for years. Thanks to the Navy Yard, we now have an increased access to fresh food and jobs at an impressive new grocery store, Wegmans. Employment placement and workforce training at the yard, the new transportation access through the New York City ferry stop, city bikes, and other micro-mobility options. Such opportunities are rare and so important for community members who might have limited mobility or difficulty finding nearby jobs. These community benefits show that it is possible for growth to lift all New Yorkers together. I hope that the commissioners will join Ingersoll Houses in supporting the Neighbor Yard Special District and the opportunity it presents to New Yorkers. Thank you for hearing my testimony, and I look forward to continuing the Tenant Association's participation in this process.
Thank you for taking the time to testify, Mr. Burgess.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Nikki Russ Fetterman, followed by Kayon Price. I'm afraid that you're muted.
Sorry about that. Good morning. I'm Nikki Russ Fetterman. I'm the fourth generation co-owner of Russ & Daughters, my family's 108-year-old appetizing business, the home of bagels and lox since 1914. I'm also a lifelong and fiercely proud New Yorker. I'm raising my children in the same Brooklyn neighborhood I grew up in, and they're attending the same public school that I went to as a child. In the past 7 years, my cousin and business partner and I have expanded Russ & Daughters beyond our original Lower East Side shop to now include 2 restaurants, Russ and Daughters Cafe, Russ and Daughters at the Jewish Museum, and Russ and Daughters Brooklyn, located in Building 77 at the Brooklyn Navy Yard. In 2018, we decided to bring Russ and Daughters Brooklyn to the Navy Yard and built out an 18,000 square foot space. This has become our headquarters. It's the site of our bakery, our commissary kitchens, shipping facility, warehouse, offices, as well as a retail counter serving our Brooklyn customers. The Brooklyn Navy Yard and the Brooklyn Navy Yard Development Corporation offered several compelling reasons to bring Russ and Daughters Brooklyn here. Ample space, typically hard to find in New York, at a sustainable rate. The ease of doing business, proximity to other locations, the BNDYC's non-traditional role as more of a partner than a landlord, hiring support from the Yard's Employment Center, and the ability to secure a long-term home for our headquarters without feeling the short-term squeeze of the for-profit real estate market. It has been a tremendous boon to continue to grow Russ and Daughters right here in the heart of New York and continue our dedication to the city. The Navy Yard's unique role as a nonprofit dedicated to supporting and promoting its businesses and job growth is not just talk, it's how the Yard is run. The BNYDC has consistently demonstrated to us their commitment to helping Russ and Daughters survive and thrive. And it's no exaggeration to say that our space at the Navy Yard is what saved Russ and Daughters during the pandemic. The Yard stayed open without disruption, recognizing that many of its tenants were essential businesses. We kept operating, delivering food directly to individuals and frontline workers throughout the city and the country. And with the ample space we have here, our staff felt comfortable coming to work throughout COVID, and we were able to take on significant growth in our nationwide shipping business, while our restaurants were shut down and retail business was drastically reduced. The Navy Yard is an incredible ecosystem of the most interesting, innovative, creative, and diverse New Yorkers. It's the best of what the city has to offer. Right now, 4 STEAM Center students are in my space having a work experience. And one of our workers from last year is now in his 2nd year at West Point. And I was happy to write his recommendation. For this reason—
Thank you, Ms. Russ Fetterman.
I fully support—
I'm afraid your time—
application. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your testimony. It's a little bit cruel having you talk about your family's business as we're approaching lunch hour. But I did start my morning with one of your roll mops, which was just delicious. Thank you.
That's so wonderful.
Again, thank you. Okay, I'll think of it that way. Our next speaker will be Keon Price.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I want to testify in support of the Brooklyn Navy Yard rezoning fund. My name is Keon Price. I currently serve as the founding principal for the New York City Department of Education's public high school program, the Brooklyn STEAM Center, located here in Building 77 on the Brooklyn Navy Yard. As a proud Brooklynite who grew up in Crown Heights, attended high school here at George Westinghouse High School, has worked on the Navy Yard now for the past 3+ years, I'm incredibly proud to be a member of this community and a partner to the Brooklyn Navy Yard Development Corporation. Like so many other New Yorkers whose community has been significantly impacted by COVID-19, which has only accentuated the deep public health crisis and economic inequities, I'm eternally grateful to the Brooklyn Navy Yard Development Corporation for their support in helping us meet the needs of our school community over the past 19 months. The Brooklyn Navy Yard Development Corporation helped us procure grants. It's purchased wireless hotspots, technology devices, food and delivery services to help our scholars during their time of need. When the DOE was slow to respond, the Brooklyn Navy Yard Development Corporation jumped in and helped us immediately provide to our community and significantly lowered the loss of learning time most of our students experienced early last year. During the beginning of the shutdown, the Brooklyn Navy Yard Development Corporation placed a call out to their employer communities and partnered with our school to utilize the manufacturing equipment in our space to produce mask and ventilator parts during the nationwide shortage. To recover, grow, and thrive as a city, we need to invest in proven models of economic growth for everyone. The Brooklyn Navy Yard Development Corporation has proven that it can successfully bridge the gap between workforce development, education, private industry, and the public sector to to create light manufacturing jobs that support New Yorkers from many different backgrounds. I'm also excited to see how the special district will make the yard more open to my community with new public spaces, expanded educational programming. I'm eternally proud to be a part of the Brooklyn Navy Yard community, and I support its plan to realize its nonprofit model for job growth. Thank you to the members of the board for hearing my testimony tonight. I also just wanted to add that Navy Yard has helped secure a number of scholarship opportunities for our young people. And I want to shout out Nikki and the rest of the daughters crew for always being a huge supporter of the Brooklyn STEAM Center, and to our partners at Nanotronics, Card Positions, for their support. So thank you again to the Brooklyn Navy Yard Development Corporation for truly helping to bridge the gap between school and the world of work.
And thank you, Mr. Price, for the work that you do on behalf of the city students. So Ryan, that is the last of the folks who have signed up. Has anyone else registered?
There are no further speakers on this item.
Okay, so this public hearing is closed.
Next item, Borough of Brooklyn, calendar numbers 45 through 49. CD1, calendar number 45, C210480ZMK. Calendar number 46, C210481ZSK. Calendar number 47, N210482ZRK. Calendar number 48, C210483HAK. Calendar number 49, C210484PPK. A public hearing in the matter of applications for zoning map, zoning text amendments, UDAP designation, project approval, and disposition of city-owned property concerning Cooper Park Commons.
We'll have a 10-minute team presentation by a team comprised of Frank Lang, Lynn Zhang, Eric Buchanan, Aaron Kaufman, Joseph Moyer, Michael Olhausen, Paul Woody, and Jordan Most.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Erin Buchanan from the New York City Department of Housing Preservation and Development. I'm here today with members of the development team to present the Cooper Park Commons ULURP application. This long-awaited project proposes to redevelop a large, partially vacant city-owned site in East Williamsburg into new buildings, which will be affordable to extremely low and low-income New Yorkers. Next slide. HPD issued a request for expressions of interest in 2017 for the redevelopment of the Greenpoint Hospital campus, and Cooper Park Commons was designated to St. Nick's Alliance, Hudson Companies, and Project Renewal for their experience in the community in developing large affordable housing projects and in successfully managing homeless shelters. The ULURP application for this project was certified on June 21st, and HPD and Maspeth Manager LLC are seeking approvals for UDAP designation and project approval and the disposition of city-owned property, a disposition approval to permit general community facility use on block 2885 lot 10, a zoning map amendment, a zoning text amendment, and a large scale special permit. Next slide, please. The project area is a one-block area between Maspeth Avenue, Kingsland Avenue, Jackson Street, and Debevoise Avenue in Community District 1. A formerly mapped portion of Skillman Avenue runs through the center of the block. Much of the surrounding area includes a wide range of land uses, and residential uses in the area include 1- and 2-family residences, elevator apartment buildings, and the 700-unit NYCHA Cooper Park houses. Commercial uses in the area are located along Kingsland and Metropolitan Avenues, and the blocks to the east of Cooper Park houses contain a concentration of industrial and manufacturing uses that are part of the North Brooklyn IBZ. Open spaces in the area include Cooper Park, 2 Green Thumb Gardens, and Frost Playground. The area is served by public transit, including the L subway line and B24 bus. Next slide. The redevelopment of block 2885 is proposed to include 2 new buildings, the renovation of 2 existing buildings, and approximately 1.6 acres of landscaped public open space. The proposed project will contain approximately 553 100% affordable rental units, plus 3 units for superintendents and the on-site replacement of the 200-bed homeless shelter, ground floor retail and community facility spaces, and amenities for the future tenants. Now I'll turn it over to Frank Lang from St. Nick's Alliance to continue.
Thank you very much. I'm Frank Lang. I'm the Director of Housing for St. Nick's Alliance. We're a 46-year-old
not-for-profit organization and part of a coalition that's been a part of planning the development of the site for the last 40 years. If we could get the next slide, please. We currently own and manage the other buildings on this site that are not part of the disposition, but are part of the rezoning action. We are pleased to join with Hudson Companies and Project Renewal, two extremely experienced and renowned developers of affordable and supportive housing. One of the things I want to make very clear is that the plan you're going to see is one that has been developed in concert with the neighborhood groups and follows a community plan, which has been supported by the community board and elected officials over these 40 years. I'd like to turn it over to Aaron Kaufman, and the next slide, please.
Was muted. Thank you, Frank. I'm Aaron Kaufman, Managing Principal of the Hudson Companies. I want to thank Chair Lago, Vice Chair Knuckles, and the entire commissioners, as well as Brooklyn City Planning and Brooklyn Planning at HPD for their feedback, their guidance, and their partnership to get us here today. So thank you all for your incredible diligence and hard work. Here is the site plan of the existing conditions. You can see here is what Frank alluded to in the top northwest and northeast corners are the neighborhood women's houses that are currently owned by St. Nick's. We have the power plant directly at the top, the main hospital building, which currently operates a DHS shelter. In the middle, that was the old hospital building. St. Nick's headquarters is in the southwest, and the nurses' residence to the southeast, which will also be redeveloped. Next slide. And you can see vacant land in between on the southern side of Maspeth. So here's the site plan of what we are looking to do with these 553 units and 200 bed shelter. In building 1, where the existing building is, that will be preserved and turn into a 200 bed shelter. The current shelter that is in the existing hospital, which is shown here as building 3, will be moved over to building 1 and co-operated by St. Nick's and Project Renewal. Building 2 is a brand new 310 unit all affordable building with retail and community facility on the ground floor. Building 3, the existing hospital building, will be converted to 106 units of senior housing, all affordable units. And building 4 will be a new building facing Jackson Street and partially connected to building 3, which will be 137 units of affordable housing community facility. I will say that together, the combined FAR here is about 3.95, which for the proposed R72 district is much lower than the 6.5 FAR that is allowed. Next slide, please. And you can see here's our affordability proposal using the affordability set by HUD at $107,400 for a family of 3. Apologies for the missing right parentheses. This is true affordable housing here. No units are above 80% AMI, and we have really 6 bands for eligible New Yorkers, Brooklynites, residents of CB1 to come and call Greenpoint, well, Cooper Park Commons, their new home. And you can see here we have 167 units of formerly homeless, and then it ramps up up towards 80% AMI. More than 50% of the units in buildings 2 and 4, the new building, are family size units. 32% of them are below 50% AMI. And as you see here, 30% of the units are set aside for formerly homeless. Next slide, please. If Paul Woody is here, I can turn it over to him for the homeless shelter.
Yeah, hi.
Hey, Paul.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay, great. So my name is Paul Woody. I'm the Vice President of Real Estate here at Project Renewal. We're very excited about this project and being on this team, and thank you for your time today. So as Aaron said before, we'll be the co-managers and developers of the shelter, which will be in Building 1, the former nurses' residence. We're very excited about this project. We aim to operate our shelters in purpose-built facilities, which this will be. We've spent a lot of time with Hudson and our design team to make sure that the building will be able to allow us to deliver our sort of wraparound services to our clients in a building custom made for that. We've gotten feedback from the variety of programs that will be located in the building, including case management, healthcare, employment counseling, occupational therapy, our housing placement services, all of which have contributed to the design of this building that we're looking at right now. We've also been very thoughtful about the safety of the building and the surrounding community. We have Project Renewal has a head of security that has provided input into the design of this project, and we've made sure that we have the proper accommodations made both inside and outside the building to make sure that the building is safe for our clients, our staff, and the neighborhood. Project Renewal is very dedicated to working with the community, every community we're in, and this one as well. We have a 24/7 safety and security program at all of our facilities, and we pride ourselves on being a good neighbor. We have a policy that we circulate and have reached out to a lot of community groups in Greenpoint to make sure their needs are being met and their voices are heard. And we will be maintaining a community advisory board for this project that will get continuous feedback from over the course of operations. And that's it for the
Aaron. Yep. Thank you, Paul. So quickly, next slide. I know we're running out of time. You can see here the ground floor uses. This is mostly centered on the health clinic that we plan on having on the eastern side of Building 2. On Maspeth, we will also have a business workforce development center and cafe, kind of round out the public facing side that faces Cooper Park on Maspeth. And there'll also be a senior center, which will not only service the new residents, but also Cooper Park houses to the north. Next slide, please.
I'm afraid that the time has run out, and especially given that we have 110 speakers remaining, now to toss it over for questioning from the commission.
Our apologies.
Commissioner Burney.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry I have to rush through the presentation, but we had a discussion at the review session about the bulk and massing of the 12-story building. I think it's Building 2. And I believe at the review session, you had mentioned that you were reconsidering the design of that particular part of the proposal. So I wonder if there's been any progress on that front.
It was really hard to hear you, Commissioner, but I think we know the gist of your question. Which have we given any thought prior following your comments at the certification hearing to the facade? And the answer is yes. I mean, we are taking that seriously insofar as looking at possible ways to break up the facade that faces Maspeth. I thought those might be shown. Unfortunately, they're in our presentation. We just didn't get to them. I don't know if we can show slide 16.
Yes, we will call that up if that would be helpful in answering Commissioner Burney's question.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I assume this is a work in progress, and this will be in our package, and perhaps we can discuss it further. Thank you.
Yes, actually. So, if I may, I'm sorry. If we can go back to slide 15, that's the existing design, right? And now go to slide. And I imagine Commissioner Burney, you're focused on this building in particular. So we looked at ways to possibly break up the facade, and these are two ideas that we've come up with. These are still in sketch form. But we think it actually does a nice job of breaking it up. I mean, it's funny. I actually I saw that you were quoted as once saying that there's a place for iconic buildings, and there's also a place for buildings that blend in. And I think this may be a third path of an iconic building that blends in. At least that's our hope. Because this was obviously informed on the beautiful Greenpoint Hospital building behind it, and in ways that we could use that color palette here while also maximizing affordable housing and creating a nice wall for Cooper Park to the north. So this is the direction we are headed in. and would be happy to hear your comments so far.
Well, I certainly appreciate your efforts, and I totally agree with your motives here. I mean, I think the problem is that you're dealing with a significant amount of bulk, and you're squeezing it onto that site, and it's kind of, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. And it's almost as though what you would like to do is remove that top 5, 6 stories, but of course that then diminishes the number of units that you're providing. So I understand the difficulty. But you know, keep on blending. Perhaps we'll get there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner.
And I'll also note that our Brooklyn office, including our urban designers, are very much involved in this reshaping. And when it comes back to post-hearing follow-up, we can discuss it at greater length.
Terrific. Well, they can be extremely helpful, the Brooklyn office. So yes.
Okay, then thank you to the development team. Our next speaker will be Yuri Sanchez, to be followed by Karen Leader.
Yuri is a member of DSS who is available for any questions and will not be providing testimony.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. Then Karen Leader, to be followed by Eric Brusatis.
Good morning, members of the City Planning Commission. My name is Karen Leader, and I am a 40-plus year resident of Cooper Park Houses and a longtime member of GREC. Local residents like me have fought for proper development of this site and have worked endless hours and years to see this community plan come to fruition. I, along with others, have had some concerns about the height of the buildings in this plan. My concern was that the height of these buildings would block the natural sunlight from residents of Cooper Park Houses. This concern was addressed after the environmental engineers shared results from their area study. I feel that the taller buildings are needed to maximize the number of units offered to low-income households. These buildings will have no market rate units and will relieve the housing cost burden on over 550 low-income households. These families will now have a place that offers stability and financial self-sufficiency. The height is no longer a concern for me, as opposed to lowering the buildings and having fewer units to offer those in need. Personally speaking, a major concern that we have in America is the lack of affordable housing. Homelessness is a major result. Furthermore, children in foster care oftentimes cannot be reunited with their parents because affordable housing is an obstacle. These are just 2 horrors caused by the scarcity of low and middle income housing. A different issue that needs to be better managed is the number of parking spaces in this plan. Bringing 550 new units into this site without including at least 30 on-site parking spaces means that those car owners will not have a place to legally park. Also worth mentioning is that in this plan, we will be losing at least 4 of our existing on-street parking spaces, as the entrances for commercial and resident vehicles will eliminate those much needed on-street parking spaces. Therefore, the 30 parking spaces at this site, at a minimum, must remain in place. In closing, not only do I support the plan that is before you, I'm asking for your votes of approval on it. Because of time restraints, along with my testimony, I'm also submitting the request that is being made by GREC members. Thank you for your time and a positive response.
Thank you, Ms. Leader, and thank you and the community that has so long advocated for the redevelopment of this important site.
You're welcome.
Our next speaker will be Eric Brusatis, followed by Marissa Williams.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair and the Commission for allowing me to testify today. My name is Eric Brusatis. I'm a over 10-year member of GREC and also a member of Community Board 1. I want to express my support for this project. As noted by Ms. Leader, this has been long in coming through a lot of difficulties in planning over the years, and it's very refreshing to the community to finally have a plan that can move forward that will provide the much needed affordable housing for the community, especially since the rezoning, which has allowed for so much luxury development and has really changed the character of North Brooklyn. This project not only provides affordable housing, it provides adequate open space, senior housing, other amenities the community has been asking for years. I do understand the concerns with the bulk and the height. We've had numerous discussions within GREC and with the community about it. I think we've come to an understanding that we need this height to maintain the affordable units. I also want to say, in terms of the parking spaces that Ms. Leader mentioned, as I'm sure you are aware, that citywide there has been a large increase in restaurant shelters that are not planning on going away. This has resulted in the loss of hundreds of parking spots in North Brooklyn, putting parking at an even increasing premium, not to mention the current plans by the Department of Transportation to put paid parking under the BQE, which has been a long time resource for people in the area to use as free parking. So these spots are essential to the project, not only because we're increasing the population, but also because parking is now at a high premium within the district. So I will encourage you to support this project. Please vote yes and let it move forward to secure the 35 plus years that GREC has been working to improve the neighborhood and to provide affordable housing for all its residents with an inclusion for North Brooklyn residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'll also note, with the focus that the prior two speakers have had on affordable housing, that I was incredibly heartened this morning to read a headline: White House unveils plan to produce 100,000 affordable homes. So welcome to see a federal government re-entering the housing arena.
It's been a long time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Marissa Williams.
Good morning, Chair Lago and Vice Chair Knuckles. My name is Marissa Williams, and I'm here on behalf of John Santos, Vice President of SEIU Local 32BJ. We thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today. My remarks are in relation to the Cooper Park Commons project. 32BJ represents 175,000 property service workers in 11 East Coast states and Washington, D.C. Here in New York City, our 85,000 members support their families through their jobs as janitors, residential building workers, security officers, airport workers, and many other vital roles in the property sector. Our membership is diverse, but our fight for good jobs and policies that lift up working families unites us every day. I want to acknowledge the commitment the Cooper Park Commons Development Project has made to build affordable housing. Communities in our city, like those our members come from, are in urgent need of new units of housing that are accessible to people on low to moderate incomes. It is equally as important, however, that projects like Cooper Park Commons make commitments to providing good jobs to the property service workers who will service, maintain, and keep the building safe once they are complete. The Cooper Park Commons project involves the closure of the Barbara Kleinman residence, a 200-bed homeless shelter currently operated by the Department of Homeless Services, and the opening of a new built-for-purpose shelter of the same capacity to be operated by a nonprofit organization. There are currently 58 security officers represented by 32BJ employed at Barbara Kleinman Shelter through an agency contracted security vendor. These officers stayed on the job through the height of the pandemic to keep vulnerable New Yorkers safe. They deserve to know that if this project moves ahead, their dedication will be recognized and they will have jobs at the new shelter. The union is hoping to avoid situations that have occurred in the past when security officers have experienced major disruptions when the management of shelter locations have transitioned from DHS to nonprofit providers. Regardless of who manages shelter sites, we strongly believe that the officers deserve respect, quality wages, and benefits, and job security. The recent city budget included funding that would enable nonprofit shelter operators to ensure the wages and benefits of security officers employed at their sites meet the same prevailing wage standards that are required to be paid to security officers working at DHS-run locations. There is currently a bill before City Council, Intro 2006-2020, which I am confident will soon pass, which will enshrine this standard into law. This means that when the new shelter at Cooper Park Commons opens for operation, it will likely be do so in an environment in which shelter security officers must be paid the same whether they work for the city or a privately run shelter. In addition, if the city budget follows the precedent set this year, nonprofit shelter providers will receive funding to ensure they can meet the wage and benefit standard. Given this, there is nothing that should prevent the developers from the project from giving a commitment that they will ensure that the nonprofit chosen to manage the new shelter will retain the existing security workers. The project is also likely to create ongoing building service jobs in the residential and mixed-use spaces. I believe that ensuring these jobs are secure, family-sustaining jobs with training and career path opportunities is a vital step the developers can take.
Ms. Williams, I'm afraid that your time is up, but if you would want to submit your written testimony, we'll gladly accept that.
Yep.
Thank you.
No problem.
Ryan, are there any other people who have signed up?
There are no further speakers on this item.
Okay, then the public hearing is closed.
Our next item, Commissioners, Borough of Brooklyn, calendar numbers 50 and 51, CD3, calendar number 50, C210276ZMK, calendar number 51, N210277ZRK. A public hearing in the matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendments concerning 1045 Atlantic Avenue.
We will have a 10-minute team presentation by a team comprised of Jason Diaz, Vivian Liao, Elizabeth Ganella, Calvin Granum, Gordon Bell, Tucker Reed, and Bhaskar Srivastava.
Good morning. Should I start?
Please.
Can everyone hear me? Okay. Good morning. My name is Vivian Liao, and I'm one of the principals of Totem. Thank you to the chair and the commission for hosting us. We're excited to be partnering with our friends at Bedford-Stuyvesant Restoration Corporation to help bring new affordable housing and other benefits to Central Brooklyn at 1045 Atlantic Avenue. Next slide, please. We started Totem 5 years ago, bringing our collective experience in government, urban design, and real estate to focus on local projects that benefit communities. The common thread tying our projects together is the approach we take to centering the voices of communities in which we work. As a group of former public servants, we see the opportunity to leverage the power of the marketplace to create lasting benefits for the community. We're literally trying to chart a new way of development, one building at a time. This slide shows the hallmarks of a Totem development, how we're trying to build intentionally and with the community in mind, focus on a few key principles: housing affordability, economic mobility, inclusive infrastructure, and sustainability. We're particularly proud of how we plan to put these principles into action, specifically on 1045 Atlantic, a development that has been shaped by many conversations with the community, council member, and community board. For details on the project now, I'm going to turn things over to my partner, Tucker Reed, to take you through the specifics.
Thank you, Vivian. Next slide, please. And thank you to the commission for hearing us this morning. I just wanted to frame quickly, one of the reasons that we were really drawn to this project is because of the data that you see on the screen here. Number 303 there is Community Board 3 in Central Brooklyn. You see the number on the left is the number of affordable units that have been built over the last 10 years in the district. The number on the right are the number of market rate units that have been built. And so close to 26,000 new units of housing have been built across Brooklyn, about 3,200 of which were in this community board, only 200 of which were considered affordable. And so we really looked at this opportunity working with Bedford-Stuyvesant, working with the St. Nick's Alliance, working with other people here for today about how to really address this issue. Next slide, please. Here's the zoning map that zeroes in on our site. Next slide, please. The action that we're pursuing is a rezoning of these 5 contiguous lots from M11 to, next slide, please, C63A, which is an R9 equivalent, a conversation around density, height, et cetera, that we've been discussing with the Brooklyn Office of City Planning for almost 2 years, along with our community partners. And I'll talk a little bit further about why we think this zoning approach is appropriate here. Next slide, please. The surrounding land use, obviously, this is an underutilized manufacturing site, really kind of surrounded by a sea of housing to the north and east and west in Bedford-Stuyvesant. Next slide, please. We're hyper aware of the fact that there has been an M-Crown planning framework that has been developed after a lot of hard work with a lot of community partners and the city planning staff over many years. Our site happens to fall in this central kind of purplish trapezoid, which had been designated for kind of higher density commercial uses, though on either side of us in the red had been targeted for higher density residential uses. This framework, after discussion with Community Board 3, really stated to us that their priority was much more around housing growth, particularly affordable housing growth, as opposed to preserving or encouraging commercial use here. And so we've tried to really balance the M-Crown framework and respecting it while trying to address the priorities of Community Board 3. Next slide, please. Overall, we would then end up with a total retail of about 33,000 square feet, a second floor, which we would try to devote to commercial uses in creeping with M-Crown uses. And then the balance of the building would be housing units, approximately 294 of which would be market rate and 126 of which would be affordable. And if we recall the numbers at the beginning, only 200 units of affordable built in this district over the last 10 years or so. We're proud of the fact that we'd be able to bring online a significant addition to that with this single building with no additional subsidy from the city or the public. Next slide, please. Part of the responsibility we feel for trying to implement a building of this scale was to really be thoughtful about the surrounding context around the building, while also incorporating sustainability goals, which are very kind of central to our approach as a development team. So I just want to kind of talk you through what those gestures are here quickly. Next slide, please. We start with the as of right kind of building envelope here. And over the last year or so have worked really hard to start to really carve the building based on the pathway of the sun across this area of Brooklyn. So if you go to the next slide, you start to see these carving gestures that have been built into the bulk of the building. Next slide, please. And really using the sun as a kind of carving tool to ensure not only maximal sunlight into the backyards of the buildings behind us, which was a key component of our conversations with Community Board 3. Next slide, please. But also starting to build real sustainability elements into the building design. So here you start to see how the green roofs and rain catchment areas start to inform the building design. If you go to the next slide, you see how that progression moves up the building in its entirety, and we use the setbacks and the solar carving as opportunities for introducing green infrastructure, whether it be rain catchment, trees, green roofs, et cetera. And so really, even though the building, frontage we considered on Atlantic Avenue, we really thought of this building from a 360-degree perspective when we're thinking about building design, carving, urban design, et cetera. Next slide, please. We spent a lot of time with both the community board and with city planning discussing the appropriateness of the density here, and really look to what already exists on Fulton Street as a kind of precedent setting in terms of the increment. Looking at R7 on Fulton Street, which is an 80-foot wide street, as kind of the appropriate density factor that has been applied there in recent rezonings. And then looking at Atlantic Avenue as a very wide street at 120 feet, and the same increment of approximately 5.6 FAR times a 1.5 increment to arrive at a kind of urban design factor to get us there. And I know I don't have a lot of time, but our architect, Bosker from Density Works, is here as well. And in the questions, if commissioners have questions, obviously we're happy to discuss this further. Next slide, please. Here you start to get some views of what this building could look like traveling southwest along Atlantic Avenue. And then next slide, you start to see it back towards the city and downtown Brooklyn, trying to be very cognizant of, building height precedents, whether it's the Armory or others around us in terms of how the building can nestle, even though it's a sizable building, nestle into the surrounding urban design context. Next slide, please. Ground floor. One of the big gestures of of the sidewalk along Atlantic Avenue, both for pedestrian improvements, but also to open up the building from a pedestrian.
It looks like we may have
Next slide, please. Can you
lost Mr. Reed. Okay.
Sorry. Next slide, please. Just in terms of the affordability bands that we're targeting here, we're pursuing MIH option 2, which is allow for an average of 80% of AMI. But we've both made the commitment to Community Board 3 and to our development team to really do a cap the AMIs at 100% and reach deeper to start the AMIs at around 40% of AMI and do a range between 40 and 100, which is I bands.
We are having some connectivity issues. You're cutting in and out.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Just quickly on this, we really committed to capping the AMIs at 100% of AMI and doing a range of AMIs between 40 and 100 to target the specific needs of Community Board 3 in terms of income. Next slide, I'm going to turn it over to Colvin Granum to talk through a little bit more on our affordability targets and our community benefits.
Good morning, Commissioner, Chairperson Lago and Vice Chair Knuckles, as well as Commission members. It's a pleasure to appear before you. We're very pleased to be a part of this project team to develop 1045 Atlantic Avenue. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes. Yes.
And to bring mixed income housing space to a vital commercial corridor in central Brooklyn. As you may know, Tyson Investment for more than 53 years has been committed to creating opportunities for economic mobility for both residents and businesses of Brooklyn, and committed to creating opportunities for wealth creation. With respect to this project,
Mr. Granum, with apologies, Mr. Granum, with apologies, your team members used up all of the time. And so I will now turn it over to commissioners for questioning.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Mr. Granum, do you have some concluding remarks you'd like to share with us? Hopefully in a few.
Just quickly, we are very much committed to creating opportunities for economic mobility for the local residents. So that will take the form at the project site, both and
I'm afraid you're cutting out. Mr. Granum, we would very much welcome if you did have written testimony, you're submitting it so that we could benefit from it. I'm afraid you're both frozen on the screen and we're not getting any audio. Okay, Commissioner Levin.
Yes, I have a question for the development team on the subject of density. I'm not sure I quite followed the argument, Mr. Reed, that you were making about the differences between Fulton Street and Atlantic Avenue, but more to the point, the community board in its recommendation, although they cast their recommendation as an approval, they indicated that they were opposed to the zoning that you're seeking here and would prefer an R8A zoning designation. Is R8A something that you have looked at with the community board, and can you share that with us?
I apologize, Commissioner Levin. My internet seems to be very unstable here. So I think I got your question, and if I go in and out, I apologize. But yes, the community board voted to unanimously approve the project at a slightly lower density. I think the key component, and we're happy to continue discussing it with both them and the commission, is a lot of the gestures that were made in terms of urban design, in terms of the solar carving and the restacking, are going to be very difficult to achieve at an R8A equivalent. Because my internet's unstable, Bhaskar, maybe you can step in and kind of address that just very quickly for Commissioner Levin.
Hi, my name is Bhaskar with Density Works Architecture. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So yes, we looked at R8A very deeply, and in terms of the FAR that it allows and the envelope restriction, what happens is the presence, the urban presence of the building is very imposing, and there isn't room in the volume to carve it to allow solar access to the residential buildings to the north. The other thing that we experienced was, most of the form-based zonings, you are able to place higher density where it belongs on the wider right-of-ways. And in proportion to Fulton Street, Atlantic Avenue is 1.5 times. So we think that it can support, and that was the land use rationale that we followed, where if Fulton can support 115 feet of building height, a 1.5 times is about 175 feet. So we can go to a 17-story building, which Atlantic Avenue can sustain, being 120-foot right away. The other thing that happens when you place density in the right place, which is in a transit-oriented development on close to the transit hubs, a lot of the windows, the operable windows for residential use closer to the ground, let's say the first 20, 30 feet, are not ideal for operable windows. So it pushes the residential component up. It gives us the opportunity to do the affordable retail and a mix of commercial uses which do not require operable windows. But then when you put the ceiling of R8A, which is 145-foot ceiling height, we are not able to generate as much affordable housing, which was a community need, just puts a cap on the number of affordable housing also generated. So in combination with that and our understanding of how a wider street can sustain more infrastructure based on form-based zoning that we're doing in most cities everywhere, and we are able to put density where it belongs and leave the rest of the land alone, and put the right kind of density on a mass transit-oriented development. So that was our rationale for this.
Okay. Thank you for that elaboration. I'm not sure that I'm fully convinced, but at least I now believe that I understand. So thank you very much.
Other questions? Well, thank you to the applicant team. Our first speaker will be Councilmember Robert Cornegy. And as Ryan Singer had indicated at the outset, council members do not have a time limit, but in recognition of the fact that there are 113 speakers remaining on today's session, any attempt to try to keep it as brief as possible would be appreciated. Welcome, Councilmember Cornegy.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Commission. Thank you, Development and Design Team. I am the council member who represents the 36th Council District, a district that, as you all well know, is probably the epicenter of gentrification at this particular juncture. Unfortunately for me, as articulated by Tucker Reed, it's been incredibly difficult to attain any high degree or high volume of affordability due to a ton of mitigating circumstances, which is why I'm in full support of this project, which allows us an opportunity to be bold on a very large commercial thoroughfare in context, I believe, having been involved in this project from its inception, and having not a disproportionate impact, a negative impact on the surrounding homeowners by factoring in, as Tucker said, light, and also the ability to, through its commercial space, actually be able to increase opportunity for MWBEs in those spaces, which is a conversation that we had early. So I am in full support as the current council member and doubly as the chair of Housing and Buildings, who gets to look at these footprints and envelopes throughout the entire city with a special affinity for projects that meet the needs of the immediate communities that they serve. And so very quickly, I can say, for the reasons that I've mentioned, I am in full support of the project as it stands in totality.
Thank you so much. Oh, Vice Chair Knuckles.
Council member, thank you for your testimony, and I certainly understand the compelling case that your team is making with regard to affordability. I'm just wondering, however, going back to this question of density, how do you respond to concerns expressed by the community board, among others, about the height particularly with the impact on the backyards along Lefferts Place adjacent to this site.
So I think it was mentioned by Tucker, the extent to which they had gone with environmental studies to ensure that the impact wasn't as great as it possibly could be, number one. And number two, the fact that had this been on Fulton Street or deeper into and not on a major commercial thoroughfare with the density and width, as was mentioned, I would be against it as well. But I think where it's positioned allows for and should allow for, and also with the M-Crown studies already being done, which I've been involved with as well, are consistent with that type of thoroughfare, that type of area being able to be supportive of a building of that height and of that density.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for taking the time to testify, Council Member. Much appreciated.
Well, thank you. And thank you, Commissioner, for looking at this in a timely fashion. We know that for me, leaving a legacy of being thoughtful and being a little bit bold in terms of creating affordability is something that my office has been involved in. And I treasure the opportunity to do that on this project. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Frank Lang, followed by Renzo Ramirez.
Thank you very much. My name is Frank Lamb with St. Nick's Alliance. St. Nick's Alliance is involved in this project as the administering agent, assisting in the marketing and income certification and lease up of the low income units in this project. We're delighted to be a part of the project. We have extensive experience, both as an administrating agent and as an HPD ambassador that goes out and gets information to low-income residents. So we are working closely with Bed-Stuy Restoration on a plan of both community outreach to local civic organizations, elected officials, institutions, as well as forums where we can inform as many local residents about the opportunity and provide financial literacy support so they can better qualify. In addition, St. Nick's is working with, we're going to be in supporting role for Bed-Stuy Restorations on the jobs component, trying to link people who are seeking employment as a result of this project to training and opportunities. So, you know, we're delighted to be a part of it and wanted just to supplement some of the information that was presented already. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lang. Our next speaker will be Renzo Ramirez, followed by Shabazz Stewart.
Good afternoon, Chair Lago and members of the Commission. My name is Renzo Ramirez and I am a member of 32BJ SEIU. I am here tonight on behalf of my union to express our support for the proposal project at 1045 Atlantic Avenue. 32BJ is the largest property service union in the country, representing 85,000 property service workers in New York City, including many who live and work in the Bed-Stuy neighborhood. 32BJ supports responsible developers who invest in the communities where they build. I'm happy to report that the developer Totem has made a credible commitment to creating prevailing wage building service jobs and 126 affordable housing units at this site. We estimate that this development will lead to creating as many as 14 new building service jobs. On behalf of 32BJ SEIU, I respectfully urge you to approve this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for testifying again.
Of course.
Our next speaker will be Shabazz Stewart.
Hi, my name is Shabazz Stewart. I'm the founder and CEO of UNI, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of this project and in full support of this project from two different perspectives. Foremost, as a resident of the neighborhood for more than half my life, I think the neighborhood desperately needs affordable housing. I've lived in affordable housing as a child and for most of my life, and it's something that as gentrification takes hold in Bed-Stuy, I think is desperately needed, and I think this project will deliver on that. Secondly, as the founder and CEO of UNI, the city's first and only company advocating for secure bike parking facilities, I think that this is an opportunity to provide a much needed piece of transportation infrastructure, the fabric of the community. You know, we have 80,000 working cyclists. We have a large population of Black and brown folks who commute to the Franklin Avenue subway station and would love to do so on bikes. And the inclusion of the city's first secure bike parking hub, I think will be very important, not just to those people, but as a precedent to the developments going forward in the future. So again, I'm very enthusiastic about this project. I'm speaking to throw my full support behind it. And I can't wait to see this move forward. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for testifying, Mr. Stewart. And Ryan, has anyone else signed up?
There are no further speakers on this item.
Okay, then the public hearing is closed.
Okay, our next item, Commissioners, Borough of Queens, calendar number 52, CD1, C210459ZSQ. A public hearing in a matter of an application for the grant of a special permit concerning Wildflower Studios.
This is a red letter day in which every one of our public hearings has a team presentation and another 10-minute presentation by a very large project team comprised of Philip Habib, Rachel Skoll, Tracy Coffin, Lord Wilson, Umesh Somra, Dina Prostos, Rafael De Niro, Britt Zuckerman, Nick Hawkins, Christopher Cheap, Brian Wiley, Alex Lieber, and Brian Wiley again. Is the project team ready to begin?
Yes, good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Pardon me, good afternoon. My name is Rafael De Niro, and I'm part of the development team for Wildflower Studios, a proposed 11-stage film and television production studio in Astoria with 34,800 square feet of public area along Oyster Creek, sometimes known as Steinway Creek, and 19th Avenue. My partner, Adam Gordon, and I, along with Jane Rosenthal and my dad, Bob De Niro, spent 2 years looking for a site for the proposed venue. We were very happy to find this location on Oyster Creek and formerly part of the Steinway Piano Factory campus that was previously used for lumber storage. Steinway has been able to reinvest the sales price into their facility and manufacturing jobs they provide. My family has a long history in Astoria, and one of my first jobs was on the set of A Bronx Tale, which was filmed right in the neighborhood. We feel very lucky to be constructing our project here. Development of the studio is expected to create approximately 600 construction jobs and is expected to bring more than 1,000 well-paying permanent jobs into the local economy, most of which will be union jobs, including Local 52, motion picture studio mechanics for stagehands, grips, and other production workers, the Teamsters for studio and loading operations, and 32BJ for building service and security. We are working with Urban Upbound, LaGuardia Community College, and Frank Sinatra School of the Arts High School to provide construction workforce training with an emphasis on outreach to NYCHA residents and future opportunities for local arts and entertainment students. This will be an ICAP project, and we will be soliciting bids from minority and business enterprises, as well as local businesses for all major contracts and subcontracts. In other parts of the country, like California and Georgia, studios are able to spread out on sprawling campuses. In New York, we do not have that luxury. Many of the city's existing studios occupy repurposed buildings. Our goal is to construct a state-of-the-art studio village that is environmentally sensitive and will create a facility where people can build their careers. We will be providing a shuttle during business hours between the studio and the Ditmars Boulevard subway station to ensure the studio is accessible to all employees and the property's public spaces as well. We will provide a unique amenity for our employees and neighbors. Our hope is that the studio will have a ripple effect, bringing people to the area to support local restaurants, businesses, and the hospitality industry. I'll now turn it over to our architect, Tracy Coffin, to tell you more about the studio.
Thank you, Raphael. And you can go to the next slide, please. So my name is Tracy Coffin. I'm a senior project architect from Bjarke Ingels Group, and I'm going to share some information about our proposed building, which you're seeing on screen. You go to the next slide, please. This is an overview of the shuttle map that Raphael just mentioned. Our project site is located in an M31 zoning district in the Astoria Industrial Business District and is adjacent to Oyster Creek. Next slide, please. We're pursuing a series of actions, including a waterfront bulk special permit. This action will allow for the proposed studio building to rise 135 feet above our flood-resistant construction elevation without setback. Next slide, please. The design of the proposed studio building was largely driven by its 11 sound stages, each of which is approximately 120 feet by 150 feet and 60 feet tall in order to meet industry standards. Next slide, please. The proposed special permit would grant relief from ground floor streetscape requirements, allowing us to use the majority of the building's ground level for wet floodproof parking and loading. This allows us to pull all of the studio's parking and loading off the street while lifting the studio's occupiable spaces up and out of the floodplain. Next slide, please. Production support spaces such as hair and makeup suites, post-production, set design workshops, and offices are organized between our sound stages above the parking and loading, creating a compactly planned studio village. Next slide, please. Our building will be clad with concrete panels which help insulate the sound stages from outside noise and are much more energy efficient than glazing. The pattern and texture of the panels will help break down the scale of the building, and they will be set at slight angles to create an animated effect across the building facade as the angle of the sun changes throughout the day. Next slide, please. Glazing has been incorporated into the ground floor along 19th Avenue and the building's main entrances, as well as facing onto Oyster Creek. And the building's roof will also host 150,000 square feet solar footprint. At the base of the building, the project site will also include 34,800 square feet of public open space. And now I will hand it over to Britt Zuckerman to talk more about the landscape.
Thank you, Tracy. My name is Britt Zuckerman. I'm a senior landscape architect with Dirtworks Landscape Architecture. Next slide, please. We are seeking 2 waterfront authorizations that would result in a 34,800 square foot of publicly accessible space on the site, made up of 4,200 square feet of open space along 19th Avenue and 30,600 square feet of open space along the Oyster Creek shoreline. The 19th Avenue public space will create an almost 20-foot wide pedestrian boulevard-like experience along 19th Avenue with central plantings, seating areas, and a unique paving treatment within the property line. Next slide, please. This space will be open 24/7 and will lead pedestrians down the street to the entrance to the WPAA, which will be marked by landscaping and signage clearly indicating that the waterfront area is open to the public. Next slide, please. The waterfront public space will be open between 6 a.m. and 1 a.m. and will feature seating areas, educational opportunities, and an overlook looking out onto Oyster Creek. The WPA's extensive plantings will support local pollinators and birds while also being drought tolerant. Plantings in the project's proposed bioswales were selected to survive inundation from flooding and stormwater runoff. Next slide, please. Lighting within the public spaces will focus on creating safe and secure accessible areas, such as walking paths and building access points, without introducing glare or compromising views to the water. Bollard lights placed throughout our proposed landscaping will create a soft light to further illuminate the public spaces. We are proposing to turn off the landscape lighting within the WPAA while the area is closed overnight in order to reduce light pollution and protect nocturnal species. 24/7 security cameras and on-site personnel will ensure the security of the public spaces and the building itself. Walking paths, including 19th Avenue, will remain lit overnight. And now I'd like to turn it over to Rachel Skall to speak more about the community outreach we've done for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Britt. My name is Rachel Skall and I'm an associate at Greenberg Traurig. Next slide, please. We have received a lot of support throughout the application process, including favorable recommendations from the community board and the borough president, and a letter of support from former council member Costa Constantinides, who retired earlier this year. We will be continuing to work with the community board to ensure the street end of 19th Avenue does not get left behind as Wildflower and our future neighbor, DSNY, improve the Oyster Creek waterfront. Wildflower has committed to making their legal and design consultants available to the community board to help navigate the various city and state agencies, including DEC, DEP, and DOT, that have jurisdiction over the 19th Avenue street end, so that that area can eventually connect Wildflower's WPAA and future public access on DSNY's sanitation garage site. We have had multiple meetings with CSNY staff to share our waterfront design and have offered to share resources with them as well. Next slide, please. We have also met with the United Community Civic Association to discuss how the community and property owners on Leicester Creek can push for cleanup of the creek. UCCA has also connected us with local business and restaurant owners in the area. We are working with Urban Upbound to create a workforce development strategy aimed at connecting local residents with an emphasis on local NYCHA residents with job skills training, including OSHA training and placement on our project and future development projects in Western Queens. Wildflower has committed to partner with LaGuardia Community College's Continuing Education Division to support placement and tuition for 20 students in their plumbing and electrical certificate programs with an emphasis on opportunity for local NYCHA residents. We have also begun conversations with LaGuardia's film and television faculty and Frank Sinatra School of the Arts High School about providing internship opportunities, job placement opportunities, and guest speakers for local students once the studio is up and running. I also want to just thank the DCP staff for helping us and working very hard on this application along with us. And thank you for the opportunity to present the project today. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Well, thank you to the applicant team for that thorough presentation. We now have a public speaker registered, Marissa Williams.
Good morning, Chair Lago, members of the Commission. My name is Marissa Williams, and I am a representative of 32BJ. I am here today on behalf of my union to express our support for the proposed project at Wildflower Studios. 32BJ supports responsible developers who invest in the communities where they build. 32BJ has more than 3,000 members who live or work in the Queens community. We believe that the best way to make sure that developments like the ones proposed have a positive impact on building service workers and the community is for developers to make a formal commitment to pay the prevailing wage. In light of this, we are pleased to let you know that the developer affiliated with this project, WF Industrial LLC, has made an early commitment to creating prevailing wage building service jobs at this site. The developers have a long-time partnership with 32BJ and a track record of creating good jobs throughout their portfolio. We estimate that this will lead to the creation of 15 new building service jobs. We are in full support of this project, and we have full confidence that WF Industrial LLC will be a responsible employer and presence in the community. We know that this development will continue to uphold the industry standard and provide opportunities for working families to thrive in. On behalf of 32BJ SEIU, I respectfully urge you to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. And Ryan, are there any other speakers registered?
There are no further speakers on this.
Okay, so the public hearing on this matter is closed.
Our next item, Commissioners, Borough of Manhattan, calendar number 53, CD11, C210428 ppm. In the matter of an application for the disposition of one city-owned property concerning Las Raices. Notice, a public hearing is being held by the City Planning Commission in conjunction with the above ULURP hearings to receive comments related to a draft environmental impact statement. This hearing is being held pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and the City Environmental Quality Review.
We will have a team presentation by what today counts as a small team of 6 members: Chris Cirillo, Joan Wong, Jeff Rubin, Jonathan Cruz, Ariel Goldberg, and Derek Gaskell.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, chairs and the commissioner. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Las Raices project. My name is Joan Huang, a borough planner with HPD's Manhattan Planning Division. I'm joined by my colleague, Ariel Goldberg, Director of Land Use and Policy at the HPD, and our development partner, Ascendant Neighborhood Development, and the MDG Design and the Construction. Next slide, please. Thank you. The land use action needed to facilitate the development is a disposition of city-owned land. Las Raices is a scattered site project, a total of 4 sites located at 303 is 102nd Street, 505 is 118th Street, 338 is 117th Street, and 1761 Park Avenue throughout the East Harlem area. So the proposed development will provide approximately 83 affordable rental units, including the green roof and the ground floor community facility space. So in 2014, HPD released a citywide request for qualification for Night Hub and the neighborhood construction program to develop an affordable housing project on small scattered city-owned sites. And then the development team was selected in February 2018. The project was certified on May 17, and we are here today to seek your support and the feedbacks. So now I will turn the presentation over to our development team to introduce themselves and the further details of the project.
Great, thank you very much, Joan. And good afternoon, everyone. I am Jonathan Cruz with MDG Design and Construction. And as Joan mentioned, we're also joined today by our project partner, Ascendant Neighborhood Development, and we're excited to be discussing our Las Races East Harlem project. But before I jump into it, I just want to say MDG and Ascendant are strictly focused on the development of affordable housing, and we're continuing to carry that mission forward with our proposal for Las Races East Harlem. So as mentioned earlier, our project consists of the development of new high quality affordable housing on 4 lots that are scattered throughout East Harlem. And we have a history of development in this community. Our partner, Ascendant Neighborhood Development, is based in East Harlem, and our partner, Chris Rill, will give more information about his firm in a moment. But our firm, MDG, has done affordable housing development in Community District 11, specifically, as well as throughout the city of New York. And we are excited to continue our success of developing high quality affordable housing for the households of the East Harlem community. Next slide, please. So I'll quickly just give a brief overview of the project's features. And in the aggregate amongst the 4 sites, we will have approximately 73,848 square footage of residential space. This will be comprised of the 83 new affordable housing apartments that we'll be creating through this proposal. And these buildings, which will go into more detail about the site-specific conditions, but in the aggregate, they're all being designed for enterprise green communities, energy efficiency. In addition, 2 of the 4 sites are in flood zones, so we're also featuring resilient design for floodproofing and for future resiliency as well. In addition, if you don't mind going back to the last slide, in addition, we also have amenity spaces for the residents consisting of common laundry facilities in each of the buildings, as well as bike storage and outdoor amenity spaces for residents at specific sites. At 118th Street and 117th Street, we'll have outdoor rear yards, and at Park Avenue, we'll have a rooftop amenity space for all residents to access. But Las Races is being developed specifically to address East Harlem's affordability crisis by delivering high quality affordable housing that's affordable to the members of East Harlem community. And to be more specific, in Manhattan Community District's fiscal year 2021, District 11's community statement of district needs, affordable housing is identified as the most pressing issue facing the community district. Given that as of 2017, 30% of Community District 11's households are considered rent burning, meaning they spend more than 1/3 of their income on their rent. So with that understanding, our proposal directly addresses delivering deep affordability across new affordable households. So on the screen, we're showing the breakdown of our affordability tiers. And at this point in time, we're proposing having multiple affordability tiers from formerly homeless households to extremely low income households, as well as very low income and low income. So we have between 30% AMIs to 80% AMIs. And this is a direct result of the input and the work we were able to accomplish together with the community board and the borough president. In addition, throughout our previous presentations, there's an emphasis on trying to include as many family apartments as possible at the affordability levels we have. So we try to maximize the amount of 3 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms we can design into these small scattered sites. So we're very excited with the outcomes that we're able to present to the commissioners today. But with that, I'd like to move on to the next slide and we're going to go into more of the specifics for each of the sites. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our project partner, Chris Cirillo, the Executive Director of Ascendant Neighborhood Development. Hello, Chris.
Thanks, Jonathan. Good afternoon, Commissioners and Chair Lago. It's a pleasure to be able to present Las Raíces to you. Ascendant is a nonprofit organization that has been based in East Harlem for over 30 years, and we're very excited to expand our portfolio by developing the Las Raíces project. I'm going to quickly walk you through the 4 sites and the 4 proposed buildings. First, 303 East 102nd Street, a 5-story proposed building with 6 apartments, and one of the 2 sites in the cluster that has ground floor community facility space. As with all of the buildings, we'll have amenities available for the residents, including laundry, and all of our buildings will feature green roofs. We've tried to be responsive to the context of each of the 4 sites, and you'll see reflected in the plans today a lot of design evolution, both through our own internal discussions with our design team, our architects and landscape architects, as well as feedback we've received throughout this process from the community board and community residents. Next slide, please. The second site is 338 East 117th Street, proposed 5-story building with 7 apartments. Again, similar amenities to the other buildings. And this is one of the sites that will have a landscape rear yard available for residents. This is also one of 2 sites in the cluster that is in the flood zone, and the reason for the need for ground floor mechanical spaces in order to keep our mechanicals outside of the flood. Next slide, please. 505 East 118th Street is a proposed 6-story apartment building with 18 apartments. Again, this is the second building of the cluster that is in the flood zone, and again, one that is necessitating some ground floor mechanical space, which we're trying to continue to refine the designs for as we move through the process. Next slide, please. And this is a diagram showing the location, the current footprint of the Pleasant Village Community Garden and the portion of the garden site that is going to be developed with this building. Next slide, please. And the 4th site is located at 1761 Park Avenue. This is the largest site, and it's a site that was rezoned as part of the East Harlem rezoning. This is a proposed 14-story apartment building with 52 apartments. This is the second site in the cluster that has ground floor, and in this case, second floor community facility space. And it's also the second site that is going to be developed on a portion of an existing community garden. Next slide, please. And here is a diagram showing the current extent of the Jackie Robinson Community Garden and the portion that will be developed, shaded in brown, and the portion that will remain shaded in green. Next slide, please. And one of the things that we wanted to highlight is Ascendant has undertaken a public art initiative across our entire portfolio, including our new pipeline projects. We're working with locally based nonprofit Thrive Collective to identify locations at all 4 of the Las Raíces sites where we can incorporate public artwork, and including some of the ground floor spaces where we have the necessity for ground floor mechanical rooms, and also a very large facade site at the Park Avenue proposed apartment building. And with that, next slide, please. That's the end of our presentation, and we welcome comments from the chair and the commissioners and public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to say it's a pleasure to see our East Harlem rezoning coming to life. Okay, thank you to the development team. And our next speaker will be Michael Friedman.
Michael Friedman is not in the room.
Okay, and Ryan, has anyone else signed up?
There are no further speakers on this item.
Okay, then the record on this item is going to remain open through Monday, the 13th of September 2021, to receive written comments on the draft environmental impact statement, and this public hearing is closed.
Commissioners, before I introduce the next calendar item, I'd like to reiterate some comments that I made at the onset of this public hearing regarding speaker protocol. First of all, for those of you that are viewing us today, thank you for attending our public meeting. We want to take this time to remind you and to remind everyone that courtesy and decorum must be observed at all times at our public hearings. This includes being courteous to those with whom you agree and with those to whom you disagree. Under no circumstances, hate speech and/or racist comments, whether it be made in person or remotely, will be tolerated at any time during this public hearing. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Oh, now you have to call the calendar item. Sorry, I jumped the gun.
Borough of Manhattan, calendar numbers 54, 55, and 56. CD5, calendar number 54. C210438ZSM, calendar number 55. C210438A ZSM, calendar number 56. N210439ZRM. A public hearing in the matter of applications for special permits and zoning text amendment concerning 250 Water Street. Notice, a public hearing is being held by the City Planning Commission in conjunction with the above ULURP hearings to receive comments related to a draft environmental impact statement. This hearing is being held pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and the City Environmental Quality Review.
We will have a 10-minute team presentation by a team comprised of Saul Scherl, Adam Meister, Chris Cooper, David Karnofsky, Wesley O'Brien, and Charlie Fields.
In person, though.
In person.
Yeah, very impressive.
I do want to note, however, that in commenting on seeing people in person, that the Commission gives absolutely equal weight to testimony, whether done in person, via Zoom, or over the telephone and in writing.
Ready?
Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Saul Scherl, President of the Tri-State Region of the Howard Hughes Corporation. Over the past decade, Howard Hughes has worked to preserve and revitalize the seaport. Our work has included giving new life to the historic buildings in Schermerhorn Row and reconstructing both Pier 17 and the beloved Tin Building above the 100-year floodplain. The parking lot at 250 Water Street has been a gap in the neighborhood for over 50 years. Our proposal with the design approved by LPC would finally transform the site into a welcoming gateway to the historic district. The plan will bring much-needed new housing, including 80-plus deeply affordable apartments, allowing families making 40% AMI to live near public transit and good jobs with access to the waterfront in a neighborhood where little affordable housing exists today. This proposal will generate $1 billion in economic activity, creating thousands of new construction and permanent jobs where New York City needs it the most. It will add patrons for struggling local businesses and make possible critical funding for the South Street Seaport Museum. The Seaport's best days are yet ahead, and we hope to continue to play a dynamic role in its recovery and its bright future. Thank you all for your consideration.
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Cooper of SOM, and I will walk through our proposal. The site, as you know, is located just south of the Brooklyn Bridge at the edge of South Street Seaport Historic District and is proximate to the heart of Lower Manhattan's financial district and commercial core. It serves today as a surface parking lot. The scale and character of the 4 streets surrounding the site vary considerably. The block today does little to contribute to the character and vitality of the neighborhood, and in fact, detracts from the streetscape and the experience of the historic district. The narrow width and low scale of Water Street is rich in historic character. The space of the street, however, is now single-sided and invites completion with a complementary facade to reestablish the narrow masonry streetscapes that define this historic district. Pearl Street, by contrast, is a modern 4-lane wide street connecting to the Water Street corridor just south of our site. The site's well served by public transportation, especially the many subway lines to our west, several bus routes running along Pearl Street, and water taxi and ferry stops on the East River. Our proposal is a direct response to the site's context. Both the rich history and the evolution of the broader urban context that surrounds this site. To achieve that, we've proposed a two-part massing that responds to the varied and contrasting scales of this full city block. In plan, we've shifted the bulk of the building to align with Pearl Street. Represented here in the lighter color, the tall bar is configured as a composition of small rectangular blocks that shear along the angle of Pearl Street to break down the mass of its north-south orientation. To our east and to our south, the site directly faces low masonry historic buildings. Our massing provides significant setbacks from those narrow streets, nominally 50 feet on Water and 90 feet on Beekman. The Water Street elevation is kept low in response to the scale, texture, and materiality of the district. The street wall heights vary, and the street level activation is defined by multiple small entrances and storefronts. On Pearl Street, we've continued the low street wall around the corners, but break the facade at the center of the block to change facade materiality and proportion to relate directly to the tall massing above, clearly associating the tall portions of the building with Pearl Street. All the primary entrances of the building are located on Pearl Street. Seen here from Fulton Street, just west of Pearl, you can appreciate the benefit of the deep 90-foot setback on Beekman that separates the low-scale foreground and the taller massing. The height of the building is clearly positioned on Pearl Street, and the shearing of volumes works to break down the mass of the building. Also visible is the break in the masonry facade at street level, mid-block, to create a strong sense of entry for the residences above. As we cross Pearl Street and look north on Water Street, this view demonstrates how the two-part massing addresses the difference of scale between Pearl and Water. The tall building is clearly facing onto Pearl Street, and the low portions along Water Street serve to enhance and strengthen the district context. Looking now at the specifics of our proposal, this program section shows the primary distribution of program in the building. The 5-story base has a mixed program at street level, retail, community space, and various building entrance lobbies, with 4 floors of commercial office space above. The residential bar rises above the base to an overall height of 324 feet and is composed of 1 amenity floor at the setback, 4 affordable rental floors, and 15 market rate condominium floors. At street level, we're actively programming Pearl Street differently than the narrow streets to our north, east, and south. We've concentrated the primary building entrances and vehicular entrances on Pearl Street. This includes a 2-bay loading dock and the entrance to the cellar level parking. The parking exit is directed to Beekman, which is a one-way west towards Pearl. Pearl Street is entirely above the design flood elevation. The ground floor plan demonstrates our approach to active street front on all sides of the building. There is no back to this building. The primary entrances for both the office and the residences are located on Pearl Street. The residential lobby is a through block lobby with a convenience entrance on Water Street. This single lobby serves both the affordable rental and the market rate condominiums. 3 of the building corners are activated with small neighborhood retail, and the 4th is a community facility which is oriented toward the Peck Slip School and the newly renovated Peck Slip Park. Looking south on Pearl Street, we see the variety of scale and entrance conditions. And by contrast, Water Street represents a different scale altogether. Stepping out of the immediate context, we see the building here in its broader context of Lower Manhattan. The 2-part massing is visible, a low base relating to the foreground, and a tall bar building in the context of the city. The building clearly steps down from its height of its neighbors to the south, and the massing of the residential bar is broken into a smaller composition of parts to remove it from the language of the broad office buildings in the adjacent context. Thank you. I'll now pass to David Karnofsky of Fried Frank.
David Karnofsky, Fried Frank. Next slide, please. Oh, there it is. This slide shows all of the proposed actions, but I'd like to focus and highlight the large-scale special permit. The modification and expansion of the existing large scale at Pier 17 allows for the distribution of 207,000 square feet of unused floor area on the Pier 17 tin building zoning lot to 250 Water Street. By moving this floor area away from the water's edge to the upland portion of the subdistrict, with the DMAP streets connecting these two parts of the subdistrict, it furthers a better site plan. The large scale also allows for the heightened setback waivers, which accommodate this floor area at 250 Water Street within a building that is consistent with the LPC design approval. Next slide. This slide identifies key project benefits. I want to focus first on affordable housing. As the Commission is aware, MIH is triggered when there's a significant increase in residential density resulting from a zoning map amendment. Here, the increase in density comes from a distribution of floor area rather than a zoning map amendment, so MIH does not apply, technically speaking. However, MIH conforming units will be required under an agreement with HPD that will bind Howard Hughes to MIH requirements and will run with the land. That agreement will be made a condition to a closing on the development rights. I also wanted to focus for a minute on the South Street Seaport Museum funding. While not part of the land use actions, it is an important aspect of the project overall. The project creates a unique and unprecedented opportunity to provide urgently needed financial support for the museum. The development rights transferred from Pier 17 to 250 pursuant to the large scale are part of HHC's leasehold interest in the Pier 17 site, and that leasehold currently runs until 2072. Today, those development rights are usable by HHC on the Pier 17 site only. In order to sever them from the site and allow for a transfer, HHC must enter into an agreement with the city as owner of the underlying fee interest. That sale will provide a core.
I'm afraid that the time has run out, Mr. Karnofsky.
All right, and we
Commissioner Levin.
Yes.
I'd like to understand the continuation of the transfers that will end up supporting the Seaport Museum. Could you complete the thought,
okay,
please?
Appreciate that. So as I was saying, the development rights are currently in the leasehold of HHC. The underlying fee interest is in the city of New York. The rights are currently usable by HHC today only on Pier 17 itself. In order to sever them from the leasehold and to use them through the large scale, distribute them through the large scale, there needs to be an agreement with the city for essentially for the purchase of these development rights. And that development rights sale forms the core of a package of financial support for the museum that would allow it to reopen, to rehabilitate its existing facilities, and plan for an expansion in a new building which has actually been approved by the LPC. And I wanted to also add that discussions with the city regarding the precise structuring of this financial support are active and are ongoing.
Okay, and well, you know, it's challenging for us at this level to be responding to this, knowing that the Seaport Museum is such an important piece of the whole. We are dealing only with the land use applications. I understand that, but I think I'm pleased to see that you celebrate the support for the Seaport Museum as one of the public benefits for this project, and I certainly hope that those arrangements are concluded by the time we have to vote so that we understand what the full public picture of this project is. Thank you.
Commissioner Burney.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I mean, definitely it's nice to know that the Seaport Museum will be supported, and it's nice to hear about some voluntary MIH. But from a purely land use and urban design perspective, I think our concern of review was that we seem to have a kind of gerrymandered zoning law that allows you to hoover up all the development rights and put them all onto 250 Water Street, leaving the poor architects with the unenviable task of wrestling this thing into a building that doesn't overpower that neighborhood. And I think you'd acknowledge that, and I think there was a reduction in the bulk, I think from 12.7 to 11.3 or something FAR. So I wonder, would you not entertain a further reduction simply to mitigate the impact of such an enormous building on that site?
We've been at LPC with regard to the appropriateness of the building. We've worked hard with that agency to come up with the plan that's before you today. We think it is the right plan, and for all the reasons that Chris described in terms of the way that the bulk is moved towards Pearl Street, allowing for wide setbacks from Beekman and water to relate well to that context, that it is the right building for the site. It is a large site. It is a vacant site. It is a site that warrants this kind of density, we believe.
Well, thank you to the applicant team. We will now start testimony, beginning with Borough President Brewer. I will note that, as always, our elected officials do not have a time limit. However, we are asking elected officials if they could try and keep it within reasonable boundaries. We have 107 additional speakers, which, if everyone takes their 3 minutes, means that we'll be concluding likely after 7 p.m. And welcome, Madam Borough President.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I am Gail Brewer. I am the Manhattan Borough President. And I did listen to the presentation, and I want to thank the questions from the commissioners. It has been my intention to support this project, 250 Water Street. But as you heard from Ann 11, at least from my perspective, that support has been contingent on securing the $50 million for the South Street Seaport Museum. And at this time, as I understand it, the final mechanism for approval and delivery of that funding has not yet been established. I'm aware that negotiations are continuing over approval of the $50 million to establish an endowment for the museum, but I await the conclusion of these discussions before I support this application. And I am very conscious of the fact that this is not a land use item, but it is what I care about. Just in terms of the site, I know it lies within the historic district of South Street Seaport. And I think it's a testament to the city's preservation efforts since this designation in 77 and extension in 89. I have been working with this community since I became borough president in 2014, and through the Seaport Working Group and the Seaport Advisory Group. I feel very strongly about the significance, historical significance, and built character of this district. I think the project achieves it. Of course, it is a large building and it's of concern, but given the fact that Landmarks Preservation Commission put some time into it, and hopefully you will put even more, I think it's a project that from the structure makes sense, but not in terms of support until that money comes through. It is, as you know, one of the remaining developable lots within a historic district in our city. It was approved, as you know, by LPC on May 5th. And it is within the Seaport Museum's 1969 master plan within that concept. That concept, as you know, was to preserve the lower density buildings closer to the water, greater height and bulk inland where 250 Water is located. I do want to note, and this is what I keep saying over and over again, that the Seaport Museum itself is really the major part of the historic district. It played a role in drafting the master plan. It's a real and physical manifestation of this historic district, and I care about preserving it. Without the museum, you do not have a historic district. And I think the applicant understands that. We have certainly made it very, very, very clear. I do think that the affordable housing is obviously needed, 75,000 square feet. I would obviously like more. Nobody wants more housing than I do. I believe it will be at a 40% or lower area, medium income, which is incredibly important. Obviously, there'll be community facility, offices, retail space, as you heard, vehicle and bicycle parking. I know there are tremendous concerns, and I share them, from the neighboring Park Slip, Blue Schools, and Southbridge Towers. First, due to the site's previous use as a thermometer factory, traces of mercury and petroleum have been identified in soil samples. Again, I know this is not part of your deliberations, but these are the concerns that people have. It is essential that remediation of the site take place through the brownfield cleanup program, and this must happen in coordination with the needs of the local schools, the daycare centers, because they are at most risk by any contaminants. Full transparency in this process is needed to ensure the safety and well-being of the children and the administrators, because they know their community best. I think we were helpful in our office in getting an environmental engineer to provide an analysis of the design and implementation of the cleanup, and that commitment to that engineer and to that work must continue. We also know that there are issues about air quality, water, and electrical transmission lines, and they all have to be protected in terms of the community and the noise and the vibration. I live next to a construction site. I know what that's like. All regulations must be adhered to. All efforts must go beyond the baseline requirements. And every effort must be made to make sure that the development team coordinates with the many residents, workers, and property owners. Open dialogue is the most important way to get through such a large construction project. And obviously that's, public updates in all ways of using the media. This is an opportunity to continue the improvement and preservation of the South Street Seaport area. The affordable units are important, and obviously the museum and its preservation efforts. It is a project that celebrates the past and I think plans for the future, but only if we honor the museum's history with making it whole and giving it a opportunity to live into the future. That is the only way this area is going to survive. And I want to be clear to the public, because people think you can allocate funding from the city of New York. Why can't we just give city money 50 million? The problem, as I understand it, is it would not be for the endowment. You can write $50 million check for capital, but you can't write it for endowment. And right now we can't even figure out how OMB will do that. And that's why I'm concerned. Thank you very much. And I look forward to the testimony.
Thank you as always for your testimony. We will now start our standard procedure in which we will hear from 5 speakers in opposition, 5 speakers in support. Our first speaker will be Colleen Robertson, followed by Alia Sumro.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. My name is Colleen Robertson. I'm the co-president of the PTA at TechSlip School. I'm so appreciative of your time and attention to this. I'm strongly opposed to the DEIS and implore the CPC to turn down Howard Hughes' application. My husband and I have 2 little boys, one entering kindergarten, one second grade. Before having kids, I was a special ed and general ed teacher for 12 years at PS 89 in Battery Park City. I moved up here right after the attacks on 9/11, and unfortunately, as teachers, we witnessed such trauma from the families and the children back then. And I have real fears that the same horrible effects will continue to be felt for years to come after COVID. Another unfortunate connection I can make to this project is from when I taught 5th grade in 2009. There was so much construction surrounding Battery Park City and Tribeca. Many of my students struggled to function and learn due to the noise. I had children break down and sob that the pile driving was so loud. Please make Howard Hughes play by the rules. As it stands now, we will not have outdoor space or a play street for our children to play. It will not be possible to have windows open. COVID is not gone. Our kids are not vaccinated. It's still very much here, COVID. We implore this commission to fulfill the responsibilities to uphold people's will and maintain the low-scale, low-density historic character that's been borne out over decades, while keeping our children safe by insisting the DEIS encompass the current COVID conditions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Alia Sumro, to be followed by Tiffany Wimbush.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Alia Sumro, and I'm the Menaface Fellow in Land Use Law at the Municipal Arts Society of New York. We will be submitting longer comments before the deadline. MAS has long engaged with the South Street Seaport's evolution. We have extensively analyzed the recent proposal at 250 Water Street. From a policy perspective, MAS is fundamentally opposed to allowing the transfer of city-owned development rights to a private party without clear disclosure of what agencies, institutions, and projects ultimately benefit. In the case of 250 Water Street, the full array of project benefits, the scope of each individual benefit, and the reliability of them remains obscure. The original intent of the South Street Seaport was to have the development right transfers benefit the South Street Seaport Museum, not a city agency or private developer. We continue to support the intent of the 2003 rezoning and maintain that the city's historic zoning policy for the seaport be respected. MAS would support an appropriately scaled development at 250 Water Street while transferring the balance of development rights outside the South Street Seaport Historic District. MAS maintains that the city must disclose the development rights value, the legal process for facilitating the development rights transfer, in addition to any other anticipated disposition actions. Without this disclosure, the public does not have the full information to evaluate whether the proposal can be fully executed as planned and publicly discussed. Regarding the museum funding, similar to what Borough President Brewer emphasized, as of today, Howard Hughes Corporation has not provided the public any details about the museum funding proposal. At this point, there is no guarantee that the original $50 million will be offered to the Seaport Museum. MAS stands firm in that the details of the funding mechanism must be finalized before this project can be approved. More specifically, the city must disclose details concerning the type and amount of funding to be dedicated, the legal mechanism by which the museum will secure the funding, a timeline for when the development rights will be transferred and funding will be provided to the museum, and how it will be enforced in the future. The city must also be transparent regarding the future transfer of the John Street lot, which appears to be a separate ULURP action at this point. MAS recognizes the importance of developing 250 Water Street, especially since the site has remained a vacant parking lot for decades, as well as building affordable housing in high opportunity and transit-rich areas. However, we strongly urge that the principles embodied in the city's zoning policy for more than 40 years be respected. If permitted, this proposal would significantly depart from the city's zoning intent and may subsequently be a negative precedent for historic districts citywide. We urge the commission to reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Tiffany Winbush, to be followed by Michael Kramer.
Greetings. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to give me an opportunity to speak about this today. I'm Tiffany Winbush, a more than 15-year-plus resident of the Financial District, and I am a public school parent of 2 at Peck Slip School, which is adjacent to where the construction will take place. I'm speaking today to voice my concern about the out-of-scale development that Howard Hughes is contemplating. Even with the updated plans that we've seen throughout the process, it's still completely out of scale and out of size for this particular historical area. It takes away the historical legacy of this district that I've called home for my entire time of calling myself a New Yorker. And I'm concerned that it will destroy and just really set a precedent for future development that will take place not only in our community, but across New York City as a whole. If we move forward and follow the rules that are set and build a story building that meets the requirements, this project can be finished much sooner than it is planned to. We have students who are set to start school again in less than 2 weeks. And as the previous speaker has mentioned, we are still in the thick of COVID-19. Because we are an elementary school, none of our students are vaccinated. That means the precautions that it's been recommended that we use from the CDC of making sure that our windows are open to help with ventilation, to ensure that the kids are using outdoor space as much as possible, we will not be able to do that. Our kids will be directly impacted. We have thousands and thousands upon students who are returning to these school buildings for the very first time because they were remote. We need to do whatever we need to do to ensure that they feel comfortable and safe there. And being adjacent to a large scale development where they are not able to get the fresh air that they need, where they will be subjected to the noise of a construction site is something that we really need to consider. I urge the commission today to ensure that the developers follow the rules for this project and not put our students and the wider community in jeopardy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Winbush. Our next speaker is Michael Kramer, to be followed by Malvern Megan.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. The South Street Seaport Coalition, of which I am the president, and other interested parties, filed a lawsuit on May 16, 2021 against LPC and now Howard Hughes because the Landmarks Preservation Law silently reminds us that there is value, even commercial value, in the past. The South Street Seaport stands out among all historic districts in New York City as a small area that had a gigantic role in the development of the city as one of the most important business centers of the world. It is not just a recognizably unique commercial center of maritime character, but the heart of a whole city that benefited from and participated in its wealth creation. It is vulnerable too. 9 proposals were denied, withdrawn by the previous owner who chose to continue parking operations in 1991 after a proposal had been approved. In 2003, Community Board 1 led an effort to downzone the Seaport to C62A with a height limit of 120 feet. This action had the support of elected officials, the Downtown Alliance, the Seaport Museum, the Municipal Art Society, and local developers, including Frank Schiami and the Durst Organization, who restored 11 low-rise buildings on historic Front Street, of which was where I lived for a decade. In 2015, the National Historic Trust placed the Seaport on its list of endangered places, yet HHC, when enabled by the city, sees it as a gold mine. In a relatively small district, which has miraculously maintained its 19th century scale of low-rise buildings, they have schemed to convince the LPC to approve a 28-story block front tower by linking the alleged survival of a museum and small number of affordable apartments for political cover. Can any developer now buy a C of A from the LPC by finding a worthy charity? Should the city scheme with a developer to find a workaround existing zoning for affordable units? Do zoning heights limits have any meaning if air rights from afar can be piled on top? Why would City Hall seek to politically influence independent commissioners? Is there a role for a commission to preserve historic districts if so compromised? Will a gerrymandered Seaport large-scale general district create a new precedent for creative real estate lawyers to enable transfers of development rights? Experienced attorneys Michael Gruen, Saul Shapiro, and Reed Super now form our legal team. The success of our lawsuit will be a victory for all those inspired by the past of our city. New York City is at a turning point. We're on the verge of seeing entire neighborhoods controlled by private interests and enabled by elected officials with one foot out the door. Is it naive to think that zoning regulations and historic district protections serve our citizenry, or are they not worth the paper that they are printed on? Please defend the South Street Seaport Historic District. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. Our next speaker will be Malvern Megan, to be followed by Karen Imas.
Hi, it's Megan Malvern.
Welcome.
I just wanted to start out my comments with just a complete awareness of the fact that Manhattan Borough President said that the only thing she cares about is $50 million going to the South Street Seaport Museum. There are 800 children who are going to school adjacent to this property. Southbridge Tower is across the street. There are 11 people living with lung transplants and with other ailments that have come from living through 9/11 and the dust and the ongoing health issues that came from that. This is an absolute abandonment of the people Gail Brewer and Margaret Chin were put in office to represent. We didn't put Gail Brewer in office to represent a museum that has floundered for decades and is poorly run. The children and the families of this community are who really need to be represented and should be looked after during this DEIS. The DEIS does a horrible job of acknowledging the current conditions under which these communities are living. We are in the middle of a pandemic. We are, as every other speaker who has a child that is attending that school, those schools, they are not vaccinated. The things that will keep us safe and keep my children in school with their friends are being threatened by this development. Furthermore, this development is being done sort of with blinders on and ignoring the fact that there is a brownfield toxic remediation process happening outside of the ULURP process. Allowing that to happen outside of the ULURP process is a complete undermining of what the ULURP was meant to do for communities and meant to do for the people who live in these communities. If all of the extra precautions and extra guidelines that can be fought for inside of a ULURP are done after the brownfield remediation starts. So we're talking about extra ways to mitigate sound, dust, to work with the developer to have them do construction outside of important times for the school, or when things get worse? What if there's an automatic shutdown? What if there's spikes in COVID? We lose all of that control because it is also being handled exactly at the same time concurrently through the Brownfield program. I implore this panel to turn down this anemic and sad plan that looks at the DEIS and the impacts for our school. It is not relevant and it is not careful. And I beg you to look after the children that I think you should be looking after and the people of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malvern. Our next speaker will be Karen Emus, to be followed by Robert Becker.
Thank you, commissioners. My name is Karen Imus. I'm the Vice President of Programs at the Waterfront Alliance. We are a leading organization advocating for waterfront revitalization, climate resilience, and advocacy for the New York, New Jersey harbor region. The Waterfront Alliance unequivocally supports the Howard Hughes Corporation proposal to develop a mixed-use building at 250 Water Street that creates affordable housing in Lower Manhattan Seaport neighborhood and generates much-needed funding for the Seaport Museum through the sale of air rights. It's important to recognize the wide support that this project has garnered, including the Landmarks Preservation Commission, which found the project appropriate in scope. Howard Hughes has conducted extensive outreach to the local community through the Seaport Stakeholder Planning Workshops, which we have participated in. And Howard Hughes's commitment to making the redevelopment of 250 Water Street part of an overall plan for district-wide improvements is clear. The Waterfront Alliance is committed to sustainability and to mitigating—
Gone mute. Oh, you came back again.
The Waterfront Alliance is committed to the sustainability and to mitigating the effects of climate change. We're therefore pleased that 250 Water Street project will meet or exceed regulatory requirements for resiliency and sustainability and will be certified LEED Silver at a minimum. We're also pleased that Howard Hughes has shown a commitment to building resiliently throughout the Seaport. Pier 17 is now above the 100-year floodplain. This sets a standard for development, which we believe is much needed through the city and is reflected in the Waterfront Alliance's Waterfront Edge Design Guidelines program. We believe this project will provide significant and much needed funds to the South Street Seaport Museum, which would receive sustainable funding as well as a new resilient building in order to operate as a world-class institution. The plan would allow the museum its first ever reliable recurring income stream, helping to put it on sound footing and fulfill its true potential. And we feel strongly that the museum is at a critical and important part of the city's past and future, and yet the museum is at a crossroads. There's no other location in the city where the interpretation and storytelling about the New York Harbor estuary can take place in such a profound and meaningful way. Following over 50 years of attempts to plan for a sustainable seaport and the fiscally disastrous effects of COVID on our cultural institutions and on our neighborhoods, the time is now to realize these goals. And we believe this is the right project at the right time for the Seaport, Lower Manhattan, and New York City. And we urge the City Planning Commission to support the land use actions necessary to make this development possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Robert Becker, who will be followed by Terry Brady.
Robert Becker is not here.
Thank you. Terry Brady, who will be followed by Scott Dwyer.
Terry Brady and Scott Dwyer do not appear to be in the room.
Thank you. Christina Rockos, who would be followed by Adrian Sosin.
Christine is also not here.
Adrian Sosin. Proceed.
My name is Adrienne Andy Sosin, and I live in Southbridge Towers since 1976. My whole family lives in Southbridge, and my grandchildren attend and did attend the Pecksniff School. Opposed to this proposal to teachers Water Street. Only greed and power make it an abomination of a building of this height and mass at 250 Water Street would be forced upon already endangered and uniquely historic Seaport system. A jewel of historic preservation, priceless to New York and to the whole nation. Allowing this project and its associated ULURP will also change the degree of privatization public properties all over New York, remapping streets that essentially turns off public properties over to. Hello?
No, we're hearing you. Please continue.
Thank you. As information and materials for litigation by the Seaport Coalition show that with current and former city officials are essentially selling off ownership of the public streets to private real estate interests. And they're now being perceived as features all over the city, like the Vornado campus and Hudson Yards. The entire seaport will be totally under the control of a private developer if these ULURPs are approved. And the approvals will be used as precedent by real estate interests. All of these concomitant actions now proposed by these ULURPs potentially lead to the destruction of many other historic districts in New York. At 250 Water Street, the proposed apartment tower is still way over the height of the other buildings inside and outside the Seaport district. The huge mass of the building's lower portion will block off the district from Pearl Street, which was meant to be the entry to the low-rise area. Construction and ongoing density thereafter will increase already high road traffic and likely create sanitation pickup traffic. The building will shade the streets and block the sunlight. It will cast long shadows over the surrounding lower buildings and reduce sun to gardens and plantings in the Southbridge Plaza. It will prevent Southbridge Towers from using solar panels efficiently. The shadows will rob the entire Seaport neighborhood of its aura of old New York at the Brooklyn Bridge, meaning that a major part of the attractiveness of the historic district will be gone forever. It is a sham for any city official to say that this proposal...
I'm afraid, Ms. Sosin, I'm afraid that your time is up, but we would very much welcome your submitting your written testimony. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Diana Sweetage, followed by Linda Hellstrom.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Diana Sweetage. I'm Director of Planning and Land Use for Manhattan CB1. CB1 has adopted a resolution in opposition to this project. This testimony specifies comment on the DEIS. Construction. There are many vulnerable residents in the immediate vicinity, including elderly and children. Specifically, there's widespread community concern over the impact on children in school during the environmental remediation and construction of this project. Construction is expected to take 3 years, which will have major impacts for children learning at the Peck Slip and Blue schools, which are immediately adjacent to the site. The applicant must work with the school communities as soon as possible to make commitments to specific mitigation strategies. The applicant should study similar cases of major construction next to school buildings, such as PS 234 and PS 51, to understand what worked well and what did not, and should utilize current best practices. The Seaport area has experienced an influx of young couples, families, and children in the recent past. COVID drove many families out of the city, and this is a precarious time as the community attempts to stabilize. CB1 has concerns that if adequate mitigation measures are not identified and implemented, it will become another factor that drives families out of our community. Shadows. The DEIS has identified that the open spaces of Southbridge Towers are expected to experience significant adverse impacts as a result of this project, requiring mitigation measures such as replacing plantings and maintenance. CB1 requests that the applicant reach out to Southbridge as soon as possible to work out a mitigation plan for the open spaces at Southbridge Towers so that it can be more memorialized within the project's restrictive declaration. Though not identified within the DEIS as having a significant adverse shadow impact, CB1 is concerned about the impact to local playgrounds and the Peck Slip Play Street. The Play Street is not identified as a formal playground as part of the DEIS, but it will experience massive impacts as a result of this project and should be studied and mitigated accordingly. Sustainability and resiliency. While the applicant has outlined a potential menu of sustainability measures, they are described as those that could be included in the project. Many sustainability measures will be worked out later through the design process, and certain building requirements will determine the level of efficiency and environmental innovation that can be achieved, or that sustainability and environmental measures can be retrofitted into the project at some point in the future. CB1 is disappointed by this unclear plan and encourages the applicant to prioritize the level of environmental innovation that will be incorporated into this project. Transportation. CB1 is concerned by the DEIS or would not be addressed by the spot mitigation proposed. There are likely to be residual impacts to Fulton, Johns South, and other nearby streets, as well as impacts from opening the Pier 17 service drive for passenger drop-offs. CB1 asks that the applicant continue to analyze traffic impacts and that additional potential mitigation measures, including for any traffic impacts within the DEIS that have been documented thus far, to remain unmitigated. Please see our full written testimony for full comments on the DEIS. Tammy Meltzer, chairperson of CB1, will be commenting specifically on the ULURP. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Witte. Our next speaker will be Linda Hellstrom, to be followed by Paul Goldstein.
I'm Linda Hellstrom. I live in the Captain Rose House, built in 1733, located a half block from this project. You at City Planning are the last line of defense in protecting the true essence of our historic district and others throughout the city. If a big Texas developer like Howard Hughes with billionaire hedge fund investor Bill Ackman walked into the zoning department of any other city asking to plop a massive tower 3 times the allowable zoning smack in the middle of historic Savannah or historic Charleston, or stuck among the wrought iron railing buildings of the French Quarter in New Orleans, that developer would be laughed out of the office. Here in New York City, they are welcomed in, according years of behind-the-scenes negotiations. Paid too much for your building lot? Don't worry. Want to build higher than the zoning? We'll help you. Only now, after more than a year of countless FOIL requests, is the Seaport Coalition getting just a few of those public documents that tell the tale. A tale of selling out years of work from citizens, CB1, and elected officials working together to create a 120-foot zoning to preserve the history of this 10-block district. They knew what these other cities know. Historic districts bring business, lots of business. Tourists come all summer long, stopping by our building to learn about its infamous past, then leisurely strolling through the rest of the low-rise historic district. People don't tour around to see massive tall buildings and dark, narrow, shadowed streets. When I show the picture of this tower placed within the district, people laugh and say, nobody's really considering that, are they? The picture shows dramatically that the supposedly appropriate base is visible only to a few surrounding streets. From every other square inch of the district, people will only see a massive, block-long, 345-foot building hulking over its 60-foot neighbors. But wait, HHC wants a 99-year lease at a low base rent in order to dominate the rest of the district. And right now, the block-long Fulton Market building has lost its ill-suited luxury store tenant. So when HHC says it can't make money on its leases, they'll say it's a perfect place for another tower. Precedent is already set. Let's bust the zoning again. Above Mr. C's hotel, luxury condos. Expand on top of Peck Slip and Blue Schools, even over the Paris Cafe. Narrow streets and a canyon of super tall buildings. Uniqueness of low scale, gone. History of the way it used to look at the time of the founding, gone. A few historic buildings squished among massive skyscrapers. No one makes a special effort to come way down here for a mere building or two, and certainly not for a museum without its Seaport district. If this unbelievable project is approved, it will be the year 2021 that the South Street Seaport Museum gave away the district.
Hellstrom, I am afraid that your time is up, but we would welcome your submission of written comments. Our next speaker will be Paul Goldstein, to be followed by Emily Hellstrom.
Mr. Goldstein, you can unmute your mic and turn on your camera.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm ready now, I think. Okay. I strongly urge the City Planning Commission to vote down the ULURP applications before you to allow the proposed new 250 Water Street building to proceed. This 345-foot tall tower would be a great addition if built virtually anywhere else in Lower Manhattan, but is grossly out of scale and inappropriate for the South Street Seaport Historic District. Take a look at the photos of the model that shows how this building would look in that historic district. and judge for yourself if it belongs in this low-scale, very special part of Lower Manhattan. Approving these ULURP applications would set several bad and dangerous precedents, including 1, allowing development rights to be moved into historic districts. What will prevent this maneuver from taking place in other historic districts? 2, rewriting the special rules governing the transfer of development rights in the Seaport, whereby they are only supposed to be moved to sites outside of the district. And 3, allowing developers to rewrite the rules which allow the transfer of development rights from an adjacent site by instead using demapped streets to create a fake connection to sites located blocks away. The current C62A zoning was put in place in 2003 when the city approved a plan supported by the Community Board, Downtown Alliance, every local elected, the Economic Development Corporation, the Seaport Museum, and many others. The current proposal totally ignores good faith efforts by the Community Board and community to suggest alternative ways to help fund the Seaport Museum and to build affordable housing that can be done without approving a building 3 times the height of what is permitted. We are aware of other local property owners outside the Seaport who are interested in purchasing Seaport air rights. The city should let them bid air rights so we can move them outside the historic district and still raise the money needed for the museum. Howard Hughes has mounted an unprecedented campaign to gain approval of their plan by hiring the city's top lawyers, lobbyists, and PR firms. New York City should not be formulating its land use decisions based on an owner's ability to spend millions of dollars to influence decision makers. I again urge you not to approve the proposal before you today. Let's work together to come up with a better plan to help the Seaport Museum and build more affordable housing while also protecting and preserving our very special South Street Seaport Historic District. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Our next speaker will be Emily Hellstrom, to be followed by James Kaplan.
Thank you so much. My name is Emily Hellstrom, and I'm the PTA co-president of the Peck Slip School and a founding member of Children First, a grassroots organization representing over 800 families and parents with children who attend the school directly adjacent to 250 Water Street, as well as other area schools. It is difficult to overstate the devastating impacts of this oversized tower would have on the surrounding area. It is also difficult to overstate the hubris of the Howard Hughes Corporation. Today, you will hear and have already heard from the public about why this proposal should not happen, given its impact on the important and imperiled historic district, the detrimental environmental conditions, which will directly affect hundreds of children, and the strange gerrymandered way that they are trying to shoehorn air rights to build a tower that will loom over the entire seaport. But I would like specifically to speak to you today about the importance of the integrity of our government processes. It is difficult to spend time today testifying when the public has seen hundreds of thousands of dollars that this developer has spent on lobbyists, lawyers, PR people, and the money that has been thrown at this application. We have been told by many people in favor of this project that it is in the bag, that it is a done deal. And in fact, on Monday, September 17th, 2018, I was invited to a meeting with Saul Scherl from the Howard Hughes at the Peck Slip School, along with the principal Maggie Sienna, Megan Malvern, and Luis Sanchez, the head of school operations, where Mr. Scherl asked us quite directly what we wanted in the way of a community benefit for this school in exchange for our complicit acceptance of this behemoth tower, a carve up the horse before it's dead style gathering. Wisely, our principal stated that we did not want to be bribed or need to be bribed. What we want is for our children to be able to learn in an environment free of dust and noise, and the play street outside our building to remain in full use to enable our children to have recess outside. It is illustrative of how this multinational billionaire-run corporation operates. Threaten the local schools, scare local small businesses and leaseholders, throw money at nearby nonprofits to lock in their favorable testimony, and grab the museum and hold them hostage. Our money can buy whatever we want. Our FOIL findings show multiple monthly meetings with elected officials leading up to this ULURP application, setting a situation that looks like the developer has more access to our public officials than we, the voting public. We have seen ULURP after ULURP where developers make promises of community handouts that disappear like whispers in the wind when the time comes to implement them. Stack that on top of lie upon lie that this particular developer has made to our community and then promptly broken. Community Board 1 has thoughtfully weighed in on this application and it was roundly rejected. And yet this process marches on, seemingly ignoring the public voice. We please urge you to reject this application and listen to what the community is saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elstrom. James Kaplan. James Kaplan to be followed by Mark Bozick.
Mr. Kaplan, you can unmute your microphone and begin speaking whenever you want.
Sooner is better than later.
He may be having technical difficulties if we want to come back.
Mr. Bozick, and then we'll come back to Mr. Kaplan.
Sure. Don't see Mr. Bozick in the room.
Eric Kovar, please proceed.
Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Eric Kovar and I live on John Street. I came here to help Pfizer and have decided to stay in New York City to be part of and witness the comeback. I am not here with talking points or to speak about scale or anything. I would just like to speak to my own personal experience. Part of the difficult years that we've all experienced, for me, were mitigated by the chance to walk in Central Park, to visit the Met Museum, and then eventually to learn about your seaport. And so what I would like to say is all that I can speak to is that the people that own this part of the seaport have been, in my opinion, good neighbors and good corporate citizens. I have gone to free events that were as simple as hammocks on the street or a public basketball court. And I have sent you just a one-pager of my experience walking along the seaport every day. So I cannot speak to the rules, the zoning, the legalities, but I can speak to who I would like to see my now representative government support as a corporate partner. I believe that these people are the good type of corporate partner, and I believe there are compromises that need to be made. So I am not here with talking points. I am just here to say that I believe this is a quality effort. And I have heard people previous to me speak to scale and size and the disruption of their street or their neighborhood, their building or their school. All those things happen with progress. And I see this as progress. I see this as a good project by good people. And I came here as a visitor to your city, and now I consider myself a resident. I am just one voice, and I just wanted to make sure that somebody who thought this was a good project that has been around the globe and around the world and around this country is appreciative of this effort. I bring you no facts, no math, no number of stories of buildings. I haven't written anything out, and I thank you for the chance to speak today. And I love this city, and I'm happy to be a neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kovar. Is James Kaplan or Mark Bozick?
We'll try Mr. Kaplan again here.
My name is James Kaplan. I'm one of the founders and past president of the Lower Manhattan Historical Association, which is a consortium of historic groups and museums, including the Francis Tavern Museum, American Museum of Finance, the Veteran Corps of Artillery. And I'm here to speak in favor of the project. We think that the history of this city, and particularly the history of Lower Manhattan, is its greatest asset and will in the future be its greatest asset, even more so than finance. I remember almost 50 years ago when I started working on Wall Street, when the South Street Seaport Museum really pulled the city out of its fiscal crisis and was a beacon for the development of Lower Manhattan. I also remember the many concerts that were held at Pier 16 with people such as Peter, Paul, and Mary, Pete Seeger, Bob Dylan. And this was a great inspiration to all of us. Now, I understand that the museum has fallen into rough times, perhaps because of the zoning restrictions, but I think it's time to go past that. It's time to rebuild. Our organization ran our July 4th parade, which was our largest parade ever for the 7th year this year after COVID. And we ended at Pier 16. And we had two great singers, Linda Russell and Jonathan Crook. It wasn't as well attended, but I think that in seeing that concert, I could see not only the past of 50 years ago, but also the future. I think the future of this organization it will be with the South Street Seaport Museum and the cultural organizations like ours. And therefore, I urge you to support this project. And I would say to the mothers who have so eloquently spoken here in opposition, you may not remember the days that I do of the Great South Street Seaport Museum, but do not deprive your children of the benefit that I had when I was in my 20s of seeing great singers and seeing a great cultural institution here in Lower Manhattan. And I think it's time to rebuild it and do it again. So I urge the City Planning Commission to follow the lead of the Landmarks Preservation Committee, support this project, and let's move forward, not backward. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to try Mark Bozek before we move forward?
Let me just check. He has not returned to the room, so.
All righty. Amelia Josephson. Amelia Josephson, who will be followed by Darby Sokolow.
Good afternoon. My name is Amelia Josephson, and I work in CB1 on Broad Street. I have spoken at several meetings on this proposal at CB1 and before the LPC. I support the proposal for this mixed-use development featuring mixed-income homes at the 250 Water Street site because it will help bring new residents and increased vitality to the area, and because it includes much-needed affordable housing in a high-opportunity neighborhood that is out of reach for too many New Yorkers. In addition, the plan offers a lifeline to the Seaport Museum. I was visiting the museum last Sunday when I toured the 1985 tall ship waiver tree. Preserving the museum is critical to stewarding New York City's history for generations to come. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I urge the Commission to support the land use actions necessary to make 250 Water Street possible and bring this project to life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Mark Bozek is now in the Zoom room.
Thank you. Mr. Bozek, please proceed.
Hello. I've testified in the past on numerous occasions in full support of HAC's 250 Water Project. But today my status has changed as I'm now officially a tenant on Fulton and Water Streets in the former Abercrombie and Fitch store where my new company, Live Rocket, with the very generous support of and the entire company, has converted it into Live Rocket Studio, where on September 12th, we'll proudly and hopefully be a part of opening New York City by producing the Experience of the Times of Bill Cunningham immersive exhibit. We are now new tenants in the former Super Dry space as well, which is where I'm seated right now on the corner of Fulton and Front Street. It will be painted completely gray in what, not so ironically, is called cobblestone path gray. I was thrilled yesterday when the windows along Water and Front Street were installed with amazing large quotes from the great New York Times legendary photographer and fashion historian Bill Cunningham. It took several coats of black paint and airing out to finally get rid of the certain Abercrombie aroma that they used to pump into the air vents. I encourage all of you to pass by and take a look for yourself and see what smart planning and smart progress can do to a historical neighborhood. I further encourage you, or maybe even I implore you to take a shot at the QR code so you can buy tickets. Anyways, during these past few months, I've also been staying periodically at the Hamptons Inn on Pearl Street, walking the few blocks from the seaport and past the 250 Water Street garage. I've begun to feel connected to this neighborhood and look forward to years of being not only a studio and retail tenant, but I also hope part of the fabric of all things that it represents and will represent in the future. But to be completely frank, passing that open garage in question many, many times recently, I cannot help but feel pulled out of the neighborhood and suddenly as if I'm looking for a parking spot for a Yankee game in the Bronx. It's dirty and it's tired, and regardless of how long it's been there, it's no more fits than the Yankees would fit in Queens. There's absolutely nothing historical about it. It's gross. It's wrong to use the children. Them playing that local parking lot represent what you want for your children? And why do you call Cheryl and other people at the HHC with words like bribery? It is so not what this organization is all about. It sounds like a PBS special from 1965. I wouldn't do it for my 13-year-old, and I think the progress in what they presented is absolutely appropriate. HHC has shown the utmost professionalism in every step of my new startup company's launch at every single level, including especially my new pal Virgil, the ever-present security minder on the cobblestones. New York must push forward and not stand still while other cities welcome such progress. Let's please remain the historical district, not a hysterical one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Darby Sokolow, proceed.
New York City Planning Commissioners. As 41 young New Yorkers living in Lower Manhattan, we strongly support the visionary proposal to transform the 50-plus-year-old parking lot at 250 Water Street, on the edge of the financial and historic districts, into a productive building, bringing deeply affordable housing to one of America's richest neighborhoods. Many of us attended college here or arrived after graduation to pursue our careers and dreams. We are new to the job and housing markets, and our futures in New York depend on how well the city is able to meet the many challenges it now faces. The city needs to recover from what will soon be 2 brutal pandemic years. The only way forward is through bold and inclusive urban planning, breaking down the symbolic walls between neighborhoods, confronting the city's complicated history, and putting an end to disingenuous calls for preservation, designed to keep diverse communities out. We need fresh approaches that allow New York City to make economic development equitable and build more housing both affordable and market rate. That will allow our city to compete globally within the cities of the future. New York City is growing, and we applaud the fact that at least 80 of the planned 270 residential apartments will be affordable for families with lower income, ensuring easy access to public transit, good jobs, and the beautiful East River waterfront. This proposal embodies our optimism in its level of investment and its depth of civic commitment. We urge you to approve the exciting 250 Water Street project in the Seaport, respectfully.
Thank you. Grace Lee, who would be followed by Leslie Gruss.
She's here. We're getting her in the room. Ms. Lee, you may unmute your microphone. Having some technical difficulties with Ms. Lee. We want to move on to Ms. Russ. We'll troubleshoot.
Leslie Gruss, yes.
Hi, my name is Leslie Gruss, and I am opposed to the proposal in front of you today. I am outraged that a developer with complicity of elected officials can brazenly build a building taller than the zoning for a treasured historic Seaport district allows. I am concerned about the precedent of a developer making a charitable contribution to a nonprofit, in this case, the Seaport Museum, in exchange for extra stories in a building that will reap huge financial benefit to the developer. This will in turn increase the income disparity between the haves and the have-nots in New York City and in the United States. Using the buzzwords of a few affordable units is no excuse. Again, I am deeply opposed to the Howard Hughes proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Grace Lee available?
She's dropped from the room. It might be because she's dialing in, so we can let you know when she comes in.
Okay, should we go to Adrienne Ramstadt?
It looks like we might have Miss Lee back in the room. Here we go.
Ms. Lee, please proceed.
Hi, am I on now?
Yes. Yep.
Thank you. Sorry, just had to reboot my Zoom. Hello, my name is Grace Lee. I'm a Lower Manhattan resident and mother of 3 children who've attended school for nearly a decade at the Blue School just steps away from 250 Water Street. I am also a co-founder of Children First, a parent-led coalition. I stand in strong opposition to this development because it is a threat to our kids and our community. The South Street Seaport neighborhood is anchored by 2 schools that are home to over 800 children, including some as young as 2 years old. You don't have to be an engineer to know that the years of construction of this outsized, out-of-scale luxury building will undoubtedly impact those schools. The work from this project will rob our children of an outdoor play space for 6 years, which is an entire elementary school career. Our kids have spent nearly 2 years shut inside our apartments due to this pandemic, which might get worse before it gets better. These kids need to be in school, have safe places to play, but no one can tell us How do you expect these kids to learn safely? And as we continue to battle COVID, we want to ensure our unvaccinated kids are back in classrooms that are safe and ventilated. How are teachers supposed to open the windows to dust and noise, which jeopardize not just the health and safety of our children, but also their ability to focus in a quiet learning environment? I am tired of our kids being viewed as collateral damage to this pandemic and now to this development. We cannot put a price tag on the health and safety of our children. Howard Hughes already showed indifference when they told our group of moms not to worry, that there was only a little bit of mercury on the site. We went to the archives and discovered that the site had been a thermometer factory and that it presented more danger than Howard Hughes initially wanted to acknowledge. So now as parents, we have to ask ourselves, what else do we not know about? What else doesn't Howard Hughes want to acknowledge? Finally, I want to add that the Seaport is one of the most historically significant places, not only in Manhattan, but in our nation. And this building will fundamentally change its character and history. There is no point to having a Seaport Museum if it comes at the expense of destroying the seaport for which it memorializes. I am a community member with no financial stake in this project. I just want my kids to be able to learn in a safe environment, play outside at recess, and to have windows open in their classrooms. Families are already leaving our community because of this project. And what is a community without its families and without its schools? I am respectfully asking you to vote no because Howard Hughes has not put enough consideration into how the project will impact these schools and the community. Zoning laws exist for a reason, and Howard Hughes has not earned the exception that they are seeking. Please vote no to save the schools and the Seaport. Thank you.
Thank you. Adrian Ramstack.
Adrian is not in the room at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that.
Daniel Robertson.
Also is not in the Zoom.
Betsy Nebel-Scheinholz.
Okay, my name is Betsy Nebel-Scheinholz, and I come before you against Howard Hughes Corporation being given approval for a 99-year lease for the public land it controls in the historic district, and against changing the designation of the DMAP streets in the historic South Street Seaport District as a means to transfer air rights to 250 Water Street. Changing the designation of the DMAP streets in the historic district as a means to transfer air rights to 250 Water Street is a transparent sham. It should be rejected after so much as one look at the gerrymandered map. The DMAP streets and development rights in question are city-owned public assets. They are not there for a developer to manipulate zoning rules in order to advance a tower in the historic district. Why would we reward them now? If approved, this will set the stage for continued erosion of this tiny district, and God help us, as with the original ULURP agreement with Howard Hughes Corporation, the community was supposed to have access to the roof of Pier 17 at all times. And it wasn't until many years had passed and a 4th of July that the community discovered by reviewing the ULURP agreement that we had the right to go up to the roof that Howard Hughes was keeping us off of. Not to mention that Howard Hughes Corporation had negotiated that the roof, that the community had access to only 10,000 square feet, which turned out to be on the west side of the roof, mostly behind the elevator shaft. Look who got the shaft, the community. Howard Hughes Corporation was never penalized for their restriction of the community to the roof. Why would we reward them now? Take a close look at what they are pushing for and offering now, because if these approvals are given to them, the ultimate plans will disintegrate and there will be no benefits to the community or the South Street Seaport Museum that the city couldn't offer the museum if the air rights were sold outside the district. Why would we reward them now? Thank you.
Thank you.
Adrian Ramstack has returned to the room.
Please proceed.
Wonderful, thank you. My name's Adrienne Mellon Ramstack, and I am the parent of an incoming first grader. I chose this area where I live, the financial district, specifically for the Peck Slip School. It was encouraging to me that we had such a wonderful public school in our vicinity And for me, that was incredibly enticing to live in this area and to send my child to Peck Slip School. He's, as I said, going into first grade, and so his entire elementary school career at this point has been mired by a global pandemic, in and out of school, going to on and off of Zoom, and for him to continue to go to school amongst more disturbance and unrest, potentially unsafe conditions, something that just really breaks my heart for him. I am not completely opposed to this plan. I'm opposed to it in the way that it's being positioned. I think it's fantastic that Howard Hughes is planning to endow the Seaport Museum, but at the same time, what about endowing our schools? We've got the Peck Slip School and we've got the Blue School right there. And we are going to be looking at detrimental, I believe, detrimental admission rates, and it's going to affect our schools for years to come and our children's learning. I would like to recommend that Howard Hughes think about what they can do for our schools and for our children, considering everything that's going to be taken from them if this plan is approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Rivera. Sam Rivera, to be followed by Stacy George.
Sam Rivera is here, getting them unmuted.
My name is Jill Poclemba, and I'm presenting on behalf of Sam Rivera.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay. Sam Rivera is the Executive Director of New York Harm Reduction Educators and Washington Heights Corner Project in Manhattan. These two nonprofits are in the process of merging into one organization that serves residents of Manhattan and the Bronx and provides harm reduction services in the community. While it's located in East Harlem and Washington Heights, these organizations serve individuals from all parts of Manhattan, including all neighborhoods in Lower Manhattan, the Lower East Side, Chinatown, and the Financial District. Sam Rivera himself was born and raised on the Lower East Side, and he still has deep roots and connections in the Lower East Side community. He also has a close friendship with the actor Luis Guzman, who is also from his same neighborhood and continues to support the work done for marginalized communities in New York City. He recently gave Sam the opportunity to speak on his work on his show, and he supports many community-based projects that create positive opportunities in Lower Manhattan. He also fought hard for affordable housing in the South Street district in the 1980s.
I can't read any of this, I'm sorry.
Christopher Marte is here. He's the district leader, and he's
Sam strongly supports the HHC proposal to develop a
So
he's here.
that will create affordable housing.
Signed up, and he will take out any orders he wants. He is not an elected official.
Sam was the Associate Vice President of Health and Housing Services at the Fortune
I checked it. I checked
a reentry services organization that owns and operates two housing facilities in Harlem. One was transitional housing, and the other was mixed-use, supportive, and affordable housing that also offered supportive services. Sam can strongly attest to the importance of these type of affordable housing projects, as he has witnessed firsthand the positive impacts that these have on the and the importance that New York City needs to have more projects like these now and in the future, as there is such an urgent need for housing and especially affordable housing. The 250 Water Street project will also meet or exceed regulatory requirements for resiliency and sustainability. It is so important and exciting because a mixed-use, supportive, and affordable housing facility that Sam managed called Castle Gardens was also a LEED Gold certified building. Sam knows how important sustainable green buildings are to New York City and the positive environmental impacts that LEED certified buildings have as we face the increasingly harmful effects of climate change. HHC is also committed to resilience and sustainability throughout the Seaport. Lastly, HHC is also a good neighbor, fostering community spirit via diverse, engaging programming and a broad range of local civic groups and social organizations and nonprofits. I personally previously worked at the Girl Scouts of Greater New York, Jill Poclemba, and I know that they supported the Girl Scouts through charitable donations this past holiday season.
I'm afraid that the time has run out, but if you would like to submit the letter, that would be great.
Yes, we did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stacy George, to be followed by Joshua Picard.
Hi. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stacy George, and I am speaking on behalf of Live Nation Entertainment, where I am a Senior Vice President for Live Nation in New York. Live Nation.
I'm afraid we've lost you, Ms. George.
Yeah, it seems like she just dropped entirely.
Okay, then we will move on to Joshua Picard.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, you're back, please.
Sorry about that, guys. I'll be quick. My name is Stacy George, and I am speaking on behalf of Live Nation Entertainment, where I am a Senior Vice President for Live Nation in New York. Live Nation is the world's leading live entertainment company that is privileged to work with artists to bring their creativity to life on stages around the world. Live Nation is a committed partner with the Seaport District in bringing live music and the performing arts to Rooftop at Pier 17. We feel the proposed projects for the Seaport Museum and 250 Water Street are appropriate to the historic Seaport District and crucial to economic development, saving the museum and bringing affordable housing to the community. I strongly support the HHC proposal to develop a mixed-use building at 250 Water Street that will spur economic development, add residential housing near transit and good jobs, create permanent, deeply affordable housing in Lower Manhattan's affluent Seaport neighborhood, and generate funding for the Seaport Museum. Live Nation has a fantastic partnership with the Seaport in bringing diverse performances and events, and we believe the overall development proposal will strengthen our relationships in Lower Manhattan, appropriate for the Seaport District, and beneficial to the future of Lower Manhattan. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. George. Our next speaker is Joshua Picard, to be followed by Richard Dykema.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Joshua Picard, a partner in NoHo Hospitality Group, which operates 8 restaurants in downtown New York. I am speaking today in support of HSC and their mixed-use building at 250 Water Street on behalf of myself and my partners Luke Ostrom and Andrew Carmelini. We invested in the Seaport District and support this evolution process into a wonderful balance between its history and the future. This development will help spur increased economic development, add residential housing near transit and good jobs, create permanent, deeply affordable housing in Lower Manhattan's affluent Seaport neighborhood, and generate funding for the Seaport Museum. I've lived in downtown New York City since 1981 and know the Seaport quite well over the years. I'm a founding board member that created the NoHo bid, so I understand the development process in such cherished neighborhoods. I was happy to see the modifications made during the landmarks approval process and now feel confident this development will be an important addition to the Seaport District and has been carefully scaled to the existing historical structures that is inclusive to the community needs. Over the past 32 years, I've been involved in building 22 restaurant concepts in 4 states. I recently completed a 3-year project with Howard Hughes at Pier 17, where we recently opened Carney Mari and Mr. Dips. I can tell you with years of first-hand experience that HSC has been the most conscientious of builders we have ever worked with. They take an extraordinary level of responsibility in its handling of all projects in the area. While we understand that construction can be temporarily disruptive, we have confidence that this team to run a safe, sensitive, and responsive construction operation at 250 Water Street. The building's design is contextual to its surroundings. Specifically, the building is lower rise where it meets the interior of the historic district and taller along the Pearl Street, which is wider and faces the high-rise financial district. I thank you, and I urge this body to support land use actions necessary to make 250 Water Street possible.
Thank you, Mr. Picard.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Richard Dykema, to be followed by Thomas Benton.
I'm Richard Dykema, and I'm a resident of the Fulton Seaport neighborhood. I walk in the Seaport District almost every day. I believe that this proposed project is very well suited to the entire neighborhood, as the previous speaker said. On one side, it's along a major street, which would be Water Street farther down, but called Pearl Street at that point. We need housing in the United States. We need housing in particular in metropolitan areas of New York City. Everywhere somebody tries to build housing, They're opposed by people who don't like density, who don't like it that it's going to be more, they don't like it that there's going to be construction. But of course, if you give into that kind of local opposition, you won't build more housing. You won't be solving the problems that come from not having enough housing in the country. Howard Hughes has put together an excellent proposal here that fits in lower Manhattan in a number of ways. They're also going to be finally allowing the Seaport Museum to open. I think this project is going to be a great improvement to the neighborhood, and I hope the Planning Commission, City Council will approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dykema. Our next speaker will be Thomas Benton, to be followed by Jay Hellstrom.
Thomas is not in the room, in the Zoom anyway.
Okay, then we'll go to Jay Hellstrom, to be followed by George Breiger.
Thank you. I'm Jay Hellstrom, and I live a half a block away from the project in the historic district. I'd like to focus on a single issue: air rights. Air rights are an integral part of the fatally flawed foundation of this application. Let's follow this sordid tale. It is very clear that the applicant seeks to divide and conquer. They saw support for a financially strapped Seaport Museum as a means of providing political cover. Let's call it for what it is: quid pro quo. To save the museum, to get approval of wildly inappropriate number of variances, and unfortunately, in the process, undermining my community. The bribe was originally $50 million in Brazil, and in association with a new museum building that could be built. But they aren't funding it, nor are they building it. The ironic part is that hedge fund Bill Ackman and Texas developer Howard Hughes pulled a sneaky business maneuver, and they're not paying for those bribes. They're asking the city to pay for it, for the Howard Hughes purchase of air rights at a low base value. Not only are they not paying, it won't come close, yet even approaching $50 million, and probably will do little to save the museum. An endowment throws off 5% a year. Do the math, please. Let's talk about these air rights. They're embedded in the structure and the formation of the historic district. Air rights are the public property, as is the transparency of the cities responsible for the integrating of those proceeds back into the fabric and financial viability of the historic district and the museum. Again, these air rights are ours, the public taxpayer. There are air rights that should be publicly bid for in a third-party auction and sold to the highest bidder for use outside the district. Proceeds going to benefit the historic district and museum. That was what was originally intended. It is the fundamental mechanism to protect the low-scale historic district, enabling the full 10-block display of living history as it's been over the last 2 centuries. These air rights are being handed over to a developer and a hedge fund manager at an unknown value for them to use inside the district through a bizarre and manipulative system of demapping streets. You should not be complicit in this divisive and profoundly precedent-setting procedure. It undercuts the integrity of the City Planning Commission. I urge you to turn your back on this dubious legal proposal and support the citizens, not just for this historic district.
I'm afraid
but for all
that
the world.
I'm afraid, sir, that your time has expired, but we would very much welcome your submitting written commentary. Our next speaker is George Breiger, to be followed by Joel Sosinski.
George is not in the Zoom.
Okay, then we will move on to Joel Sosinski, to be followed by Eddie Travers.
My name is Joel Sosinski, and I'm a resident of the South Street Seaport District. I've been a resident for many, many years. I urge the CPC to reject this proposal. From the date that HHC bought 250 Water Street, we all knew the scheme had been developed to make a huge profit for this vulture capitalistic corporation. Apparently, the Howard Hughes Corporation believes that in this attempt to get CPC approval, it will somehow allow CPC to give this vulture capitalist Texas corporation its blessing to make an enormous profit and basically destroy the South Street Seaport Historic District. The funding of the South Street Seaport Museum and the offer of so-called affordable housing. And let's just talk about unaffordable housing for a second. And the millions of dollars of profits that HHC is looking for selling elevated views of the Brooklyn Bridge to the oligarchs of this world. It's a folly to only offer several dozens of so-called affordable housing. If CPC approves their current proposal, this is totally obnoxious. I would implore them to do the job to protect the South Street Seaport Historic District and reject this proposal. Your failure to reject the current proposal would be totally contrary to your mission to preserve and protect New York City landmarks and historic districts. Do not be complicit in this scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sosinski. Our next speaker will be Eddie Travers, to be followed by Joanne Gorman.
Yeah, my name is Eddie Travers, and I'm speaking today in opposition to the development of 250 Water. I'm owner of 2 local restaurants in Fidei here, and while I would certainly benefit financially with this development, it would not be good for my daughter. My daughter, Lydia, she's a 6-year-old girl with she's a cardiac baby, so she obviously has serious underlying health conditions. And you know, we moved down here specifically to go to Peckslip School because it was an excellent school and our businesses are in the area. Now, as a result of this and all the talk, and you know, I was involved with the PTA at Peckslip. We've had to make, myself and my wife had to make the decision to moving our daughter over to Battery Park City School. You know, with COVID and everything else, we were told, you know, part of keeping kids safe would be to leave windows open, so air will filtrate through these rooms. Obviously, this will not be able to be done with all the construction that's going to be going on outside Peckslip School. So again, it's a wonderful school. You know, we hate that we had to make that decision, but we have to look after our daughter's health. And, you know, we're seriously concerned for all the local kids in our neighborhood. And again, we are very much against this development. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Travers. Our next speaker will be Joanne Gorman, to be followed by Denny Salas.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Joanne Gorman. I'm co-founder of Friends of South Street Seaport and a member of the Seaport Coalition. Howard Hughes is proposing land use modifications that reconfigure planning rules to incorporate and manipulate public assets to advance its private, profit-driven agenda, where city-owned air rights meant to be used to preserve seaport assets and public streets demapped for public benefit are used by the developer as tools for another purpose. HAC played on a financially strapped Seaport Museum and the mayor's affordable housing goals to execute its plan. It initially dangled $50 million contribution as bait, money that was never going to be an actual donation out of its pockets. It was a deceptive move to manipulate city agencies, local elected officials, and the community at large to acquiesce to a tower that plants a skyscraper foothold where it doesn't belong. Howard Hughes wants a skyscraper. It just doesn't want its neighbors to be skyscrapers. Under the guise of applicant, Howard Hughes has access to our city agencies that the general public is not afforded. HHC has team members working on the 250 plans who previously held key positions in the very city agencies that HHC now has applications before. The prior legal counsel for the Landmarks Commission, now playing an active role as HHC counsel on the Landmarks application, presented her priority list of speakers, executive director, and current legal counsel. And as LPC hearings were underway, she coordinated in real time with them to get her Howard Hughes supporters heard. Another Howard Hughes team member, prior legal counsel for your Department of City Planning, recently introduced a contrived LSGD framework that reinterprets the meaning of street, adjacency, common ownership, in order to transfer city-owned air rights to HHC's private development site without triggering an open public procurement process. 5 months before it bought 250 Water, Howard Hughes Council was already reaching out to the Landmarks Commission. From 2019 continuing to the present, Howard Hughes organized and participated in multiple city interagency recurring meetings, as well as meetings with our museum, borough president, and city council member. The meetings brought representatives of city agencies and HHC into constant contact. LPC, city planning, EDC, Office of the Deputy Mayor, the list goes on. Creating a setting choreographed by HHC for all to unite around and become vested in its plan for 250 Water. On May 4th, the Landmarks Commission approved the 324-foot building as appropriate to the Seaport Coalition. On May 16th, the Seaport Coalition initiated a legal challenge to the Landmarks decision. The city is on notice as it continues to expend resources to rush this project through. I urge you not to approve it.
Thank you, Ms. Gorman. Our next speaker will be Jenny Salas, to be followed by Diana Prado.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Denny Salas, and I support the 250 Water Street project. Many others who have spoken in favor of this project have made the correct and appropriate policy arguments. Still, I'm going to focus my statement on the personal side of this. My immigrant parents had to break the law and lie about our residents to ensure my 3 siblings and I could attend a better school in a nicer neighborhood. The outcome was a path toward upward social mobility, successful careers, and educational attainment, including a PhD in psychology, a master's in economics, and a successful business owner. My story is not anecdotal, as there are many examples and studies that display similar outcomes when families gain access to higher opportunity areas. The opportunity to build affordable housing will allow working class families like mine who grew up poor a chance to access better schools and achieve their American dream. New York City needs more projects like this, which builds much needed affordable homes for working class families, encourages increased investments, and will be part of Lower Manhattan's economic recovery. I urge this body to support the land use actions necessary to make this project possible. Thank you for your time. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Salas. Our next speaker will be Diana Prado, followed by Michelle Coopersmith.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm actually here to give testimony on behalf of Jessica Lappin, President of the Downtown Alliance. Good afternoon, Chair Lago and members of the Commission. I'm Jessica Lappin, President of the Downtown Alliance, which manages the Business Improvement District for Lower Manhattan, south of Chambers Street. I am pleased to speak today in support of the Howard Hughes Development Project at 250 Water Street. While the South 3 Seaport is not by legal definition a part of our assessment area, it is a vital asset for the neighborhood and the entire city. We believe this mixed-use building proposal continues to be an important opportunity to create jobs, boost our local economy at such a critical juncture in the city's recovery, build sorely needed affordable housing in Community Board 1, and generate a path forward to save the Seaport Museum. New York City needs economic development now more than ever. This $850 million investment in the Seaport by Howard Hughes is projected to create more than 1,000 construction jobs, over 1,500 permanent jobs in the commercial, retail, and nonprofit sectors, and spark new patrons to support the local businesses and merchants, especially those who have been struggling during the pandemic. This project has undergone a lengthy stakeholder engagement process, and over the course of the public review process, the applicant has worked hard to be responsive to a breadth of community concerns, as well as feedback received from LPC in refining the proposal, lowering its height and ensuring it will be a benefit to the city as a whole. In addition to being endorsed by the Daily News, the Post, and the New York Times editorial board, 250 Water Street has strong local support from Councilmember Margaret Chin and Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer, as well as a broad coalition of residents, businesses, and civic groups. Furthermore, 250 Water Street plans to be a resilient and sustainable structure equipped to handle the impacts of climate change. Howard Hughes has already shown its commitment to address this reality by building Pier 17 above the 100-year floodplain, as well as relocating the historic tin building to be 6 feet higher than the 100-year floodplain. Our neighborhood knows firsthand how very important protecting the Seaport area from rising sea levels of this community. In closing, on behalf of the Downtown Alliance Board of Directors and myself, we strongly support Howard Hughes's application and encourage you to vote in favor of the land use actions necessary to make this development possible. Thank you. And I just want to give a special shout out to the CPC team. I know there were some technical issues, but I appreciate you working through them so we can testify here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And if you could pass along to Ms. Lappin and the Downtown Alliance team that much as I would prefer to see the storefronts in Lower Manhattan actually occupied, your Art on the Avenue project is just a fantastic boost to see great work other than vacant storefronts.
Yes, we're very excited. It's going to be up until November. So we're very excited that we're able to do it and working with the property owners to get them into spaces. And just want to point out that 100% of the proceeds go directly to the artists. So it's just been very well received. So thank you.
Our next speaker will be Michelle Cooper-Smith, followed by Edwin Schlossberg.
Hi, my name is Michelle Cooper-Smith. I am a resident of CD3, which closely borders CD1, and I'm here to speak in favor of this project. I've had the opportunity to speak, I think, 3 or 4 times now in support of this project, and I am glad that I have the opportunity to do so again. I'd just like to say that our city desperately needs more housing, and where better to do it than a transit-rich, high-opportunity neighborhood like the Seaport District. I spent my Sunday there, and I know it's a lovely place. The parking lot is not a lovely place, and I really hope that the city thinks that more people should be able to enjoy those amenities right outside their doorstep. And I just like to say also that there's been some reference to the tragedy of 9/11 as a reason to not build at this location. I'd like to reference a more an ongoing tragedy, which is that so many of our most vulnerable New Yorkers died from COVID because they lived in crowded housing. We have a housing crisis in this city and we need to fix it. And here's a great opportunity to do so. I'd like to mention that, as I said, I've already done this 3 or 4 times, and it's unfortunate that we need to go through so many hoops to build just a few desperately needed housing units. And I really encourage all the commissioners to vote in favor of this project, which has already gone through the Landmark Preservation Commission and CB1, so that more New Yorkers can enjoy a lovely and high opportunity neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper-Smith. Our next speaker is Edwin Schlossberg, to be followed by Austin Celestin.
Edwin is not in the room.
Thank you. So we will proceed to Austin Celestin, to be followed by Keith Scheinholz.
Good afternoon. My name is Austin Celestin, and I'm a sophomore at NYU studying urban design. I remember the first concept of this project that stood at 990 feet. And to be quite honest, I would say it's the best version. It had the most housing, the most affordable units, and the most funding for the museum. And with every reduction, those contributions only got smaller and smaller, which is where we are now. But even in this shrunken state, the current design is far better than what could have been cobbled together as of right. Where do I start listing the benefits of the site? It's a 10-minute walk from a dozen subway lines, great jobs, great schools, waterfront access, and a short walk to the Brooklyn Bridge, among many other things. There aren't many places where affordable housing would be as great of a benefit as this. Sure, 70, 80 units is not that much, but that's 70 families that have the opportunity to access everything the neighborhood has to offer. A project of this type is badly needed, and to reiterate, something larger would have been better, as it would have only allowed more working class families to enjoy the aforementioned abundance of resources. But I'd also like to bring up a point that was made by a board member in one of their meetings. In their July 12th meeting, one of the members mentioned that the local key food, the oranges, were quite expensive, and because of that, it didn't make sense to have affordable housing in the project. I didn't think I would need to say this, but the cost of an orange is not a prerequisite for affordable housing. It's a reprehensible way to justify blocking affordable housing and a baffling response to that problem. If that were a concern, why not say groceries are quite expensive? Howard Hughes, do you plan on putting some of the proceeds to food assistance programs or to help with other rental assistance? Not groceries are expensive, affordable housing won't work here. Because by that logic, mixed income projects of this type shouldn't go up anywhere. That would only serve to worsen the economic segregation in the city. We're in a housing crisis right now. We shouldn't be in a position where we're building less housing per decade than we were in the Great Depression. We added 629,000 residents, but only 200,000 units. And the restrictive zoning and the regulations at this site and others like it across the city is a large contributing factor. Upholding the status quo only serves to worsen this housing crisis. And although it's a spot rezoning and it's a drop in the bucket, this rezoning serves to alleviate that pressure ever so slightly. I think it would be a greatly missed opportunity if the commission voted down this project. And for that reason, and for many more, I would say that it's important that the commission votes to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Celestin. Our next speaker is Keith Scheinholz, to be followed by Linda Roche.
Keith does not appear to be in the room.
Then we'll welcome Linda Roche, followed by Elaine Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here. And thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak today in opposition of the application. My name is Linda Roche, and I am a longtime resident of the Seaport area. The application before you today will affect not just 250 Water Street, but the whole of New York City landmarked and historic districts, setting a precedent. I ask you to think long and hard before you vote on whether this application, this very complicated and convoluted application, is appropriate. Whether a mega tower is appropriate in a 4- and 5-story historic district. Who would have believed our city, New York City, would allow such destruction of a historic area, the birthplace of New York City commerce, and much more? The 324-foot tower Howard Hughes is proposing will have major consequences on the surrounding neighborhood, including the health and learning of the children in the 2 adjacent schools, shadows on surrounding buildings, added congestion to sewer lines and sanitation, which are already at their limits, negative traffic impacts, and much more. The fact that air rights can be manipulated by a developer to build an inappropriate structure and adjoining streets so that they can tie the Pier 17 to 250 lot to gain air rights is unacceptable. And now requesting a 99-year lease, which would give them the ability to do even more damage to the historic district, which, according to Howard Hughes, is not a historic district anymore. They rebranded it the Seaport District. The Seaport Coalition gathered more than 6,000 signatures on a petition opposing this outrageous and outscale construction. The community is not opposed to construction. We would welcome a building on the site, but we demand that it be 120 feet, which is what is allowed, still taller than any other building in the historic district. And holding a carrot to fund the museum and add affordable housing, which probably won't be that affordable, has no place in this process. This should not be part of the decision. And wouldn't it be nice if we had some green space? The financial district has no recreational green space, none. And that would be nice. I would also like you to take a look. This is to scale. Does that look appropriate? Does that building look appropriate? I say no. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Roche. Our next speaker will be Elaine Kennedy, to be followed by Jessica Ortiz.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Elaine Kennedy, a 46-year resident of Southbridge Towers and former board member. My testimony is on behalf of the current Board of Directors. In opposition to the application of HHC or 250 Seaport District, items number 54, 55, and 56 before you today. I have this whole speech all prepared here, and I'm going to put it away because you've heard it all already. You've heard all the objections. I want to be honest and real. Let's get down to it. This is not about affordable housing. We know that. It's not going to solve the housing crisis in the city. It's not about saving the museum, because a rich corporation like this could easily have donated $50 million to support the museum if they were so inclined. It's not about community, because where's our middle school that we asked for in all the workshops? Where's our green space? Where's a playground for the kids that we asked for? No, they're left in the street to play. So this boils down to one word. This whole problem is summed up in the word location. Location, location, location. What better place to build a tower to maximize your profits and than in a low-rise district? Therefore, this whole tower, this whole thing, the view corridor will not be obstructed by other buildings as it is in the financial district, where one tower goes up and another tower comes in and steals the light from that. Okay, what better way to maximize your profits? All right, so we know that, but the problem is the other word, location. It's in a historic district. Build this anywhere else, we have no problem. Development is the lifeblood of New York City, and New York City needs blood now. But there's a more important thing here, and I ask every commissioner to put everything consideration aside and consider the fact that you sit at a junction in history. You will go down as the commission because tomorrow you've got Soho NoHo coming up. And it's the same problem. I grew up there, another low-rise district that is noted for its character and charm, okay? You sit at a junction in history, and you will go down as the commission that preserved historic districts in these cities or destroyed them. And I don't envy you your jobs. Thank you.
I assume you don't envy us the jobs in part because of the length of the hearing, and I want to thank you for sticking with us. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Our next speaker will be Jessica Ortiz, to be followed by Amy Vera.
Thank you, Chair Lago. Good afternoon, Chair Lago and the members of the Commission. My name is Jessica Ortiz, and I am a representative of SEIU 32BJ. I'm here on behalf of my union to share our concerns regarding Howard Hughes LLC's proposed development at 250 Water Street. We believe that developers should commit to providing good building service jobs in order to build a more equitable economy in New York City. Howard Hughes LLC has not made a commitment to providing good jobs. Most building service jobs are filled by local members of the community, and we believe developers should make an early and credible commitment to uphold prevailing wage standards. We respectfully urge you to recommend that the developer commit to providing good property service jobs that don't undermine community standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Amy Vera, to be followed by Nichelle Ramphal.
My name is Amy Vera. I'm representing the Office of Assemblymember Yulene Yu. Assemblymember Yu is at Albany right now for an extraordinary session, and she wanted to share this testimony to the City Planning Commission today. Many of us here, including myself, have testified at the previous hearings with the Landmarks Preservation Commission and other agencies in opposition to the applicant's proposal, and have returned today to once again oppose the revised proposal and highlight the continued disregard of our community throughout this process. I am proud to represent the South Street Seaport Historic District. There's simply no place like it in New York. Our 11 blocks represent the city's humble early beginnings as brick buildings along a beautiful stretch of water. In New York, more than in any other city, our architecture tells our story of where we have been and who we will become. That is why it is so important we protect this community treasure. In the case of the 250 Water Street, a key part of that preservation came through restrictions limiting building heights to 120 feet and floor area ratios. That language is clear, which makes this proposal unacceptable and absurd. The building's height, even with its alterations, far exceeded what would be deemed acceptable under a fair interpretation of these restrictions. Equally concerning is that the building's footprint merely shifts density to the edge of the district. 250 Water Street is highly polluted with contaminants such as elemental mercury, PCBs, metals, pesticides, volatile organic compounds, petroleum, and tar-related products. It is estimated that 1 million cubic feet of clean and dirty soil will be needed to excavated across the entire site. The school children, nearby residents, and the general public are currently not at risk of being exposed to those contaminants because of the asphalt parking lot covering the site. However, once the asphalt is removed for remediation and development, there's a significant risk of exposure and harm. I stand with our community and urge the CPC to see the truly devastating ramifications of this project. This project has never fit the clear historic preservation goals of our community and has failed to address the needed environmental benefits, affordable housing needs, and density issues that our community needs. It additionally fails to address the environmental impacts set forth by the building's construction and brownfield cleanup project. The greed of developers must not come before the safety of our community, who will have to endure these consequences of the actions committed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vera. And I have to admit that I'm very pleased that Assembly Member New is up in Albany, as one of the items under consideration is possible amendments to the open meeting law, which would allow us to continue to take advantage, as we did during the governor's emergency executive order, of being able to participate remotely. I think if there is possible to find something good coming out of this horrific pandemic, it is the way we have just so enhanced public access through being able to take advantage of today's technology. Our next speaker will be Nichelle Rumphal, to be followed by Patrick Jones.
There's a Nick Ramphal. I'm assuming that's the same person. You can unmute your mic.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon to all the members of the City Planning Commission. I thank you all for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Patrick Jones, and I am here to strongly support the HHC proposal to develop the mixed-use building at 250 Water Street. This project, which encourages local investment, will also spur economic development, add residential housing near transit hubs, and create great local jobs and affordable housing in Lower Manhattan's Seaport neighborhood. HHC has been a friendly neighbor, fostering a community spirit with diverse, engaging programming and support of a broad range of local civics groups, social security organizations, and nonprofits. Over the past decade, HHC has invested over $900 million in projects, including the renovation of Pier 17 and the restoration of the Tin Building. In addition, a major part of this project will allow HHC to provide significant funding to the South Street Seaport Museum, an anchor in this historic district. The development of 250 Water Street, a plan designed, approved by New York City's LPC, as well as support from local editorial boards, offers a vital and timely opportunity to bring affordable housing, jobs, and economic development to the Seaport and Lower Manhattan. Local City Council members Margaret Shin and Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer have also offered their strong support. This project is poised to be a robust part of Lower Manhattan and New York City's economic recovery when it is needed the most. I respectfully urge the Commission to support the land use actions necessary to make 250 Water Street possible. Thank you, and I really appreciate the time.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Is Mr. Rumphal back? And he will be followed by Nelson Chan.
No.
Okay, then Nelson Chan followed by Alex Ray.
Hi, this is Nick Ramphal.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you for allowing me to speak this afternoon. I am calling to speak in favor of the 250 Water Street project. First of all, I think it is very rare to find anything where you're going to get Margaret Chin and Gail Brewer and the Daily News and the New York Post and the New York Times to agree on anything in New York City. We are a cacophonous city with many, many opinions. And so to see that sort of wide range support suggests to me that there's a strong argument to be made for the development of the 250 Water Street site. But the numbers that I find I cannot argue with are the 1,500 permanent jobs in the commercial, retail, and nonprofit sectors that will be created on a permanent basis in New York City. And I listen to the moms, and I listen to their arguments which I think are very heartfelt. But it's hard for me to escape that this lot has been vacant for 50 years. And HHC is beginning construction in mere months from now on a well-designed and a shovel-ready project. And because of the level of scrutiny that this project has received from many quarters, I think it's worth pointing out that from an environmental perspective, this will be certified as LEED silver at a very minimum with a goal to reach gold. It is imperative that we provide as a city more affordable housing. And the fact that 30% of the units will be provided to low-income individuals, I think speaks very strongly in favor of the project itself, especially given the fact that the Seaport is a very affluent district where family income generally is more than $150,000, and there's next to no affordable housing in there. I do believe in the development of the Seaport district very strongly because the area is very well supplied with key transportation lines. It has one of New York's largest MTA subway hubs nearby. And there are key bus lines that will allow residents to live near excellent public schools and waterfront open space and good paying employment opportunities all over lower Manhattan.
Mr. Rumpel, I'm afraid that your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
If you have written testimony, we would welcome it.
Thank you so much. I will push that through.
Our next speaker will be Nelson Chan, to be followed by Alex Ray.
Mr. Chan, you should be able to unmute your mic.
Good afternoon, members of the City Planning Commission. I am Nelson Chan, a lifelong New Yorker born and raised in the Lower East Side, and currently the Director of Affordable Housing for AFI Downtown Manhattan Community Development Corporation. My passion and our mission is to ensure that immigrant New Yorkers and low-income communities of color can continue to live in the neighborhoods that they help build. Chinatown, the Lower East Side, and all of Lower Manhattan are in the midst of an affordable housing crisis that has only grown more dire during COVID. It is for this reason I'm here to testify today in support of 250 Water Street, a project that will create over 80 units of deeply affordable housing in CB1, where a small number of affordable units have been created in recent decades. The project has been sized to a more appropriate level for the area, making it contextual with the surrounding community. The development completes the streetscape, provides a balance of uses, and will be a positive catalyst for economic development and job creation in the neighborhood. But for me, what is exciting about this plan is the creation of 80 plus units of affordable housing, permanent affordable housing at 40% of area median income and below. This is incredibly unusual in today's market and especially important in Community Board 1. As an affordable housing advocate, my hope is that this project's permanent affordable housing will have a community preference and even a NYCHA preference. I'm also advocating for an inclusion of social service staff to provide adequate support for the tenant body as well. Our community has been devastated by the pandemic and is in desperate need of affordable housing, good jobs, and supportive services. This project can be a big step towards recovery in Lower Manhattan. Again, I'm in support of this project and urge the commission to support as well. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration of this application and for your commitment to building an equitable city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. Our next speaker is Alex Ray, to be followed by AJ Barr.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Ray. I'm a historic preservationist employed by Building Conservation Associates, and I'm reading a statement on behalf of Raymond Pepe, president of BCA, who had a conflict and so he could not be here in person. This is his testimony. I have a long professional association with the Seaport beginning in 1980 when I was on the preservation staff of the State Maritime Museum, striving to preserve the Schermerhorn Row block. I was also instrumental in saving and rehabilitating the Jasper Ward House located on Peck Slip and South Street. I founded my firm in the Seaport in 1985 at 40 Dover Street. With that connection and familiarity of what the Seaport was and how it has changed over time, my comments regarding the Howard Hughes proposal reflects firsthand knowledge of the Seaport's architecture, materiality, scale, and sense of place. I consider the Seaport a fragile architectural and maritime ecosystem, so my reflexive attitude is that less is preferable. But after 40 years as a preservationist, I realized that large asphalt parking lots attract cars, but they do not contribute to the well-being of any urban district, let alone a historic one. I also realized that preservationists must accept the environmental advantages of density when balanced by good design that respects preservation. This project does that, and so I support it without reservation. It is a plan that is at once obviously large, but deferential, with architectural typologies that are complementary to the intimate scale of the Seaport. In modifying and reducing the height and bulk of their earlier designs, the architects have reached a responsible and referential solution to a difficult problem. The proposed Water Street elevation reflects the character and scale of neighboring Seaport buildings, achieving visual synthesis by crafting hierarchical and material order. Happily, the proposed design is not glaringly modern nor a facsimile, but collectively a measured and contemporary interpretation. Varying setbacks embodied by the taller components facing Pearl Street shift the massing westward to unburden lower building heights on the Seaport side, providing welcome sight lines for pedestrians walking in the historic district along Water, Beekman, and Peck Slip. In effect, the team successfully subdivided the reduced bulk into a multidimensional and harmonious composition designed to fit into the urban fabric around it. I have absolutely no issue with the project's scale, height, and density, attributes of the design that successfully address contemporary urban efficiencies. SOM's solution is a model of contextual design and will be a welcome contrast to other nearby buildings that are now incongruous monoliths shadowing the Seaport. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. I just would want to let the commissioners know if others like me will have to modify or cancel their evening plans based on the 75 remaining speakers. It looks as if we will likely be going until close to 8 p.m. With that, I call AJ Barr to be followed by Richard Moses. If AJ Barr is not here, then we will move on to Richard Moses, followed by Melissa Silverwood.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Madam Chair. My name is Richard Moses. I'm the president of the Lower East Side Preservation Initiative, also known as LESPI. LESPI strongly opposes the Howard Hughes Corporation's application for the special permit for their 25-story mixed-use tower 250 Water Street within the South Street Seaport Historic District. Permitting the construction of a grossly out-of-scale building within one of Manhattan's most important and popular historic districts would be highly detrimental to the district's collection of unique and irreplaceable 4- and 5-story 19th century historic commercial structures. In no way can this proposal be considered to be in conformance with the district's physical fabric and special sense of place. Additionally, this use or abuse of the ULURP process, in effect a gerrymandering of the zoning map, to allow for an otherwise impermissible transfer of development rights sets a terrible precedent for historic districts as well as other neighborhoods throughout the city. We respectfully ask the City Planning Commission to reject this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moses. Our next speaker is Melissa Silverwood, to be followed by Darren Charkoudian.
Melissa Silverwood does not appear to be in the Zoom.
Okay, then Darren Charkoudian, to be followed by Angela Turilli.
My name is Darren
Charkoudian. I'm a longtime financial district resident and a parent of a PEC school student. I oppose this out-of-scale development at 250 Water Street. I share numerous concerns voiced during earlier testimony today. I urge you not to approve this proposal. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Charkoudian. Our next speaker is Angela Turilli, to be followed by Stacy Shub.
Hello, my name is Angela Turilli, and I oppose this, the 250 Water Street development. Howard Hughes Corp will forever change the historic district of the Seaport with this structure. Current zoning should be enforced and not changed by the whims of an outside developer. So far, HHC has failed horribly at the Seaport. Super expensive stores have not had a long life here. Why? We are a neighborhood of regular people, not the super rich. No doubt our voices are being drowned out by the allure of big money. We do not have the $500,000 to throw at politicians and special interest groups. I wonder where it will end. Not well, I'm afraid. De Blasio will be out of office. HHC will return to Texas, and our neighborhood will be forever scarred by this very, very tall building. I implore you all to not allow this change in zoning. And just to go to the man who was talking about how horrible the garage is there. We agree with you. We would love it to be a park, a soccer field for children. Why couldn't we do that with it? Anyway, I beg our democratic government to listen to the little people, to defer to preserving our history, not for profit of a Texas developer, Texas of all states. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Turilli. Our next speaker is Stacy Shub, to be followed by Alex Licio.
Hi, my name is Stacy Shub. Have you heard the saying, believe people when they tell you who they are? Howard Hughes has said in their own words, their goal is to create monopolies and control cities. Let that sink in for a moment. Create monopolies and control cities, their words, to which I wholeheartedly agree. Looking past their flowery, ad agency, well-crafted language to paint themselves as saviors of the historic South Street Seaport, bringing jobs, recovery, and saving the museum, please see them for who they really are. A Texas-based for-profit company looking out for their bottom line, responsible to their shareholders and not the community. You've probably also heard past is prologue. When you hear everything they're saying, let's look towards the past and see what we can expect in the future. They've sadly lied in some way on practically every application, ULURP, and transaction since their arrival in 2012. I've witnessed the consequences of this arrogance. A promise to build open green space on Pier 17, it's not there, go look. Magically, it's a 3,000-person concert venue. Oh, you want that grass they promised? Sure, reserve a plot and pay a fee of $40 for 90 minutes, or a few thousand on New Year's Eve. Remember the green market, celebrating the press as a done deal, bringing much needed foot traffic, jobs, and affordable food, and an incubator for underrepresented communities? Nope, reneged on that also. So where is the economic windfall from all their development at the Seaport to date? They promised the same things they're promising now. Where are those jobs being created? Bottom line, no community garden, no grass, no local farmers market, just more public space being privatized to financially benefit their shareholders. They even quietly flipped air rights to get almost $2 million from a Chinese developer. Where is the affordable housing there, or give back to the community, or money to the museum from that? Not a penny. HAC doesn't know what the Seaport wants or needs, so they wouldn't have replaced mom and pop shops with $500 Sarah Jessica heels or other ridiculous failures like Corso Como. Please don't be blinded by their promises of affordable housing. It's simply a part of the cost of doing business to them and nothing more. And will these promises even be kept? Ask the residents of their building in Hawaii. HHC is being accused of violating this very same promise, exploiting a requirement to provide affordable housing by promising it and then seeing the fees to the affordable housing residents soar 50% within 6 months of opening, forcing residents to take on second jobs or declare bankruptcy. This is how they operate. Yes, New York City needs affordable housing, but having a for-profit entity build multi-million-dollar units to support a handful of affordable housing units is not the answer. Please don't overlook the fact that the 1,500 families across the street at Southbridge Towers, almost all are former affordable housing residents themselves, including me, many elderly living on fixed income in what has become a naturally occurring retirement community. They are still paying monthly fees well below market rates, and many elderly residents who called Southbridge Towers home for decades have all their friends and resources here are at risk of displacement by this project. This very well could result in a net loss for the neighborhood. Please reject.
Thank you, Ms. Shube. Our next speaker will be Alex Licio, followed by Denise Corter.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alex Licio, and on behalf of Brookfield Properties, I'm pleased to provide our enthusiastic support for this very important project. It is our view that the Howard Hughes Corporation's proposed development of 250 Water Street will be an outstanding addition to the Lower Manhattan community via the transformation of a 50-year-old parking lot with no historical significance into a sustainable mixed-use development that will further enhance the historic Seaport District. In addition to dramatically improving the surrounding streetscape, this project will also create thousands of jobs, introduce 80 affordable apartments, and help facilitate the reopening of the South Street Seaport Museum. Brookfield has a long history of collaborating in New York with the project's architect, SOM, and it is our position that the recalibrated design that has been approved by the Landmarks Commission is both understated and highly appropriate relative to the South Street Seaport Historic District. We appreciate the Commission's consideration, and we strongly urge this body to support the land use actions necessary to bring 250 Water Street to life in the months ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Denise Corter, to be followed by Lisa Wong.
Hello, my name is Denise Corter, and I am a parent of two kids who graduated from Peck Slip School, including last year. I'm a downtown business owner and a FIDE homeowner since 2007. Based on many meetings that have been hosted by Howard Hughes, there, in my opinion, will be efforts to minimize the noise and the inconvenience of building a mixed-use building in the Seaport. Many parents and community groups have voiced their concerns about noise and safety, and their efforts are very much appreciated by parents like myself. From my experience, the management team at Howard Hughes has made many accommodations and is committed to keeping an open dialogue with the local stakeholders. Those efforts are appreciated by many families that call downtown home. From donating $30,000 to fund the Peck Slip Music Program to sponsoring the Taste of the Seaport, which benefits Peck Slip and Spruce Street School, Howard Hughes has supported many other downtown schools, as well as the Fulton Stall Market. The cleanup of 250 Water and the development of a mixed-use building will enhance the Seaport neighborhood and all of Lower Manhattan. The HHC management team has worked with many locals, community groups, and schools to create a mixed-use building that will work with the aesthetics of the neighborhood, bring new jobs to Lower Manhattan, and financially support our beloved Seaport Museum. Though this project and this building is more than likely years away, we do look forward to the completed project in the building. Thank you for the chance to support the improvement of this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Lisa Wong, to be followed by Patrick Quinn.
Thank you. Thank you, City Planning Commission, for welcoming us to speak. I am Lisa Wong, and I've lived in New York City for 41 years and Lower Manhattan for 14 years, and absolutely love the rich history and character of Lower Manhattan. And it's been a treasured home where our son has attended excellent public schools, PS 234 LMC and Millennium High School, which I was the co-president of the Parent Association for 3 years. And proudly, my son serves on CB1 as the only student member, 50 members. Professionally, I do real estate, residential real estate for 24 years, and have worked for decades with painters, sculptors, and I'm a modern dancer and teacher as well. I strongly am behind HHC's 250 Water Street development. As a real estate professional, I've seen firsthand how a mixed use development can become a new nexus for a neighborhood, and a much needed one that our beloved Seaport and the beautiful Front and South Street restaurants and shops really need. They've struggled painfully even since and before the hurricane, and there's no relief in sight. I think this project will bring a lot of energy and commerce and excitement, and will invigorate the location by bringing office workers, low-income tenants, retail, new condo owners, community facility users, and add to the extraordinary restaurants they've already planted in Pier 17. So just as 200 Chambers and 101 Warren did for Tribeca, I feel that 250 Water can do for our Lower Manhattan neighborhood. As I've likened it before, it would take it from essentially a graveyard to a flourishing nexus of commerce and life that the area deserves. And most importantly, it supports the Seaport Museum. And I find it very unusual that so many people are saying, we love our seaport, but are against this, when the seaport itself wants this to happen. I think the seaport can determine what would be good for its future rather than others, if they're supporting it. I've also worked in 24 years with many developers, and I find it very rare to find a developer like Howard Hughes Corporation that will engage a community this way. They've been a great neighbor. They've supported schools and projects and sports teams and community building events. And it's very rare in my experience, as well as, do we remember how schlocky that mall was before? It's not an easy thing to have the vision and the capability to bring quality restaurants and something of a
Ms. Wong,
higher caliber.
I'm afraid that your time is up, but if
Sure.
you have written submissions, we would welcome it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Patrick Quinn, to be followed by Tammy Meltzer.
Hi, my name is Patrick Quinn. I'm here today representing iPic Theaters. We're a nearby business located in the Seaport in the beautiful and historic Fulton Market building. We're here to strongly support the HHC proposal to develop a mixed-use building at 250 Water Street that will spur economic development and add residential housing near transit. It will create permanent, deeply affordable housing in Lower Manhattan's affluent Seaport neighborhood, and it will generate funding for the Seaport Museum. At iPic, we take great pride in the look and feel of the neighborhoods in which we operate, and while we love the Seaport, we have been disappointed that years into our operation, 250 Water still remains an unsightly gap in the cityscape. The parking lot at 250 Water is a major detraction from the neighborhood, and it impedes the walkability of the neighborhood, particularly at nighttime. The construction of the building design that the Landmark Preservation Commission already approved will activate this block from morning until night, not only improving safety, but also improving neighborhood morale. This will reinforce the boundaries of the historic district while staying contextual to its surroundings by being taller along Pearl Street and lower as it meets the interior of the historic district. We truly believe the 250 Water project will transform the pedestrian experience throughout the Seaport by connecting critical blocks of the historic district with a cohesive mixed-use plan. This will translate into increased engagement with the Seaport from residents already within the district, as well as those outside who do not engage with the historic district regularly. That's critical to the long-term sustainability of business within the district. There are many businesses like ours that are struggling to survive as a result of the pandemic, and the addition of the roughly 270 apartments plus the 1,500 permanent jobs that the development will generate will support local businesses and add to the vibrancy of the community. In order for iPic and other businesses to survive and for the Seaport to thrive, we need 250 Water to be built. This proposal solves so many problems the Seaport District and the city currently face, and does so through smart urban planning, all while respecting the district's architecture and guidelines. It's an incredible achievement. We at iPic urge this body to support the land use actions necessary to make 250 Water Street possible. Thank you so much for your consideration today.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Our next speaker will be Tammy Meltzer, to be followed by David Sheldon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead, Ms. Meltzer.
Can you see the shared screen?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
We can.
Good afternoon. I'm Tammy Meltzer, Chair of Manhattan Community Board 1. On July 2021, we passed a resolution opposing the 250 Water Street ULURP application. Howard Hughes Corporation's application seeks to make major changes to the nearly 40-year Seaport zoning. This is an egregious departure from years of carefully crafted regulations meant to guide orderly growth of the Seaport and protect the unique scale of the Seaport Historic District. In 2003, the city approved a CB1-sponsored ULURP implementing the current C6-2A zoning with overwhelming support. Since then, CB1 has adopted multiple resolutions supporting new buildings at 250 Water Street that comply within the existing zoning and are extremely troubled by now the bulk of proposed changes needed to just get one outside building. The 1972 Seaport Transfer Mechanism moved development rights outside of the historic district. CB1 opposes the proposal to make 250 Water Street a receiving site. The applicants claim that there are no proposed receiving sites outside the district or alternate developers is patently false. CB1 presented one such developer and several sites to the Manhattan Borough President and Council member on March 13th, 2020, but this was dismissed as the city was already in negotiations with HHC on many fronts. CB1 strongly opposed the proposal to redefine demapped portions of Fulton Front and Water Streets as zoning lots. This is being done to solely create a physical connection to 250 Water Street to enable HHC to shoehorn development rights from Pier 17 to 250 Water. And this is one more example of an attempt to skirt long-standing transfer mechanisms. The DMAP streets are city-owned and intended to serve the public interest should not be used to enhance a private developer. Allowing this dangerous precedent as citywide signals that potential districts are available to be compromised through gerrymandering. The timing of this application is extremely problematic. As of today, our comments are at best incomplete and at worst subject to massive change. The City and Seaport Museum have no commitment in writing to guarantee the museum's endowment, and HHC has affirmed the mechanism is not theirs to create. Will this be another failed promise? In 2019, EDC did not fulfill and has yet to fulfill the FCRC funding stream that CB1 supported. There is no technical requirement for affordable housing. This is but a promise. We strongly support additional needed affordable housing in Lower Manhattan, including 4 times as much housing at 5 World Trade Center, instead of zoning gymnastics needed for the 80% market rate housing in this very flawed proposal. CB1 has not yet seen a copy of the proposed amended 99-year lease, and just this Monday received the 3rd amendment that was inked on 2020. We have been denied, and the public is denied, an opportunity for meaningful discussion regarding the disposition of properties for the ULURP. The city should postpone.
Thank you very much, Ms. Meltzer. I'm afraid that your time is up, but we would very much welcome your submitting the written testimony. Our next speaker will be David Sheldon, to be followed by Christopher Marte.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I have been an active participant in the life of the South Street Seaport for over 20 years. I would ask you, what is the plan of the South Street Seaport Historic District? The district was created to preserve and protect this irreplaceable portion of our city and its history. Not just in buildings, but in ships, in an active waterfront, in a museum, in artifacts, and in all the activities and the practices and the skills that those industries and that district were home to. And all this in the midst of a living New York City neighborhood. That is the plan for the South Street Seaport Historic District. Air rights were developed so that it could maintain its low-level scale. Those air rights were established to be sold to sites outside of the district in order to maintain that scale. And where those were public assets being sold, that money would properly go to the features and attributes and facilities of the South Street Seaport. That is the plan for the South Street Seaport Historic District. Zoning, after at least a dozen fights about what would be the appropriate height level, all parties agreed to 120 feet, and this was encoded in the zoning. That is the plan for the South Street Seaport Historic District. Now it appears that our own EDC wishes to sell off this district to this developer, the Howard Hughes Corporation. Sell it not to the highest bidder, but as we have heard, to the only bidder the EDC is willing to entertain. What is the Hughes vision of the seaport? Start with Pier 17. which cannot accommodate tall ships. Go from there to the foot of Fulton Street to the Cadillac sales lot. Go from there to the corner to Sarah Jessica Parker Shoes. Go past the DJ speakers that now dominate the public areas of Fulton Street, such of it as is left open by the Sapphire Bar. Go now to 250 Water Street. Look at the blueprints there. That is not about affordable housing. That is a building about luxury housing apartments. Luxury residential, which according to the U's business plan is part and parcel of how it develops its properties in conjunction with what it calls aspirational retail in an atmosphere of what it also terms as monopoly-like control. That is the U's scheme for the seaport. So I ask you now to make a decision, not between a museum and the district it is created to represent, because that money that is being talked about for the museum, and only talked about so far, is coming from the EDC and could as easily come from the sale of air rights to any developer for any site.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. Sheldon. And if you'd like to
Stick to
submit
the
your
plan.
written testimony, we will.
Don't buy the scam.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christopher Mudday, to be followed by Andrea Wasserman.
Thank you. My name is Christopher Marte, and I'm the state committee member of the 65th Assembly District and Democratic nominee for City Council. I'm speaking in strong opposition to the rezoning and other actions in regard to the 250 Water Street site development. It's just not the structure itself, but this development process that demonstrates how Howard Hughes wants any exception to every rule to move forward with this project, no matter the cost to their neighbors. In this rezoning, if this rezoning goes through, it will break the special designation of the Seaport Historic District, which was put in place by stakeholders and the community board in 2013 to allow for development, but also to keep the historic nature of the seaport alive and thriving. The demapping of public New York City streets and the transfer of air rights should not be used to help a luxury developer turn a bigger profit. Howard Hughes has no right to control all the land and air within the seaport. We don't want another Hudson Yards, where one developer has a monopoly over a neighborhood. In addition, Howard Hughes is now asking to extend the 99-year lease for public land it controls in the historic district. Lower Manhattan thrives because of its diversity, and that's what they're trying to take away. The Howard Hughes Corporation admitted to shareholders in 2019 internal budget meeting that it was using support of the Seaport Museum and the affordable housing as a political cover for manipulating the zoning in the district. This is the same corporation that last year went through 3 CEOs, and their future as a corporation seems to be in flux. We have no firm commitment that this proposal project and the investments they offer will actually materialize. And I continue to share suspicion that they might be creating a strategy to flip 250 Water Street to the highest bidder. Additionally, the DIS that was released demonstrates a clear ignorance of the developers in the city in regard to the massive impact this project will have on the surrounding neighborhood. Light and shadow has an impact on the attention span and health of children in a classroom. Increased traffic brought by potential development can endanger seniors and kids that currently enjoy the use of the street as a public space. These two aspects, among many more, show how deeply flawed this DEIS was. An unfortunate trend that we have been seeing repeated over and over throughout our district in Lower Manhattan, from the Chinatown Jail to the Two Bridges Towers. This wasn't the only option at the table. Communities, stakeholders, investors brought proposals to shift air rights outside of the seaport so we could have funding for the seaport, create affordable housing, and develop a win-win-win strategy. However, Howard Hughes has used their lobbyists, strategic tactics, supportive politicians to get their way through. And so I hope and I ask members of this commission to reject this proposal outright and start from scratch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marte. Our next speaker will be Andrea Wasserman, to be followed by Diane Brown.
Andrea Wasserman is not in the Zoom.
Then Diane Brown, to be followed by Belmont Freeman.
Hello, this is Diane Brown speaking. Can you hear me?
Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you. I am honored to be a part of this procedure. I'm earlier in the meeting, I heard a wonderful shout out to the New York City College of Technology, where I completed their world-class hotel management, hospitality management program, and later became honored to participate in the Seaport Working Group of 2012. The outcome of this working group was to develop policy and procedures for the future of the historic South Street Seaport District. Historically, the South Street Seaport was a wonderful, 100 years ago, it was a marketplace for farmers and fishermen and local food suppliers. And in the reconstruction of the historic district, Howard Hughes Corporation promised a 10,000 square foot food market, green market, farmers market, whatever you will. Years have gone by, it never materialized. There is a tiny Fulton Stall market, but it's hardly what the occasion called for. We want to be able to provide nutritious and good food for all the residents at all income levels in the Seaport District. They did put up some lovely photo portraits of farmers, but that was it, just pictures, no market. Gail Brewer was part of the Seaport Working Group, and I share her passion for the revival of the wonderful South Street Seaport Museum. Unfortunately, I do not share anybody's confidence that Howard Hughes will make good on their alleged promise of $50 million to provide an endowment for the Seaport Museum. As with so many of their promises, such as the green roof on Pier 17, it seems to have evaporated. Again, the public effrontery of Howard Hughes Corporation, as well as all the behind the scenes skullduggery, which the researchers of the Seaport Coalition have uncovered, indicate to me that this is not a partner to be trusted. And I would sincerely hope that the Planning Commission would decline to approve this 250 Water Street proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Our next speaker will be Belmont Freeman, to be followed by Kimberly Busey.
Good afternoon. Are you hearing me well?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'm an architect with over 40 years of practice in New York City, an urbanist, and a member of the faculty at Columbia University, where I have, in the past several years, taught a design studio within the historic preservation program. In my practice and my teaching, I try to advance my conviction that modern design and historic architecture, low buildings and tall buildings can, when well designed, coexist to mutual benefit. 250 Water Street is a sensitive site on the edge of the South Street Seaport Historic District and abutting a higher density zone to the east, and within the larger context of a lower Manhattan that is evolving into a vibrant 24-hour residential, commercial, and cultural neighborhood. I have followed the proposals for the development of the site in their various iterations, and I believe that the developers and their architects have arrived at a design that skillfully balances multiple architectural, urbanistic, economic, and social parameters that apply to the site. I appreciate how the base of the building steps down to the scale of the older buildings on the east side of Water Street, restoring the historic enclosure of the street and extending the pedestrian ambiance of the historic district to encompass this block. The architects placed the bulk of the development precisely where it belongs, on the edge of the district, pressed against Pearl Street, and pulled away from Beekman Street and Peck Slip to preserve view corridors. The existing parking lot at 250 Water Street is no urbanistic asset. On the contrary, it is a blight on the neighborhood. I believe that the proposed design for the site is appropriate for this site, and given the amenities and the much needed housing that the project promises to deliver, It will be a positive addition to the South Street Seaport Historic District and to Lower Manhattan. I encourage the commission to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Our next speaker is Kimberly Busey, to be followed by Adam Ganser.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Kim Busey, and I'm testifying today as a long-term resident of Lower Manhattan. I'm somebody who watched many disasters befall our beautiful, wonderful neighborhood, and I've watched our neighborhood time and time again revive. I raised my family here, and I'm also a clinician. I'm actually a physician and a psychiatrist, and now a school leader that serves children with special learning needs. My child, my younger child, was the beneficiary of, had the great luck to be one of the first students actually in the inaugural class of the Spruce Street School. And so I know firsthand what it means to benefit from smart development. And I say smart with a purpose because I think we're dealing here with smart development. Before that, children had to traverse City Hall Park and go into Tribeca for school. And the classes were so overcrowded that they had trailers parked and on the side of the school and on the streets just to house the overflow of students. So smart development made my child have access to what an amazing, amazing education at Spruce Street. Because I was such a fan and believed so much in that and saw the benefits community, I was part of, I was the first PTA president at Spruce Street, and I was part of the Sheldon Silver's school overcrowding task force that ultimately led to citing and then getting approval for the Peck Slip School that there are many parents of here today. So I'm speaking to you in strong support of this project. As I said, I've seen firsthand and I've benefited firsthand, and my children have benefited firsthand to actually have a school to go to in the neighborhood that they live in. And I appreciate that to no end because I think that is extraordinarily important to children and their mental health. I have seen firsthand, as I said, this community get devastated and rebuilt, right? And like real trauma. And real resilience and real rebuilding. And it's been successful. It's been so successful that, you know, there has been a boom of families and children down here. And Howard Hughes, I will tell you, has consulted with our community. I've been actually like interested in this project for many years, not even before Howard Hughes was on the scene. And I've followed very closely since they started presenting. And I can tell you that I've watched it very closely and have obviously, like a citizen here, only the best intentions for the community that I love and would never leave. These last 2 years, I think, is now like the third time. It was hurricanes. First it was 9/11, then it was Hurricane Sandy. Really, really traumatic for our community. People lost homes and businesses. And that's happening again during this COVID pandemic. And we have on the table here, and it's been postponed and it's been delayed, but we have on the table here.
Ms. Busey, I'm afraid that your time is up and we have over 50 speakers waiting. So
Okay,
if you could submit your written comments, we'd appreciate that.
I just urge you.
Thank you.
For speed.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adam Ganser, to be followed by William Thomas.
Adam Ganser is not in the Zoom.
Then William Thomas, followed by Bob Gassamia.
My name is Will Thomas. I'm here to support the proposal for 250 Water Street as the executive director of Open New York. We're an independent grassroots pro-housing organization, and we hope the Planning Commission will support this project as well, as it provides desperately needed housing. New York has a terrible housing shortage, as I've repeated many times for the Planning Commission. Between 2010 and 2017, median rents increased by more than double median wages. Homelessness has reached the highest level since the Great Depression. Pre-COVID, 1 out of every 10 elementary school students in New York City public schools went home to shelters. So moving on from a global pandemic, we'll need as much affordable housing as we can get, and the 80 below market homes that this rezoning would offer are an ideal place to start. That said, also, the market rate homes that this rezoning will allow will also help by proactively preventing displacement elsewhere. The median household income of the Seaport is well over 6 figures. More broadly, the financial district is a very desirable neighborhood. And although this would be many families' first choice, if the wealthy can't find new places to live here, they're going to simply bid up the price of existing housing nearby. And the families who would have otherwise lived in that housing will instead move to more affordable neighborhoods. As displacement demand increases, up goes the rent, which forces current tenants to allocate ever larger shares of their incomes to stay in their home and knocks those who can't pay to the street. So if we don't let young professionals live here, they're not going to disappear. They're going to further displacement pressures across the city. You know, we live in a city where there aren't enough homes for the people who want to live here. It has horrifying human consequences. That's the hulking mass over the neighborhood, the quality of life issue we really have to address. And so I would ask the commission to especially prioritize solutions there over any aesthetic concerns. I would also ask the Planning Commission to consider making one recommendation for the developer's proposal. The inclusion of parking here will likely only add to construction costs and to increase housing prices. And as the area is so transit rich, I would ask that the commission encourage the developers to replace the parking with literally anything else: community space, retail, more housing. It's Manhattan, so it's not required. But I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Our next speaker is Bob Gassamia, followed by Matt Reininger.
Hi, this is Bob Gassamia. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I represent the ownership of the hotel commonly known as the Mr. C Seaport, located very close to 250 Water. It's on the corner of Peck Slip and Front Street. Our group owns the real estate in addition to operating the hotel business located there, which hotel business is one of the largest employers in the Seaport District. We strongly support the proposed development. Us property owners are very lucky to have an organization like Howard Hughes Corporation, who have spent $1 billion approximately improving the community and making it a desired place to live, work, and visit. That doesn't include the additional billion or so they'll be spending on these additional developments and future developments. Their investment in developments have been carefully thought out and well planned, and have allowed the Seaport to be competitive with other parts of Manhattan and Brooklyn. As we all know, the Seaport was quite dilapidated just as recent as 7-8 years ago, but has significantly improved in all facets, mainly from Howard Hughes's vision and commitment to the neighborhood. The 250 Water project is appropriate in design and scale and will only further improve the viability and longevity, which us property owners and businesses need to survive and compete. The mixed-use development will boost economic development, add much-needed residential housing near the public transits, both affordable housing and market rate housing, and of course create valuable jobs that this city desperately needs as we try and surface from COVID. Of course, the museum will bring a cultural draw to the Seaport, which Howard Hughes is funding in association with the development. Our property specifically in the Seaport is one of the closest large properties and businesses to the parking lot at 250 Water, and it's an eyesore. It's in need of improvement. Howard Hughes has proven to be a responsible developer, and we're lucky that it is them leading this construction. We all know construction could be disruptive temporarily, and few property owners are as impacted as we are based on proximity, but it will still be the right decision to approve the project and improve the Seaport community. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker is Matt Reininger, to be followed by Jared Brown.
Mr. Reininger is not in the Zoom.
Then Jared Brown, to be followed by Victoria Hillstrom.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. The Howard Hughes Corporation has a long history of unfulfilled promises to accomplish its goals, starting with the plush green gardens with trees for the community promised if the community would only grant them the ability to install this community asset on Pier 17 rooftop. However, somehow that verdant roof has morphed into a profit center as a major entertainment venue for concerts. No real public space ever materialized other than small areas north of the elevators. However, one may rent a green area to enhance the experience of utilizing their bar area set up on the roof exclusively for paying customers. Playoffs everyone against each other so that they have more avenues of action open to you was a favorite saying of the eccentric billionaire Howard Hughes. His corporate successor, HHC, has admitted to its shareholders that they are using the support of the South Street Seaport Museum as, quote, political cover for blowing up the zoning of the district. Let us not for a moment attribute any altruistic behavior to Leonard Ackerman and the HHC, and more likely than not, the intention here is to obtain the necessary permits and approvals and sell it off to a new developer, just as they did with the super tall skyscraper built as of right along the East River waterfront adjacent to, but just outside the historic seaport at the former 80 South Street development site. Rather than build, HHC flipped the 80 South Street development sites in 2016 at a significant profit, which is a model I predict that they will embrace in the current project. The proposed project would purportedly facilitate the restoration and reopening and potential expansion of the existing South Street Seaport Museum on the museum site. That funding provided to the museum would stabilize and strengthen its financing, setting the stage for the continuation of its earlier, as referred to by Borough President. Please keep in mind that it is not HHC putting up the money for this, but the money they negotiate to pay for the air rights that HHC must purchase from the city, and hope that the city in these challenging times will apply that money to the museum. I challenge anyone to show me one speck of paper where HHC has committed to paying money directly to the museum, which they are bragging about. I oppose the HHC plans for 250 Water Street that manipulates zoning and public assets to advance the private developer's drive for profits over stewardship of the historic district. I respectfully ask you to vote no on this proposal by the HHC Corporation. Respectfully submitted, Jared Brown. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Our next speaker is Victoria Hillstrom, to be followed by Wendy Cassidy.
Yes, thank you very much for having me. I would first like to say, in all candor, I'm not exactly clear where to begin. This is a nightclub destination. These are nightclub operators that have just testified until they were blue in the face over the economic benefit of building a nightclub destination in the South Street Seaport. I assume that the 500-foot laws they're trying to avoid with all of this fancy and, fanciful hullabaloo. I designed Automat in London, Mayfair, London. I am not anti-nightlife in whatsoever. Carlos Almada, Andre Balaz, Eric Good, Sean Fearson, none of the reputable nightclub operators are involved in this plan. These are second string nightclub operators that have sought under Howard Hughes to turn the South Street Seaport into a nightclub destination without revealing their true intent. They spoke of all of these construction jobs and the economic development. Not one of them said, I am a nightclub operator, and this is what we want to put in the South Street Seaport. I would ask this commission, when a nightclub operator begins by lies and misinformation, they are not good neighbors. The mayor's task force spends a fortune to shut these people down. Every single year, there are fantastic nightclub operators. There are pathetic nightclub operators. And there is no other nice way to say this. It is the bottom of the barrel to be presenting this project as economic development without speaking of the hours, the prostitution, and the drugs it introduces to a community. We are very big proponents of affordable housing. We have a project pending at 5 World Trade Center. It is very disingenuous to address city planning with under false pretenses We saw it on the 4th of July with the velvet ropes, and I would respectfully submit that this is a very, very ugly, dark mark on the city of New York, that they would have trotted themselves in here, hearing after hearing, and really based on fraud and misrepresentation, didn't say what it was that they wanted to build, much less a nightclub operator is actually, that's their favorite game, to promise $50 million that is not in writing, and the benefits are never received. So I would ask you to very adamantly strike down this plan. It is reprehensible.
Thank you, Ms. Hillstrom. Our next speaker is Wendy Cassidy, to be followed by Laura Sewell.
Hi, good afternoon. My family and I oppose the 250 Water Street project. The risk is too high for the health and well-being of our community. Please protect our daughter from these toxins and the shadows. We live in close proximity to the site. Our daughter goes to school less than 20 feet from the site. We are terrified and not willing to risk the health and well-being of our daughter. Please object this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cassidy. Our next speaker is Laura Sewell, to be followed by Timur Gallen.
Hi, I'm Laura Sewell. I'm a vice president of LESB, the Lower East Side Preservation Initiative. While we would welcome appropriate development at 250 Water Street or the opportunity to comment on the transfer of air rights outside of the historic district, LESB cannot support out-of-scale development within the historic district. For those who think that preservationists intend to preserve a parking lot, please be assured that we do not believe the parking lot is of great historic value. The district, however, is. Historic districts represent a tiny fraction of New York City's geographic area. The zoning that protects historic districts was put in place for good reason. Promises, and that's all they are at this point, of a small amount of affordable housing, or promises of support for a struggling nonprofit, are really not the issue under consideration today, because they're not there, they're not here, they're not at the hearing. So speaking to them, it's not our area of expertise, but we do have to highlight what's been pointed out by some of the other speakers. Approving these items would set a terrible precedent for historic districts throughout the city. LESB urges the commission to defend the historic district and deny them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sewell. Our next speaker is Timur Gallen, to be followed by Philip Santini.
Timur is not in the room.
Then Philip Santini, to be followed by Patrick Hoffman.
Philip is not in the room.
Then Patrick Hoffman, followed by Madeline McGorry.
Patrick is not in the room.
Madeline McGorry, to be followed by Maria Free.
Madeline is not in the Zoom.
Maria Free, to be followed by Carolyn Radcliffe.
Maria Free is not in the room.
Carolyn Radcliffe, to be followed by Shiaporn Therakulsit.
My name is Carolyn Radcliffe. I'm First Vice President of the Lower East Side Preservation Initiative. I've lived in New York since like 1974. I've seen many changes come about in the city. I'm a big fan of South Street Seaport Historic Preservation. I feel that the South Street Seaport is one of the most important historic districts in New York City. I strongly feel that this proposal is out of scale for the area and represents a threat to the existing landmarks law to allow developers to offer goodies in order to get zoning regs removed. I sincerely urge the commission to look at much of the evidence that has been presented about this developer and what it is that they're proposing, what it will cost the city to give away what they're giving. Development is important. No one wants a parking lot, but I think everyone does want something that is done responsibly and that respects historic preservation and does not set seeing for further demolition of landmark and historic districts? Thank you.
Thank you for testifying. Our next speaker is Shayapon Therakolsik, to be followed by Robin Warshay.
Yeah, my name is Shayapon Therakolsik. I've been a resident of the South Street Seaport for about 10 years. As has been echoed before, we're just asking for an end to the excessive influence of real estate on our city government. We demand reform of the fake community consultations on zoning that serve only to sideline true debate and dissent. We want to avoid the excessive demolition of historic districts that the de Blasio MIH affordable housing policy will potentially impose. We'd like a new framework for affordable housing that is free of negative effects of the current policy. We would like real 100% affordable housing on publicly owned land. We'd like to reject housing policy that is based on erroneous giveaways to luxury real estate developers in exchange for a small percentage of dubiously named affordable housing. Stop the spot zoning. Respect the maritime heritage of the South Street Seaport. Just re-examine the rigged land use policy that allows for this sort of thing to happen. And yeah, just in general, like years ago, when they were looking in the meatpacking district and West Village and Tribeca at the High Line Railroad, developers would complain that it was rusting, it was an eyesore, it should just be torn down, and space should be allowed for new construction, new shiny construction. And that same rhetoric is being used right now for the parking lot. Yeah, the parking lot's not great, but that's not a reason to put in something that doesn't match the historical character of the neighborhood. It doesn't mean that you just ignore the historic district. No, you put in something that actually matches, not just at ground level, but in full shape and form, that actually matches the historical character of the historic district. And that's it. Thank you for letting me speak.
And thank you for testifying. Our next speaker is Robin Warshay, to be followed by Warren Green.
Robin is not in the Zoom.
Then Warren Green, followed by Todd Fine.
Not seeing Warren in the Zoom either.
Todd Fine, followed by Jessica Walker. If you could keep your mask on while testifying, please. Thank you.
Hudson Yards is now failing in its monopoly model that was established by city planning. It doesn't feel like part of the city. It's not meeting its promises, as the Howard Seaport Corporation isn't, and it's expecting endless public subsidy. Atlantic Yards is not producing anything close to the number of affordable housing that you pledged, and it's not going to meet its 2025 target. It's a real shame for this agency. These places don't feel like part of the city. They're a monopoly model. They try to control the retail, the residential, the business, and they're creating parts of the city that don't feel like New York, that people hate. New Yorkers hate these developments. People hate the South Street Seaport, what it's becoming. People hate Hudson Yards, and we're trying to build more of them. And there's these company towns that people hate, and with endless broken promises. And EDC is going out of its way to give them subsidies and all these benefits for things that nobody wants, that aren't producing the benefits that you promise and tell us over and over again you'll achieve. Justification, again, is affordable housing. As I mentioned, the affordable housing in very similar projects didn't actually materialize. They were flipped, or they broke the promises to you. And city planning is not just permitting this model here, but it's also doing it at the World Trade Center, where the city planning has ceded its ability to influence the general project plan of the World Trade Center that it fought hard for after, in 2005, 2006, 20 years after 9/11, you fought hard to have influence over the World Trade Center with these Liberty bonds that the city allocated to these big developments, and you're ceding them to allow what? Silverstein and Brookfield to, again, create a monopoly model of 10 buildings at this area, promising 25% of affordable housing. But you can do better than this. You could do better at the Seaport with all of these air rights that you're getting from EDC. You could do better at the World Trade Center if you actually stood up and listened to New Yorkers and did what they wanted with these infinite billions and billions of dollar subsidies you're giving to these huge mega corporations that are creating places that people hate. and everyone knows it, and nobody likes it, but there's some sort of financial bubble or something that's going on in the world that's proliferating this, and it doesn't seem to make sense. And so this is an attack not just on what New York feels like, but it's actually an attack on one of the most important historic districts in the entire country. Probably New York may be the most important. Lower Manhattan is probably the most important historic area in the country. We're going to build a skyscraper? No city in the world would do this. No other city like Paris or Germany or anywhere would be as crazy to build a skyscraper in the cradle of its country. But we're doing it. We need to stop it. We need to use these public benefits for real affordable housing, both here and at 5 World Trade Center, which you need to direct
Mr. Fine.
act on 5 World Trade Center, please. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Jessica Walker, to be followed by Paul Hovitz.
Jessica is not in the room, in the Zoom.
Paul Hovitz, to be followed by Donald Ranchta.
Paul is not in the Zoom.
Donald Ranchta, to be followed by Sam Zimmerman.
Very good, thank you. Thank you all, commissioners, for being so patient and for staying so long today to hear this very important testimony. My name is Donald Ranchta. I am Executive Vice President of the Building Trades Employers Association. We represent 1,000 businesses in New York City who employ close to 100,000 people. We've been a part of this process for many, many years now. We've closely watched the proposals as they were brought along in the land use process. And we fully support the Howard Hughes Corporation and their proposal for 250 Water Street. In our study of the proposal, we find that Howard Hughes has really been a good partner with New York City, with local communities. They did an excellent job in their prior work at the Seaport. We expect the same when there's so many eyes closely watching what it is that they will be attempting to do. We would like you to support and vote in favor of this proposal. We will be submitting written testimony with more facts, but we wholeheartedly would like you to support this as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ranchta. Our next speaker is Sam Zimmerman, to be followed by Keith Durst.
Hi, hello everyone. My name is Sam Zimmerman. I live on East Broadway in the Lower East Side. I've spoken in support of this development and thankful for the opportunity to do so again today. I just want to reiterate something that other people have already said, which is that this is a unique opportunity to develop what's now a parking lot into housing. I know that this project has already been downsized as a result of the LPC process, losing 30 affordable homes over the course of that. So I think it's absolutely critical that it not be downsized any further. Manhattan needs to build all the housing it can, especially affordable housing. And the best place for that development is in neighborhoods like this, wealthy, transit-rich, and high opportunity areas. I've been trying to listen to as much of the hearing as I could today, and I have to say I found some of the testimony that's been given to be shocking, frankly. I heard multiple people testify that we can't build housing in this area because of 9/11, which I found frankly offensive. I've seen testimony from multiple opponents, people who are trying to say what should or shouldn't be built in this neighborhood, who were quite clearly testifying from homes outside the city. I know one of the first people I heard give testimony today opposed to the development lives in a $5 million penthouse that's been on the market for over a year, where the listing says that the buyer will enjoy gorgeous views of the East River and Brooklyn Bridge. I don't say that to be dismissive of people who have real concerns about this project, even if I may not agree with those concerns. But I think it's important to say plainly that a significant part of the opposition to this development comes from wealthy white property owners who are acting to support their own property values. And the same thing happens each and every time a development or zoning that might affect a wealthy and overwhelmingly white neighborhood happens, with this development into gentrifying neighborhoods in the boroughs. It's long past time that wealthy, high opportunity neighborhoods build their share. And I hope that CPC takes this into account when making its decision here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. Our next speaker will be Keith Durst, to be followed by Rose Imperato.
Hello, my name is Keith Durst. It says I'm still muted, but can you hear me?
We're hearing you fine.
Great, thank you. I am a longtime New York City resident, many years, Community Board 1 resident, and a Community Board 1 business owner, more than one business in Community Board 1 and one in the Seaport as well. The Seaport District, which we're getting ready to open a new business down there, where we're intending to hire 100+ people to actually run and work in that business. I also happen to have some dear friends that have been the beneficiaries of some of the low income housing on some of the different products that have been offered in that community. When we have such projects such as this that do get approved and do allow for people that would not normally be able to either live in Manhattan, maintain residence in Manhattan, and or certainly have a family in Manhattan and be able to afford to be a part of the community down there. So I'm overwhelmingly in support of this, not just for the business and the business that I'm intending to own and operate and run in the Seaport area, but for the community of people that live down there and that are going to continue to live down there and want to have the affordable housing units that are going to be offered to that community. What it is now and what the Seaport's been for someone like me, I'm a 30-year resident. I've lived all over Lower Manhattan, and seeing the parking lots and seeing the amount of investment that Howard Hughes has actually put into the community already to make this someplace nice, not to make it someplace that's just this kind of afterthought for tourism, where you'd walk under this kind of drippy overhang from the FDR running down over, and seeing how much investment's gone into it, seeing all the different programming and community availability that's happened down there. We found them to live up to their word on every aspect of what we've done with them up till now, and we're excited to be more involved with them, and we believe that adding the affordable housing that they're putting in is only going to make it better. So we're in support of it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Durst. Our next speaker is Rose Imperato, to be followed by Todd Heyman.
Rose is not in the Zoom.
Then Todd Heyman, to be followed by Daisy Paez.
Good afternoon. My name is Todd Heyman. I've lived in the South Street Seaport for over 20 years. I'm one of the owners of the Captain Rose House, a historic building originally constructed in 1773. It was salvaged and rebuilt over 20 years ago by a local developer, to whom I'm grateful to. This was done with an appreciative and respectful hand toward the community and its history. My home and so many others on Waterfront, South Street, Schermerhorn Row are architecturally contextual to the historical nature of the neighborhood. They have a certain height, mass, low density, and scale. They have a sense of place and history. Constructing the massive tower at 250 Water Street using gerrymandering borrowed rights, surpassing previous zoning limits, dwarfs and eclipses the character of our neighborhood. And when this is done, we slowly disconnect from what makes the Seaport a part of history. It just becomes a reference point, a name. And this becomes we're part of forgotten New York. We lose the uniqueness, authenticness, and it just dissolves. Look, there's a definite need for affordable housing in New York City and in the district. But what is the benefit of affordable housing when the same company, Howard Hughes Corporation, brings in restaurants with superstar chefs and expensive entrees? There's a bit of a disconnect here. And yes, I really want the Seaport Museum to exist and be sustainable, but it shouldn't be tied to a decision on the 250 Water Street development. Please reject the proposal. Consider that adding on these additional stories to the original appropriated zoning of 250 Water Street will literally and figuratively overshadow a significant amount of public space and the Peck Slip School. It will steal sunlight from the Peck Slip School all year long, the school's entrance, the street, which will be closed to traffic directly in front of it, the outdoor play space, the 6th-floor terrace will all be in shade. The Blue School, Water Street, the newly developed Peck Slip Park will also be in shadow. I know this because I'm a landscape designer, and this is the thing that I know of. Please reject the proposal. Most residents.
I'm afraid that we've lost you, Mr. Heyman.
Am I back again?
You're back.
Okay, terrific. Most residents in the neighborhood would appreciate a properly zoned 120-foot high building instead of the existing unsightly 50-year-old parking. Development is part of progress, realize that, but let's keep it within reason, within the parameters of what contextually exists. Please reject the proposal. The truth is these architects and developers are talented and smart enough to create an appropriate building and public space that fulfills not only the needs of the developers financially, but enriches the neighborhood, the community. Design should reinforce the emotional and physical well-being, strengthen the community and culture, and reify its values. Again, please reject the proposal and request Howard Hughes return with a more appropriate proposal. They can do it. Please don't settle. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Heyman. Our next speaker is Daisy Paez, followed by Nancy Linden.
Daisy is not in the Zoom.
Then Nancy Linden, followed by Mariana James.
Thank you. I'm Nancy Linden of Baltimore, Maryland. The Seaport Historic District is a priceless resource. It's a vital link to the history of seafaring, of New York, and of our country. The massive monolithic building which the Hughes Corporation proposes would irrevocably alter the character of the district, and we would lose something irreplaceable. Please do not approve this tower. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Linden. Our next speaker is Mariana James, followed by William Meehan.
Ms. James does not appear to be in the Zoom.
William Meehan, followed by Philip Ritz.
Hi, my name is William Meehan. I'm speaking today in support of the proposed mixed-use development at 250 Water Street. We are in a housing crisis, causing hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers to either be homeless, housing insecure, or forced to live in overcrowded housing where COVID can spread easily. I wish that this development could be as tall as the Southbridge Towers across the street, since that's important neighborhood context and would provide more affordable housing for low-income New Yorkers. That being said, the current proposal with 80 deeply affordable homes is a huge improvement over the existing parking lot. This location is perfect for housing because it's not only in the seaport, it is right next to the financial district with walking access to a dozen MTA subway services and thousands of well-paying jobs. Opponents to the project do not propose any viable solutions that would support the museum or provide the same levels of affordable housing. Rejecting this proposal would not prevent construction, it would only result in the construction of a smaller building without any affordable units, and it would leave the Seaport Museum without an adequate funding stream. I agree wholeheartedly with Borough President Brewer's statement from earlier that support for the Seaport Museum is integral to this proposal. What good is a historic district if it cannot keep its historic institutions alive? The endowment will help maintain the museum in perpetuity and is well worth approving the development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Meehan. Our next speaker is Philip Ritz, followed by Daniel Del Vecchio.
Mr. Ritz is not in the Zoom.
Daniel Del Vecchio, followed by Alan Millman.
Hello, my name is Daniel Del Vecchio, and I strongly support the Howard Hughes proposal to develop a mixed-use building at 250 Water Street that will spur the economic development, add residential housing near transit and good jobs, create permanent, deeply affordable housing in Lower Manhattan's affluent Seaport neighborhood, and generate funding for the museum as discussed. This lot has been vacant for 50 years and desperately needs the investment from Howard Hughes to breathe new life into this space, with their redesign approved by the Landmarks Preservation Commission, supported by the City Council, and also endorsed by all three daily papers. I urge this body to support the land use actions necessary to make 250 Water Street possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Del Vecchio. Our next speaker is Alan Millman, to be followed by Neil Flaherty.
This is Alan Millman. I've attended virtually all of these hearings, and except for one or two instances, most of the negative aspects are regarding a little dust in my child's schoolroom, or not enough fresh air, not enough of a view. Nobody seems to want to talk about the economic viability of a entertainment center in the middle of Lower Manhattan in support of, some people talked about nightclubs, but nightclubs are not the only thing that's going on down there. And if you look at cities around the world, whether it be in city-states like Singapore, Hong Kong, everybody has some sort of a destination to attract tourism and grow the economy. Howard Hughes Corporation is like the Energizer bunny. if we invest in it now, it'll keep on giving for a very, very long time. The jobs that will be created down there, the attractions of foreign visitors, the construction only can take so long. Eventually, the building will be built. So there is a responsibility of the community to decide whether or not they want to expand the economic development. While everybody seems to be running from New York, Howard Hughes Corporation makes a very, very strong commitment to supporting the museum, to supporting the community, and to expanding the South Street Seaport. I'm in favor of the construction of the new building at the considered height.
Thank you, Mr. Millman. Our next speaker is Neil Flaherty, to be followed by Kamal Ware.
Good afternoon. My name is Neil Flaherty. I'm testifying in support of 250 Water Street project. I worked in the financial district for 20 years and have been a South Street Seaport Museum volunteer for 40 years and a passionate member of this community. The proposed project at 250 Water Street is a necessary and timely investment in our community after decades of challenges and setbacks. As New York's oldest neighborhood, it is also our city's most quintessential, reflecting New York's ever-evolving cityscape, unparalleled history on every corner, and boundless grit and determination. This project will bring an anchor for the historic district that has suffered so many traumatic times, from 9/11, the 2008 crash, Superstorm Sandy, and now the pandemic. We desperately need a period of stability and certainty. The project, as proposed, will add affordable housing, something this community has been in need of for decades. It will complete our streetscape by filling in a glaring gap that is currently occupied by a nondescript parking lot. And it will add new life to our streets, supporting our small businesses, eateries, and cultural institutions. With the towers and peaks of the financial district only feet away, the project's height is appropriate and keeps the trademark low-rise character of the historic district along the waterfront intact. This is a concrete plan and not a concrete monstrosity. It is a thoughtful project built with input from all parties, and it will help the seaport arrive at a steadier ground after a lifelong journey marked by instability and choppy waters. I hope you will join us in supporting this bold investment in Lower Manhattan. Thank you for your time, and thank you for this continuing to work through this marathon session. So thank you for your dedication.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty. Our next speaker will be Kamal Ware, followed by Brendan Sexton.
Well, hello. Thank you all for your public service and for everybody engaged in this conversation. My name is Kamal Ware. I am in support of the project at 250 Water. I am the founder of the Black Awesome Experience, which is located in the Seaport District. We were founded in 2010. We really look at elevating the stories of Black history missing from the public square throughout the city of New York. We have been a part of the Seaport District historic community since 2017. We were initially invited by the Lower Manhattan Cultural Council and have received support from the Howard Hughes Corporation, which has helped us stay there since. We have also collaborated with other people in the Seaport, like the South Street Seaport Museum, the Waterfront Alliance, and also with the schools in the neighborhood. And we bring people in to talk about history and often what's missing. And I think that as a student of history, there are many things about preservation that are near and dear to my heart. I'm also a big fan of the future. And I think that part of what has coalesced since the time that I've been there is a community of people who are all engaged with telling different types of stories, engaged in a community, not just having diversity as a box to check, but really bringing different voices to the table. And so I support the project, not only because I love history, but also because I think that the future is brighter with these kind of initiatives in place. And like I always like to say, I really appreciate everybody's opinions and everybody's passion, but I support this because of my experience working with a range of people in Seaport, including the Howard Hughes Corporation, to make a more inclusive neighborhood that tells more stories, that expands not just this particular district, but also expands the consciousness of our city and our country. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to what comes next.
Thank you, Mr. Ware.
You're
Our
welcome.
next speaker is Brendan Sexton, to be followed by Susan Murray.
I am Brendan Sexton. I'm chair of the board at the South Street Seaport Museum. I've actually been a board member twice. I'm a long-time supporter of the museum. And I want to say that this proposal that before you today builds on a history of 50 years that I hope it rectifies the history of 50 years, that the real estate of the district was supposed to help support the museum interprets and helps support the spirit of this district, which is irreplaceable. And the key mechanism for supporting the museum when the district was set up was that some of the real estate value would be harvested and help support the museum. Museums are notorious money losers, and ours is, I'm afraid, typical. This plan that you have now before you is the chance for that 50-year-old concept to actually work. It has always been difficult, risky, and most of the time, and in most years, the real estate did not support the museum, was not throwing off money for the museum. This proposal will. That allows us to preserve what everybody here likes about the district, and it is therefore, I think, a legitimate preservationist goal to support this proposal and get these important resources to the museum. We think that the height is contextual with when we look out our window at the museum, we see these giant structures of the Wall Street high rises. This building would be shorter than many of them. And we certainly see the ridiculous eyesore of the parking lot. And the trade-off for us is easy to make. At least we think so, because I suppose you'll say we're selfishly interested in just the museum's interest. No, we're interested in the whole neighborhood's interest. These are our neighbors. We're interested in the whole city's interest because those are also our neighbors. The apartments that'll be built here are we'd love to see more apartments built, especially affordable, of course, but in general, we love neighbors. We at the museum want we want housing, and we think this proposal is the most realistic proposal to do that we've seen, at least. And I know several other proposals for the same site have failed over the years. I ask you, please give this one a chance, because it means so much to the district, so much to the neighborhood, so much to the families that would be housed, and so very much, almost inexpressibly much, to us at the museum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sexton.
Yeah.
Our next speaker is Susan Murray, to be followed by William Meehan. And I'll note that William Meehan was a double sign up. So our next speaker after Susan Murray will be Roland Lewis.
Thank you. My name is Susan Murray. I am a proud South Street Seaport Museum volunteer and an advocate for the Seaport Historic District. I wholeheartedly support the 250 Water Street proposal because it will fulfill the legacy of the Seaport and secure the future of preserving and protecting New York City's most unique and important neighborhood. As a child from a working class family, I was fortunate to have had a mom who brought me and my siblings to just about every New York City cultural or historical site we could reach by foot, bus, and/or subway. I am truly thankful that the Historic District was founded 50 years ago, especially since historic preservation was just beginning to be a priority for planners in towns and cities across the country. But as a volunteer since the early 1980s, I know the Seaport Museum has had its shares of ups and downs. In recent years, I have witnessed the physical and financial impact Hurricane Sandy had on the entire neighborhood. Of course, the latest challenge has been COVID-19. Fortunately, now we have the 250 Water Street proposal, which will provide our community members not only stability, but the ability to thrive. The project will deliver a huge and much needed investment in affordable housing that will bring socioeconomic diversity and help to re-energize the community's small businesses and local institutions. I often hear about New York's strength and resilience in the face of a crisis. Just think what new jobs and retail stores will do for resilience and economic recovery. And think about how the building's base facade will blend in with and beautify the district as compared with the current parking lot, which does not blend into anything or inspire anyone to consider the district's history. There is also the environmental benefit of having a project that will clean up something no neighborhood wants, a brownfield site with toxic substances such as pesticides, PCBs, and mercury. As we begin to recover from a devastating pandemic, now is the time to proudly invest in communities like the Seaport. 250 Water Street is exactly the kind of project New Yorkers need to advance into a better future while staying firmly connected to our past. I firmly and confidently support the 250 Water Street proposal and sincerely hope you will also. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Our next speaker is Roland Lewis, to be followed by Jessica Tyler.
Good afternoon, going on good evening. I'm Roland Lewis. I want to thank you for the time to testify and also commend the commission for the stamina of going through this long hearing, but a very important hearing. I was formerly the executive director of Habitat for Humanity, housing advocate, and also a practitioner. And also then after that, the head of Waterfront Alliance, the president of Waterfront Alliance for 13 years until last year. So first of all, as wearing that housing hat, I am strongly in favor of this project. The additional affordable housing units are critical for this district, for the area, for the city, and I only wish there were more. And also at the lower rate, 40% of area median is commendable. And beyond that, again, wearing that Waterfront Alliance hat, I do appreciate the funding for the Seaport Museum, the beating heart of the Seaport District. I had the fortune of working in the district for over 10 years, but the misfortune of having an office that looked over that parking lot. I think what the Howard Hughes Corporation has done with tremendous community input and advice is come up with a solution that does respect the Seaport District, the historic nature on the Front Street side, and allows for a tower on the Pearl Street side. Again, a commendable design solution. And as I said, I think it will be an addition to the Seaport District that is in consort with the existing area, and also allows for the museum to survive and flourish. And in fact, frankly, two things I shall add. One, as much as I appreciate the Howard Hughes Corporation, we did fight them when I was at the Waterfront Alliance on the New Market building, an ill-conceived idea that fortunately did not get passed. And now we are I am supporting as a private citizen of this better idea, this good idea to help the Seaport District, the city, through affordable housing, jobs, etc. Okay, so again, strongly in favor of the development, and I hope the commission follows suit and approves it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Our next speaker is Jessica Tyler, to be followed by Taylor Crossland.
My name is Jessica Tyler, and I work in Lower Manhattan. And today I will be reading the testimony of Seth Pinsky, who was the former president of the NYC Economic Development Corporation, but is unable to join the public hearing today. This is Scott's testimony. Good afternoon, commissioners. I am Seth Pinsky, former president of the NYC Economic Development Corporation, and I thank you for your time today. As someone with experience in the nonprofit business and government sectors in New York City, I urge you to approve the proposed plan for 250 Water Street, an example of smart urban planning that is decades overdue and very much needed now at this critical moment of our city's history. For the sake of the Seaport, it is time to right some of its past mistakes. These mistakes include making this parking lot a part of a historic district, the reason for which remains unclear to me, and the down zoning of this parcel, a parcel that is adjacent to one of our city's largest public transit hubs. Additionally, this project represents a particular opportunity given that thanks to the loss of Mitchell Lama housing nearby, the area is now an affordable housing desert. As it evaluates this project, the Commission should certainly consider that cities across America, including New York, are facing a dire housing crisis and a desperate need for new economic activity. To meet this challenge, we must champion smart design, density near public transit, housing that allows people to live affordably near our business centers, equitable access to resources, including our waterfront, and economic development that enables small businesses to survive and compete with online businesses. All of these objectives are advanced in thoughtful and meaningful ways by the 250 Water Street proposal before you. Given this, I'm hoping that as you consider this project, reason will carry the day, that this beautiful building will be built, that the Seaport Museum will receive funding through binding agreement, and that 80+ families making 40% of AMI will have homes near good jobs and transit in one of our city's most distinctive and affluent neighborhoods. In short, I urge you to approve this inspiring project that will continue the revitalization of the Seaport and hasten New York City's desperate needed economic recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tyler. Our next speaker is Taylor Crossland, to be followed by Jonathan Boulware.
Taylor Crossland doesn't appear to be in the Zoom.
So we'll go directly to Jonathan Boulware, to be followed by Walter Mail Jr.
Good afternoon, Chair Lago, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jonathan Boulware. I serve as the president of South Street Seaport Museum. I have been here at the museum for just under 10 years. I also live in the district, raising a family here, and I've loved this place, the Seaport and its museum, since I was a kid. I visited here countless times, both by land and by sea, before finding myself here just a year before Hurricane Sandy, nearly to the day. And over the past 10 years, I have studied the history of the Seaport and its museum, including the many and varied periods of success and setback, I'll say. And with that in mind, I'd like to make a few observations. The first is that feelings and opinions run strong on the topic of the Seaport, and I think that's actually a good thing. I maintain a healthy respect for our neighbors and friends who look at the same circumstances and reach different conclusions. And I take heart that people from all sectors of this discussion broadly agree on the essentiality of the Seaport Museum to New York City. The second is that it was the volunteers that would eventually found the Seaport Museum that saved the buildings in the first place. There wasn't a literal wrecking ball, but metaphorically they stood in front of it. No volunteers, no museum, no district. And that's really the beginning of the symbiosis between these two organisms. And that's one of the things that makes the Seaport unique. There is no similar setup. The third is that the effort that carved out this particular unparalleled space was made possible by a broad coalition. It was an effort that included the City of New York, including its city planning department, numerous not-for-profit advocates, some of whom you've heard from today, enormous band of enthusiasts, including luminaries of New York. There were Rockefellers and Carnegies and Pete Seeger singing on Pier 16. I'm frankly sorry I missed that period. And it was envisioned by that group, again, including the city itself specifically, that the museum would be supported by the various commercial and land use actions of the district. And it has not happened. The promise has not been realized. Despite decades of programmatic successes, the setbacks of 9/11, 2008, Sandy, now COVID, make it frankly remarkable that this museum is alive. It is, though, ardently supported, as you've heard tonight. And despite decades of strong fundraising, strong earned income, the museum has always lacked the stabilizing force of endowment funding. I think coming out of the pandemic, there will be a correlation between endowed museums and those that survive. Having said that, I recognize that that particular matter is not before you. But here's what is. The proposal before you will employ a mechanism that was designed in this place specifically for this purpose. The first air rights transfer in the city was conducted here for the benefit of the museum. It will deliver, from a planning perspective, on the promise enshrined in the founding concepts by those who 54 years ago founded the South Street Seaport Museum. I just have about 15 seconds left here. The district is truly unique, and that is an overused word. With the museum as its beating heart, South Street is not replicated.
Mr. Boulware, I'm afraid, Mr. Boulware, I'm afraid that your time is up. And again, we have a very long list of others seeking to testify, and we would welcome receiving any written testimony. Thank you. Our next speaker is Walter Mail Jr., followed by Jeremy Moss. And while you're checking for Walter Mail Jr., we have another Walter Mail signed up, and I just wanted to check to make sure that it's not a Walter Mail Senior or the third, rather than just a duplicate entry.
Yeah, we'll look into that.
My name is Walter Meal. I'm a managing partner of a 300-person firm that has been in existence in New York City for over 106 years. About a quarter of a century ago, we decided to move our offices from Midtown to the Seaport area, actually right on Water Street, just a few blocks south of this development project. We've enjoyed growing our business on Water Street and have re-signed leases twice in the same building since we came downtown in the 90s. Part of the reason that we have stayed downtown and in this neighborhood specifically is because all that it has to offer to us as a business, but more importantly to our employees as a place to work. When I reflect back on this location and the district in the 90s, when we first moved down there, it was a different place. It had limited opportunities, and where I think about where it is today, the vibrancy, what the development has done for the neighborhood, for retail, it has really become a spectacular venue to have a business and for people to live and play. Presently, we have staff that have made that their home, some raising families in the district. And I think they're doing that largely because of what has been developed for them down there and created housing for them, and because it is a different place now than it was 24 years ago when we first came down. So when I reflect on where it's gone and where it can go, and I think about the transformation of this parking lot into a new mixed-use development with housing and retail, I'm excited about this opportunity for Water Street. And I'm excited that my company's investment and commitment to this district is being commensurately supported by the community board and developers that have the same passion for this neighborhood. As such, I'm in favor of this project, and I urge you to support this endeavor as well.
Thank you, Mr. Meal. I'm noting that we are getting relatively close to the end of the people who have signed up for this public hearing. If you haven't registered to speak, but have decided during the course of this hearing that you would like to, now is the time to register. And you can find instructions on how to register, whether online or via phone, at www.nyc.gov/NYC-engage. And with that, we'll turn to Jeremy Moss, to be followed by Jonathan Gardenhire.
So I'm here in two capacities today to speak in support of the 250 Water Street development by Howard Hughes. One, I'm a longtime owner at 324 Pearl Street, a condominium 1 block north of the project. And number two, I am executive vice president at Silverstein Properties, who many know as the organization responsible for rebuilding the World Trade Center after 9/11, and an organization deeply committed to the revitalizing Lower Manhattan and to its well-being. A few quick points. The development, particularly after going through the landmarks preservation hearing and coming out with approval, is respectful of the scale and architectural language of the district. It provides much needed housing, as many people have said, and I can tell you that the growth of the residential population in Lower Manhattan was critical to its post 9/11 recovery and remains critical to its continued success. It's clear that the project will support the Seaport Museum, which is truly the heart and soul of the district. And as an owner, I'm delighted to see the parking lot turn into a lively streetscape and to welcome my new neighbors who will be able to live in the building. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. Our next speaker is Jonathan Gardenhire, to be followed by Bob Schneck.
Who's the second name?
Okay, we will come back to Mr. Gardenhire. Next is Bob Schneck, to be followed by Adam Brodheim.
Mr. Schmeck is not in the Zoom.
Adam Brodheim, followed by Ricky Wong.
My name is Adam Brodheim, and I am a historic preservationist studying at Columbia University.
A number of other historic preservationists have spoken before me in support of this project, noting that the parking lot is a blight on the neighborhood and that the new building is a well-designed, appropriate design. I agree completely with what they've said, and I don't want to rehash it. We live during a historic climate crisis and in the midst of an unprecedented housing shortage. Approving this project would mean accepting that it's good to construct a building shaped by the community, which will provide new homes to New Yorkers. It would mean continuing New York's vibrant tradition of creative destruction. I study historic preservation because I firmly believe that it's a tool for building a sustainable 21st century New York grounded in community and progress. Other folks today have talked about the precedent that this project would set for our historic districts. The precedent it would set is allowing our historic districts to grow and evolve to meet our needs as New Yorkers. The Landmarks Preservation Commission isn't going anywhere. It's already brought up major changes to this project to make it better fit the surrounding environment. I'm a historic preservationist. I'm a lifelong New Yorker. I love our historic districts, and I'd love to see this building rise inside a historic district, paving the way for our districts to adapt and evolve. To do otherwise is a disservice to the history of our city. Someone earlier today said that they didn't envy your job. I think you all have great jobs with tremendous responsibility, and you have an incredible opportunity here to demonstrate to this city that development and preservation are not incompatible, that we can build a new building without losing our history, that in fact we can create new history, how a city came together, tore down the parking lot, and built our city just a little better. Please support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brodheim. And did you say, Ryan, that we were working on bringing in Jonathan Gardenhire?
Yeah, he has the ability to unmute, but has not done that. We've asked him to several times, and yeah.
Okay, then we will move on to Ricky Wong, to be followed by Frank Sciammi.
Mr. Wong, you can unmute your microphone.
Okay, then Frank Sciammi, to be followed by Maria Hope-Burge.
I'm Frank Sciammi, CEO of Sciammi Construction, past board chair of the South Street Seaport Museum, and board member and past board chair of the Landmarks Conservancy. I'm also the developer of the Captain Rose House, which a couple of people have testified about and lived in. I'm happy to hear that they are enjoying it. I was also the co-developer of Historic Front Street. This project shouldn't be compared to any of the historic buildings in the historic district. We developed those buildings with care because they were buildings. This is about a vacant lot. As a preservationist, I strongly believe that we must save the historic seaport. The fact is the 250 Water Street project is the only viable plan that exists to achieve this goal. I staunchly support the project. The plan will add a dynamic, resilient building in place of a parking lot that for half a century has blighted the district and has been the textbook example of inappropriate land use. We know that New York City needs more housing. Just look at the census and compare our population growth to the number of residential units built over the past decade. It is a cause for celebration that 80 or more of these planned 270 residential apartments will be permanently, deeply affordable to families earning at or below 40% of AMI. And these apartments will be close to public transit, good jobs, and waterfront open space, now only accessible to primarily affluent residents who live in this area. The mechanism proposed in this plan will be legally binding, ensuring that MIH conforming affordable housing is built. As a builder, I'd like to highlight that the Howard Hughes Corporation has shown its commitment to the seaport through its rebuilding of Pier 17, the restoration of the Tin Building, and the management of complex projects throughout the area. They did it with sensitivity and expertise. Their transparent, rigorous approach to the necessary environmental cleanup of 250 Water Street and the initial planning as outlined in their draft environmental impact analysis for this project are in keeping with the community-minded value system. The Howard Hughes Corporation is not an out-of-town insensitive developer. Rather, it has been a trusted and robust partner to the museum, to local nonprofits, to arts organizations, and to small businesses throughout the neighborhood. They have invested nearly $1 billion in the seaport and continue to create thousands of jobs. Now they are asking you to allow them to invest $850 million more. I urge the commission to allow them to do
Mr. Scalmi, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you
Thanks
for your
timing.
dedication and time to this long meeting.
Our next speaker will be Maria Ho-Burge, to be followed by David Barker.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much. I'm dialing in from France, where I'm on vacation, actually, and this is how important it was for me to be part of this meeting. I want to let you know that I'm in support of Howard Hughes Corporation proposed to the proposition for the building at 250 Water Street. I actually wear 3 hats in the community. I am a parent of a child at Peck Slip. I'm an active community member, and I also own a small business on Front Street. It's called Primp NYC. It's a salon. In any case, I want to let you know that I'm in favor of this. I've lived in the community for over, almost 15 years now. When I moved in, there was no one on the street, and there was no one on the streets after 5 o'clock, and it was pretty empty. I've since had 2 children. I've been a very active member of the Peck Slip School community and also the Seaport community at large. And I want to let you know that I'm in favor of this. For all of our activities, we have to go to different neighborhoods, Battery Park, Tribeca. I'm very much in favor of this as a parent, as an active community member, to bring, just to add to the thriving businesses in the neighborhood. The business on Front Street, we struggle, just to let you know, even pre-COVID, we struggled, and very excited to have a responsible neighbor like Howard Hughes come in, provide low-income housing, provide an opportunity for us to have a full-fledged neighborhood, work hand in hand with the community, and also with Landmarks Commission and with the city in order to build a responsible mixed-use building. Again, as a small business owner, we need them there, and love what they've done with the neighborhood. I think they'll continue to be responsible. And as far as a parent, I definitely think that it's a boon to our neighborhood to have responsible corporate partners in the area. And I just want to let the commission know that there are many, many parents and community members, and also, community members, residents, and also as far as small business owners, we very much need a building like this in order to sustain our small businesses. I want to thank the commission for allowing me to speak, and I hope that you will approve this project.
Thank you, Ms. Ho-Burge, and we should probably say good night to you, given that it's 11:30 your time. Our next speaker is David Barker, followed by Robert Sosin.
Hello, this is David Barker. I've spoken in before in favor of this development. I continue to be in favor of it for many of the reasons already stated. Myself, I'm a longtime resident of the neighborhood as both a renter and an owner, and I've had children attend the local schools, and I've seen the Seaport area as a great amenity to the neighborhood for the businesses and just the environment there, and always seen this parking lot as kind of a blight, as others have mentioned, on the neighborhood. And I feel like this building, this development, will bring a lot of additional life and vitality to the district. So I'm strongly in support of it, and feel like the Hughes Corporation represents a great partner to the area. We've seen issues before with other properties that have not been properly maintained or allowed to fall into disrepair, like the fish market or the building at 161 Maiden Lane that's leaning over. I think having a responsible partner like Howard Hughes is great for the area, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barker. Our next speaker will be Robert Sosin, to be followed by Thomas Burton.
I'm opposed to air rights from a historic district being given to the corporation. I'm a lifelong of this neighborhood. I'm a parent at Peck Slip, and that air is part of this district that I love, and I do not consent to giving that away, and I feel it's wrong. I feel like Howard Hughes can build a building within the 12-story limit that has been set for a historic district, and they knew that when they got it, and they should build within that. So I'm opposed to this plan, and register that. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sosin. Our next speaker is Thomas Burton.
Mr. Burton is not in the Zoom.
Okay, those are the names that I have. I'm going to, Ryan, go through people who had signed up but were not here.
Sure.
In the event they have rejoined. Robert Becker.
No.
Terry Brady.
No.
Scott Dwyer.
Yes. Mr. Dwyer, you can unmute your microphone.
Hi, it's Robert Becker.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Becker. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Robert Becker. I am a senior vice president for the Durst organization, who is the owner of the residential and commercial buildings on Front Street between Peck Slip and Beekman. I'm also a resident of the Seaport for the last 10 years. On behalf of myself and the Durst organization, we strongly support the Howard Hughes proposal to develop a mixed-use building at 250 Water. The project offers the following benefits for the community in the Seaport District. First of all, the building creates a welcoming entrance to the Seaport and increases access to waterfront and invites pedestrians who enter the district through activated streets opposed to the parking lot that many of us have spoke about earlier today. And secondly, New York City needs economic development more than ever. This plan will generate a significant investment in the Seaport and create more than 1,000 permanent jobs in the commercial, real estate, and nonprofit sectors. This development will further strengthen the Seaport community. The businesses in the Seaport are struggling, as many of prior people have discussed. This project will bring needed patrons to local restaurants and retailers. In New York City, number 4, in New York City, there's an urgent need for housing. This project provides over 80 affordable units, and this will allow families with low income to live close to good jobs, good transportation, and other retail services. As everyone has stated today, New York City needs this. Number 5, while we understand construction can be temporarily disruptive, as I mentioned before, I live a block away from this, and the Durst organization owns 90 apartments 1 block away. We understand the impact of construction. However, Howard Hughes has been a good neighbor, and we have confidence that this team will run a safe and sensitive and respective construction operation. From a land use standpoint, this is a smart use of land rights. The transfer of land rights off the waterfront to the upland facilitates not only the development of 250 Water Street, but also guarantees the low-rise waterfront development that we all wanted. The last component that I think everybody has spoken to about today, and they all agree, is that this project will make it possible for significant funding for the South Street Museum. Again, everyone today has talked about the important component that it has on the historic district. With this funding, the museum is going to be able to restore and reopen its historic buildings and plan for future expansion in the heart of the district. For all of these reasons, which benefit the whole community in the Seaport District, one of which I've lived for the last 10 years, we urge you to approve this project.
Thank you, Mr. Becker.
You'd called Terry Brady?
Yes.
Yes, he's in the room.
Great.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you again for your patience. This has been a long day. Can you all hear me?
Yes, Mr. Brady.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to address the commission. My name is Terry Brady and I live in Manhattan. And I've worked at the Seaport District for the last 3 years. I enthusiastically support the Howard Hughes Corporation proposal for the mixed-use structure at 250 Water Street. I have seen firsthand the positive effects the Howard Hughes Corporation has made in the district. Adding multi-purpose building to the site of a rundown parking lot is yet another divisive step forward for the city, the local community, and the visitors to this historic section of Manhattan. The visitors, the benefits of job creation, affordable housing, and economic development cannot be overstated, especially in our ever-changing environment. The sizable investment by the Howard Hughes Corporation in the construction and post-construction phases will undoubtedly bring substantial, well-paying jobs to the district and to the city. Affordable housing is the linchpin that will allow more people to both live and work in the area. This will contribute to the diversity and overall fabric of the community that in turn will strengthen the economic base and add to the stability of the entire district. The 250 Water project will assist in retaining existing businesses, attract future commerce, and bring vitality back to the seaport. Another aspect that should not be overlooked is the preservation and enhancement of this historic district. We cannot address the future without looking to the past. The Seaport District is the front door to our amazing city and cannot be left to fall into disrepair or made an afterthought. This can be accomplished this cannot be accomplished without financial input and a partnership between the local community and the corporate involvement. I've personally experienced this cooperation and commitment in my dealings with the Howard Hughes Corporation, and the enhancements made to date by the Howard Hughes Corporation and the proposed 250 Water Street project will certainly continue the revitalization of the area for locals, New Yorkers, and tourists to enjoy this unique and special part of our city. In closing, I strongly urge the Commission to consider this initiative, and I look forward to a bright and prosperous future. Thank you so much for all your time.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. And did you say that Scott Dwyer was also present?
He is unmuted.
Thank you. My name is Scott Dwyer. I'm representing Sons of the Revolution in the state of New York, who own and operate Francis Tavern Museum in Lower Manhattan, a short walk from South Street Seaport on a historic site dating from 1719 and a museum which opened in 1907. We strongly support the Howard Hughes Corporation proposal to develop a mixed-use building at 250 Water Street that will, among many other things, replace an unsightly parking lot at 250 Water Street and make possible significant funding for the imperiled South Street Seaport Museum, an essential component and an anchor of the historic district, allowing it to restore and reopen its historic buildings and plan for future expansion. After a lengthy stakeholder process, the current design approved by the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission will transform the lot and enhance the neighborhood and the historic district. We urge this body to support the land use actions necessary to make this development possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dwyer. I'll continue with names. Christina Rockos.
Yes, we have her here.
My name's Christina Rockos, and I'm the mother of 3 daughters, a small business owner, and the wife of an entrepreneur. I've lived most of my life in New York City, and for the last 13 years, my family and I have lived just a few blocks from the South Street Seaport Historic District. It's where my husband launched what has become the nation's fastest growing cord blood bank, and it's where we're raising our children. I love everything our great city has to offer, from culture and entertainment to the diverse community of people who continue to make it the most exciting place in the world to live and work. As you know, far better than I do, I imagine, part of the character of New Yorkers is a passionate attachment to our neighborhoods and the willingness to fight hard for what we believe is right for them. In that spirit, I'm here to tell you a few of the reasons I am 1,000 in support of Howard Hughes Corporation's proposed 250 Water Street project. First, as a mom, I see the parking lot that is currently on the project site as a place that is not only unsightly, but also menacing and easy spot for muggers. In addition, beyond the handful of jobs the parking lot provides to attendants, it's not generating any value to our neighborhood. Second, as a longtime volunteer for underprivileged kids across the 5 boroughs, I'm delighted that a significant number of proposed residences will be set aside for very low income families. This will provide much needed affordable housing, as well as access to some of the city's best public schools for families with children. Third, As the owner of a condo near the project site and a renter with a view of the project site, I look forward to the positive ripple effects that a more vibrant, retail-rich, and pedestrian-friendly historic Seaport District will have on my own property value. Fourth, I want to make a special note about the way the Howard Hughes Corporation has approached this project. At every step of the way over the past several years, they've proactively engaged the community, asking for our opinions, listening to our input, and making significant changes to the project in response. They've been a true partner in the planning, and I believe they will continue to be a true partner throughout implementation. Finally, in a slightly different vein, I understand concerns have been raised about the impact that construction noise will have on all of us. With all due respect, noise, whether from cars, trucks, or construction, is an inevitable element of urban living. Construction noise is a temporary annoyance that all of us must tolerate if we want progress, if we want a better future for our neighborhood. Thank you for allowing me to speak. For all of the reasons I've discussed, I ask you all to vote in favor of the proposed 250 Water Street project. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Daniel Robertson. And if you could be looking for Thomas Benton and George Brieger.
Mr. Robertson, you're unmuted. You should be able to speak.
My name is Daniel Robertson. I'm a 13-year resident of the Seaport and Financial District. I moved here straight from school to start my career in 2008. I met my wife here in a building in the Financial District. We got married in the Financial District, had a reception at Bridgewater's in Seaport, which is now occupied by the Ivy Theater. We have 2 boys, ages 5 and 7, who attend Peckslip School. My wife spoke to you earlier. She's currently the president of the Peckslip Parent-Teacher Association, and I serve on the executive board. I'd like to speak in opposition to the proposal in front of you today. As we're all well aware, and as Howard Hughes was well aware when it purchased the land that is 250 Water Street, there's a limitation of 120 feet as of right for development on the site, 160 feet if you include the flood. The draft environmental impact statement that is before the committee today states that Howard Hughes's offer to reduce the height of its proposal from 470 feet to 324 feet reduces significant adverse impacts to receptors in the area. And the factors that it takes into account are open space, shadows, historic and cultural resources, transportation, construction noise, and traffic. Now, if Howard Hughes can make the statement that there's a reduction of significant adverse impacts to receptors based on a reduction from 470 to 324 feet, let's consider the impact of reducing the size of the building to its legal height of 120 feet. Those receptors are not mechanisms, they're not electronics. These receptors are our children. These receptors are the immunocompromised who live in the neighborhood. They're everyone who lives and works and calls the Seaport home. The CPC and the other government agencies here should not be moved by Howard Hughes's strong arm tactics. Howard Hughes has continually promoted and everyone has rightfully supported the fact that Howard Hughes is offering support to the Seaport Museum and that Howard Hughes is offering affordable housing as part of this development. But that begs the question of why is Howard Hughes offering $50 million if it can build to a height of 470 feet and $0 if it can build a foot less than that. Howard
Mr.
Hughes.
Robertson, I'm afraid your time is up, but we would welcome your submission of written testimony.
Thank you for that.
Thomas Benton?
No, don't see Thomas Benton. Sorry.
And then George Brieger?
Good afternoon, George Brieger here. I'm a 10+ year resident and homeowner across the street, the Southbridge Towers. I'm also a parent of a 4th grader, a child entering 4th grade at Peckslip, adjacent to the construction site, proposed construction site. I want to talk about noise and dust. The draft environmental impact statement acknowledges the presence of the two schools adjacent to the proposed construction site, and acknowledges that the noise will exceed, quote, exceed the CQR threshold, unquote, for, quote, an extended period, close quote. It even acknowledges that the playground a block away at Fulton Street will be impacted by the noise. But then fails to consider or even to mention the impact that the COVID epidemic has on the situation, given that the schools, the two schools, will have to operate with windows open during the construction, for the many months of the construction site. They have to operate with windows open because to improve airflow. COVID is here to stay for the foreseeable future. The Delta variant of COVID is a major issue for schools because children are susceptible to it much more than the plain old COVID. And Delta is just on the rise in New York City. The Mu variant of COVID is hitting now around the corner. The environmental impact statement is deficient. It fails entirely to address this issue of noise. How are children supposed to learn? How are teachers supposed to teach across the street from the construction site, given with windows open for many months? Construction dust. The environmental impact statement fails entirely to address the issue of dust with windows open in two schools on both sides, adjacent to, perpendicular to each other, on either side of the adjacent sides of the construction project. Number three, the affordable housing is bandied about by the developer. I just have one question. What percentage of total square footage of the project is promised to be for affordable housing? The affordable housing component as percentage of the total space is never mentioned, let alone guaranteed by the developer. What safeguard do you have?
Mr. Brieger, I'm afraid that your time is up, but we would welcome your submitting your written testimony. Thank you. So Edwin Schlossberg?
No.
Keith Scheinholz?
No, not in the Zoom.
AJ Barr?
No, she's not in the room.
Melissa Silverwood?
No, not in the room.
Andrea Wasserman?
No, not in the room.
Adam Ganser?
No, not in the room.
Matt Reininger?
Nope.
Timur Gallen?
No, not in the room.
Philip Santini?
Not in the room. Zoom.
Patrick Hoffman?
Not in the room.
Madeline McGorry?
Not in the room.
Maria Free?
Not in the room.
Robin Warshay?
Not in the Zoom.
Warren Green?
Not in the Zoom.
Jessica Walker?
Not in the room.
Paul Hovitz?
Hold on. We have the name, but it doesn't appear to be able to speak. So we can reach out, but I don't.
We would welcome also written testimony.
Testimony, yeah.
Rose Imperato?
Not in the Zoom.
Daisy Paez?
Daisy is here.
I'm sorry.
Hello. Hi, this is Paul Hovitz.
Oh, welcome, Mr. Hovitz.
You must have a push to talk. Push whatever you push to talk.
Okay, how's that? That's better?
Yes.
Okay. Save Our Seaport was created to save our Seaport Museum. I was part of the Southbridge Board of Directors when we initiated the effort to downzone 250 Water Street to stop Milstein from building a 23-story edifice on the lot. 250 Water was never part of the historic district until we included it as a ploy to ensure the downzoning. For over 10 years, there have been efforts to fund a museum that failed. The city said it has given the museum all that it can and cannot do so anymore. If the approved HHC plan, which Landmarks has okayed, doesn't go forward, we shall have a 160-foot development as of right. Zoning allows 120 feet and 40 feet additional due to the flood zone. No one else has mentioned that. If we go as of right, we lose the museum, 70 affordable housing units, and any hope to rebuild the New Market Pier, which will fall into the river. Those nearby can look out at what was their view of the Brooklyn Bridge and see the ghost town seaport. Either way, whether as of right or Landmarks approved plan, their view of the bridge is gone. If we allow the development as Landmarks approved, the museum gets millions of dollars as an endowment to bring it into the digital age and continues as the invaluable linchpin of the district. So, we allow a partial application of historic air rights within the historic district, gain affordable housing, save the Seaport Museum, and allow it to become a brand new digital age Seaport Museum with the future possibility to rebuild a New Market Pier with the creation of community space on that site. I am a retired vice chair of Community Board 1. I very much appreciate your folks' effort. I've sat in these long meetings many times. So thank you, and I bid you good night.
Thank you, Mr. Hovitz. I think, Ryan, you had said that Rose Imperato was not here?
Not here, no.
Okay, Daisy Paez?
Daisy Paez is here.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to allow me to express my opposition. Hello, my name is Daisy Paez, District Leader, Assembly District 65, Part B. I am a proud Latina who lives in affordable housing, and I oppose the HHC proposal. This proposed development for 250 Water Street looks to be disastrous for an already resource-strained area. For the past 2 decades, the Lower East Side has been an absolute hotbed of development. Developers have come in and pillaged the area for unheard of profits. They have disrupted the way of life for many lifelong residents and paved the way for culture eradication through gentrification without consideration for those that have called the area home for generations. Among the many issues that will be discussed, and some may not, opposing this development, I would like to discuss the socioeconomic impact of development on 250 Water Street. The waterfront area is already overcrowded and overdeveloped. Adding approximately 338 new dwelling units would add a substantial population increase without the necessary services such as schools, daycare, hospitals, and added public transportation. Adding commercial space would add an additional logistical problem in pedestrian and vehicle traffic. I am curious to know who benefits from this development. How many of these units or commercial spaces will be used to benefit the community? Will this project be a typical money grab that we have seen in the community for over the past 20 years? How many of these units will actually be affordable? How much of this project will actually have a positive impact on the community? Although the physical construction may not display people directly, the resulting median rent increases will. The socioeconomic changes that this project brings is not something that is good for the community at large in an area that has historically been a safe haven for those that are not the wealthiest in the city. The last thing they would need is another reminder of how poor some of them are. Therefore, in order to offset these socioeconomic injustices, I am asking that 50% of the entire project be used to enhance and contribute to the community. 50% of the units be dedicated to affordability, and 50% of the commercial space be used for community service and centers. Affordability should be affordable, not an inflated medium area income that is unrealistic to the majority of the native Lower East Siders. A reasonable rent cent income, no more than 30% of a household income, should be dedicated to rent. I myself am on a fixed Social Security small pension income, and if I didn't have the security of low income protection in Section 8, I would struggle to find affordable housing in this city. My story is not unique.
Ms. Paez, I'm afraid that your time is up, but we would welcome receiving your written testimony. Thank you. Mariana James,
Not in the Zoom.
Philip Ritz,
Not in the Zoom.
Taylor Crossland,
Not in the Zoom.
Jonathan Gardenhire.
Jonathan is here. Let's try this again.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Gardenhire. I'm the district leader for the 65th Assembly District Part B. I'm also a lifelong resident of Lower Manhattan and actually participated in programs at the South Street Seaport Museum as a young boy. And I just want to say that I strongly oppose this plan, and I'll keep it brief, but for one, there's not enough affordability. I personally think that if Howard Hughes Corporation wants to be a steward of the community, they would consider building a structure that offers 100% affordability at different levels. And number two, as a museum professional, I just don't understand why anyone would support an institution that has that has really mismanaged its funds for decades. I honestly think that their fundraising staff should start to cultivate the FIDI community and can probably get more money than Howard Hughes is offering them. But again, I strongly oppose this plan. I think that it would be detrimental to the community. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gardenhire. Bob Schneck,
No, Bob is not in the Zoom.
Ricky Wong,
No, Ricky is not in the room.
and Thomas Burton.
No, Tom Burton is not in the room.
And has anyone else signed up?
No, there are no further speakers signed up.
Okay, I see that there are a number of people in the room. If anyone who has not yet testified would like to, now would be the time. And I do want to thank the people who have been in the room for observing social distancing, much appreciated. I want to note that the record on this matter will remain open through Monday, September 13th, 2021, to receive written comments on the draft environmental impact statement. And with that, the public hearing on this matter is closed. And please, Mr. Secretary, tell me that there are not more items on the agenda.
For the record, I would never do that to this commission. just for the record. So for those of you who were unable to or did not wish to testify, you can submit written testimony online by selecting this hearing on the upcoming meetings page of the NYC Engage portal, through DCP's webpage, or by mailing your comment to City Planning Commission, Calendar Information Office, 120 Broadway, 31st floor, New York, New York, 10271.
And with that, it's over. Thank you all. Until tomorrow. And you may wish to bring lunch. Yes.